Chapter 1610 Hired Thug Date. Time, Location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Conference Room. No, you don't get it. We should have heeded Demigod Windsor's advice and never have come out of hiding. He warned us if we stole the Silver Beach dungeon, Freedom Fighters would be destroyed within 2 weeks. Even the Southern royal family did not dare to be so brazen about the silver milk powder, yet we were. Dear friend, we flew too close to the sun. Henrix shook his head, thinking he should have known better. It was still not time for the Freedom Fighters to come out of hiding. How can you say that? What does Demigod Windsor know? Silver milk powder is the best thing that could have happened to Freedom Fighters. With it we could have been able to achieve our cause, had I not been greedy and chosen the less risky way. Ned strongly disagreed with Henrix. He believed that without the silver milk powder, no matter how many years they would be in hiding, they could never have been able to counter the central government in terms of strength or wealth. But now with the presence of silver milk powder, that has changed. If only he had been patient and chosen to go into hiding after stealing the silver milk powder, gunning for a slow and steady growth instead of trying to establish a supply and distribution chain aiming for faster growth. How can you not see something so basic? Regardless of whether we had chosen to hide or expand, as long as we had the Silver Beach Gate dungeon in our possession, the world would always be against us and find some or the other way to take it from us. Isn't what happened with the Southern royal family an example of this? No matter sneaky and cautious they were, the central government went after them. The central government even went as far as to mobilize the miracle to get them the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. They say that nobody can defeat the right eye of the world inside the world, but when she went against Wyatt she lost. We should have just listened to Demigod Windsor. Henrix was puzzled how his dubious friend could not see something so basic. Let us say that I agree with you that we should not have stolen the Silver Beach Gate dungeon in the first place. But now what? As we have already stolen it, I am warning you, don't you dare say we return it to the central government in exchange that they leave us alone. I will never agree to that. If the Silver Beach dungeon falls into the hands of the central government, then we can forget that a miracle drug like silver milk powder ever existed. They will bury it and make sure that it never sees the light of the day. At best, they will sell limited quantities to the highest paying world leaders and the rest to train their soldiers. I would rather watch it be destroyed than see that happen, Ned said frantically. Ned was so desperate because he had promised to himself that Henrix would always be the final decision maker. He would never go against Henrix's orders. At most he would debate it but never act against it in any way. So if Henrix decides that they give the Silver Beach Gate dungeon to the central government for leaving them alone, then he would do everything in his power to achieve that, even though he felt that it was not the right thing to do. This was the limit he had placed on himself, knowing that with his personality he would always somehow end up hurting the people close to him. Therefore he gave his reins to Henrix, his best and most trusted friend. However, what he could not see was that he was doing it again. Who said anything about giving the only known source of the silver milk powder to the central government? Right now that is the only thing keeping us alive, Henrix said, surprising Ned. The only reason why the world leaders were not invading and attacking the compromised reverse dungeon blatantly was because they were worried that feeling cornered the Freedom Fighters would hold the only source of the silver milk hostage. Fearing the worst that could happen to the only source of the silver milk. The world leaders did not want to act until they were absolutely certain that they would be able to gain possession of the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon. This was the only reason why the Freedom Fighters were still in peace and not amidst a losing war. The world leaders cared more about the Silver Beach Gate dungeon than vanquishing the Freedom Fighters. Once they get their hands on the Silver Beach Gate dungeon, things will change very quickly for the Freedom Fighters. Henrix was very clear about this, so he never once considered handing over the Silver Beach dungeon to the central government. He planned to use it as a bargaining chip if and only when things went south and he could no longer salvage it. Then what do you want me to do? Ned relaxed, learning Henrix did not plan to exchange the Silver Beach dungeon for the world leaders to leave them alone. So he asked Henrix to point him to the way and he would not stop until he achieved it. We reach out to Wyatt. Let us hear what he has to say, Henrix said as he himself was out of ideas when the whole world was out to get them, the Freedom Fighters. In the end, the Demigod Windsor was right. Unfortunately, he did not plan on joining the Freedom Fighters even if Henrix offered to step down as the leader and hand him the reins. Let me tell you what he has to say. He not only wants us to return the Silver Beach Gate dungeon to him, but he also wants us to act as his thugs, Ned revealed, having seen through Wyatt's intentions way back in the basement of the Plague Palace. Honestly, as long as he promises to help us out of this mess and sponsor the freedom fighters' cause, I don't mind being his hired thug. Henrix expressed willingness to work with Wyatt, but he did not say anything about returning the Sliver Beach Gate dungeon to him. Chapter 16:11 Blood Rule Explosion. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Once where for miles there was nothing but wasteland, now stood half a dozen majestic towering buildings surrounded by fancy infrastructures. If people did not know any better, they would think the city was expanding, but that wasn't the case. This was not the result of the city's expansion plan, but the expansion plan of the Tyrant Sun Raven Guild and the Fine Gold Merchants. They have shifted their main headquarters and office to the barren lands of the Dungeon Highway at the orders of their young leader Dalton Wyatt. Interestingly, the core tower was not occupied by the Fine Gold or Wyatt's Card Boutique, but by the small unknown adventure guild, Tyrant Sun Raven Guild. This has always been a topic of gossip for the citizens of the Sky Blossom City. Some believed the TSR Guild could occupy the center tower instead of Fine Gold because it was the first business acquired by Dalton Wyatt, and since Wyatt's Card Boutique was too small to occupy an entire tower. Some believed that the TSR Guild was guarding something inside the huge vault of the central tower's basement. Regardless of the rumors and gossip, no one knew why the TSR Adventure Guild was given the central tower instead of Fine Gold or Fine Gold guards. Inside the basement vault of the central tower, numerous artifacts that told the history of the Card Apprentice were on display, securely masking the hidden entrance to a gate dungeon, the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Sarah George could be seen entering and leaving the gate dungeon multiple times a day without sparing a single glance at the artifacts worth millions, but one artifact among them all would catch her attention every time she passed by it. It was a plaque that read, "Keep calm and ignore." This artifact had nothing special. Some experts would even question if it was an artifact in the first place, but for some reason, Sarah could stare at it an entire day without blinking. As usual, while making her trip to the gate dungeon, Sarah paused by the plaque. Suddenly the plaque shone and morphed into an orb, which then morphed into a fully grown human teenager. Seeing the figure, Sarah immediately got down on one knee, and bowing her head she said, "Welcome, Master." Throwing on a fresh set of clothes, Wyatt looked at his surroundings and asked Sarah, "Where is this?" "Master, you are at the basement of the TSR Guild's new headquarters in the Barren Lands," Sarah immediately replied. "So everything is going according to the plan?" Wyatt asked, understanding that Van George placed the morphed pseudo-calamity soul gem he gave to him in a vault among other valuable artifacts. "Yes, Master, I was just headed to give blood at the promised monster blood," Sarah informed. "How are our reserves of blood rule pills?" Wyatt asked as he signaled Sarah to lead him to Bloodet. "We have enough stocks to start selling blood rule in the market, Master," Sarah reported, sharing the records of blood rule pills she had recorded to Wyatt's grimoire. "No, cancel all plans of selling the blood rule. Use them to recruit capable members with ego gems." Thanks to the VR universe, Wyatt was no longer short on cash to do small and risky transactions such as selling blood rule pills. Instead, it would be cost-effective for him to use the blood rule pills to recruit capable members. Wyatt planned to start recruiting members to build his faction once he moved to the central academic city. After all the talents of the world gathered there. However, fate had other plans, and seeing the circumstances of the freedom fighters, he decided to no longer delay his plan for anyone. There were two reasons why wanted to go to the central academic city by joining Morningstar University. The first was to explore the card world and what innovations they had to offer, and the second one was to start building his faction. He could do that in the southern capital, but the people there had too much loyalty toward the southern royal family, so it was not an ideal place for him to start building his faction. Especially since one of the reasons he was building his faction was the southern royal family. Either way, he had to start somewhere. After his central academic region plan failed, Wyatt planned to swallow the freedom fighters as his faction, but thanks to Luna and Ned it was on hold for now. As of now, he was willing to take anyone because he could control the power and the loyalty of a card apprentice, but not time. He needed time to grow his faction into something that could take on the whole world. With every passing second he could see a future where the whole world would be against him, just as it was against freedom fighters today. Wyatt knew better than to underestimate a person's greed. "Yes, Master," Sarah agreed to Wyatt's command without any hesitation or concern. Ask Diana and Cindy to meet me at the lunch. Tell them to forward me all the project progress reports, especially the card creation talent recruitment program. apart from time there was one other thing that he could not give to the card apprentice, and that was talent. This was why he chose the central academic city, which was considered a hub of talents, as the ideal place for him to start building his faction. Yes, master, Sarah nodded as she opened the hidden door revealing the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt stepped into the gate dungeon and Sarah followed behind him. Arriving at the tunnel with Blood Rule rock walls, Wyatt saw the figure of Bloodette. Bloodette seemed to want to say something but immediately closed her mouth. Her eyes suddenly shone brighter as she mechanically dashed at Wyatt. Feeling something was wrong, Wyatt immediately used his soul pupil on her to find that her Blood Rule body was about to explode. Fuck. There wasn't enough time for Wyatt to rush out of the dungeon gate, so he pushed Sarah out of the dungeon gate and used his body to stop the explosion from rushing out through the dungeon gate. Both Bloodette and Wyatt's bodies vaporized in the explosion. As for Sarah, who was pushed out of the gate dungeon by Wyatt, she was safe except for some first-degree burns. If she had not used her charcoal body transformation in a timely fashion and Wyatt had not used his body to close the gate and obstruct the blast, she might have suffered heavier damage. But because of the Calamity Daughter Gem's reconstruction skill, she recovered instantly. Chapter 1612 Devil Merchant Code Privilege. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:47. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City. Outskirts. A stone in the wilderness suddenly shone and morphed into an orb, then a human male teenager who mumbled, "I knew that the Devil Merchant Code privilege I chose was the best fit for me, but I did not think I would end up using it twice in a row in such short period, and it wasn't cheap. Still, both the time it was money well spent, and I have never been more proud of my foresight." The 2 times Wyatt used the privilege he gained from the Devil Merchant Code were when he escaped from the Yellow Plain world and now when he escaped from the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Both times were desperate situations, especially the second time. If he did not have the Devil Merchant Code's privilege, he could have died in Bloodette's dungeon seal under Blood Rule explosion. When the Devil Merchant Code offered him to create a specific privilege for himself, Wyatt thought of various privileges that could allow him to take advantage of the Devil Merchant Code's chaotic market, or privileges that would help him take advantage of its inter-realm search and transportation functions. While choosing the privilege, Wyatt had to be careful because of how much wealth he would have to spend, for the Devil Merchant Code would offer him a second privilege wasn't clear, but it would be more than the amount he had spent to get his first privilege. Depending on the Devil Merchant Code's greedy nature, he might have to spend tenfold or even 100-fold of that amount. Therefore, out of all the privileges that Wyatt could think of, he ended up choosing one specific privilege that would not be of significant use for any other demon or devil merchant, but for him, it was tailor-made for him so that he could save his life in desperate times. The privilege that Wyatt chose would allow him to move his mutated soul from his Calamity Soul Gem to a pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem across realms and dimensions with the help of the Devil Merchant Code for an adequate amount of offerings. The only limitation that stuck out with Wyatt's method of switching his mutated soul between his Calamity Soul Gems and pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem to save his life in key moments was that it could not be done across realms and dimensions. Just take Bloodette's dungeon seal as an example. Wyatt did not place any pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem in Bloodette's dungeon seal for fear of her discovering it, or worse, her eating it. So when Bloodette exploded a few seconds ago, Wyatt would not have been able to move his soul to a pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem outside of the dungeon to save himself, so he would have died along with Bloodette's Blood Rule body. However, thanks to the privilege that Wyatt gained from the Devil Merchant Code when the explosion transpired, his soul was able to move from his Calamity Soul Gem within the dungeon seal to his pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem hidden in the outskirts of the Sky Blossom City. How did this work? It worked by making use of the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transportation function. Normally it would not be possible to transport a demon, Devil Merchant's soul from one soul vessel to another soul vessel using this function, but Wyatt had created the privilege for it. As a bonus, since in this case only Wyatt's mutated soul was being transported instead of his whole body, the cost of the transportation was reduced by a huge margin. After all, transporting a soul was a lot cheaper than him transporting his whole body. As per usual, the cost of the soul transportation using the Devil Merchant Code soul transportation function was calculated based on the distance the soul traveled to. However, despite all its concessions, it was still not cheap for Wyatt to use this privilege, as his soul was traveling across realms every time he needed to use it. Regardless of how close the two realms were, it was not the same as just walking from point A to point B. The Devil Merchant Code charged based on the energy it spent on the action, and not to forget its sky-high cut. So even if Wyatt had just traveled from the gate dungeon in the barren lands of Sky Blossom City to the outskirts of the Sky Blossom City, the Devil Merchant Code had helped his soul to travel across 2 dimensions, so there wasn't much difference between the energy it spent now and when it helped him move his soul from Yellow Plains world to Card world. Though it was a very useful privilege, it put a dent in his pocket. Well, not more than the inter-realm transportation function would. Throwing on a new set of clothes, Wyatt then navigated his location and headed straight to the Sky Blossom City while calling Courtney. Calling Courtney, sorry, your call could not be connected. Fuck, Courtney, what mess did you get yourself into? Wyatt said in irritation. The thought that Courtney and Bloodette could have betrayed him never crossed Wyatt's mind. But the thought of the Circle forcing Courtney to harm him did cross his mind, considering her previous connection to the Circle. Unable to connect with Courtney, Wyatt immediately used Hive AI to connect with Sarah's Calamity daughter Core. Sarah, what's the situation? Is the dungeon gate still open? Wyatt asked as soon as he could get in touch with Sarah. No, Master. It vanished a few seconds after the explosion, Sarah reported. Damn it, Wyatt cursed, since he could not explore Bloodette's dungeon seal to investigate what had transpired. Then he ordered Sarah, find Courtney immediately. Master, I am sorry to say this, but last time I visited Bloodette, Courtney was there planning to practice her blood rule mastery, and according to the guild record, Courtney did not leave the dungeon afterward. I fear Courtney is trapped in the dungeon, or worse, she too succumbed to the explosion. Chapter 16:13 Enemies everywhere. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:48. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, outskirts. Wyatt paused midair, hearing Sarah say that Courtney might have been inside the Bloodette's dungeon seal during the explosion. After a short silence, he ordered Sarah, pause everything, mobilize everyone to find out what Courtney has been up to and who she has been in contact with these days. I want every little detail. If Courtney sneezed yesterday, then I want to know why, when, and where. Do not leave out any little detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Sure, I will get right to it, Sarah affirmed through the Hive AI while using her grimoire to make the arrangements as per Wyatt's orders. I want the report ASAP, Wyatt stressed. Yes, Master. And should I cancel the meeting with Fine Gold? Sarah asked. No, postpone it to a later date, Wyatt answered without giving a specific date, but Sarah understood that Wyatt would be seeing the Fine Gold once he had addressed the assassination attempt on him. Sure, Master. I will contact you when the report is ready, Sarah said before Wyatt ended the communication channel. Standing in midair, Wyatt began to contemplate who would attempt to assassinate him through Bloodette. The Circle was the first suspect that came to his mind, considering their grudge against him and their connection with Courtney, who was the only person who had access to Bloodette other than him. If someone wanted to meet Bloodette, they would either have to go through Courtney or Wyatt's Calamity daughter gems that were guarding Bloodette's dungeon seal. Therefore, whoever tried to use Bloodette to assassinate him must have gotten to Bloodette through Courtney, which was why Wyatt had his people investigate everything Courtney had been up to these past few days. Why did Wyatt not suspect Courtney and Bloodette of trying to kill him? Instead, he's so confident that someone was trying to assassinate him through Bloodette. That was because of the minute changes in Bloodette's soul energy signature that he noticed with his soul pupils in the final moments before she used the blood rule explosion to detonate her blood rule body. What were these minute changes in Bloodette's soul energy? If Wyatt were to use an example, he would compare the similarities between the changes in Bloodette with the method Belphegor used to control Agony when she was too emotional to fight after Beam rebelled against her. However, similarities only ended with the victim losing control of their body and mind. In Agony's case, the trigger was Belphegor, but in Bloodette's case, the trigger was seeing Wyatt. That was to say that somebody had planted a hypnotic suggestion deep in Bloodette's consciousness to detonate herself using blood rule explosion when she was in the presence of Wyatt. This hypnotic suggestion was why Bloodette, who had come to the gate of the dungeon to greet Wyatt, suddenly turned silent and her movements became more stiff and mechanical as she dashed toward him. Thinking of this assassination method, Matron's memory manipulation abilities came to Wyatt's mind. But there was a problem. Whoever left a hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette must have left it recently after he went to the southern capital, most probably after he created VR Universe. This also meant they had to have known that Wyatt would come to visit her, or Bloodette would visit him soon. However, Matron, who was aware of the battle of the southern capital, should know that Wyatt had left the card world to die in an unknown realm after being forced by the devil to incubate a plague egg. So she could not have been behind this assassination attempt. This reason also clears the Circle of most suspicion. The same goes for the central government. leaving Wyatt with no suspect, and he was right back to square one. As for Chris Chase, Wyatt did not believe Chris had what it took to pull something like this. Otherwise, he would not be a nobody with his overpowered origin card in the future vision seen by Clown Mask. If it was not somebody whom he pissed off, then who? Who would go to such lengths to assassinate him? Who knew that he was fine and be returning to Sky Blossom City? Wait, was it just Blooded, or did they leave hypnotic suggestions in? Everyone close to him. Thinking of this, Wyatt felt a chill on his back, as this could mean that Susan was in trouble. He then immediately morphed his appearance using Myriad Devil transformation and flew towards the city at the fastest speed he could summon. If Susan was also planted with a hypnotic suggestion, she too, like Blooded, would execute the suggestion implanted in her upon seeing Wyatt. So Wyatt planned to use a disguise to get close to Susan and check her soul energy signature, and if there was a hypnotic suggestion planted in her, then he would have the time to think of something to undo it. While he flew towards the city, Wyatt called Corey to get her location, knowing that she would be next to Susan. Calling Psycho with mommy issues. Psycho with mommy issues has disconnected your call. That bitch, Wyatt cussed out loud, seeing that Corey did not pick up his call. Wyatt could directly call Susan to get her location, but he had no idea what the trigger for the hypnotic suggestion, if any plant in Susan, was, so he did not want to risk it by calling or texting her. Swallowing his pride, Wyatt sent Corey a text: "Susan's life might be in danger, send me her current location." Courtney immediately replied, "Don't worry, with me by her side no one can harm her. Not even you. Fuck." Irritated, Wyatt sent a text to everyone in his contact list that lived in Sky Blossom City and knew Susan well enough to know her location, asking for her location. "Send me Susan's current location. Do not tell her about this text, it's a surprise." Chapter 16-14 Unknown Capable Enemy. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:50. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Outskirts. Wyatt, Susan is with me in the new Fine Gold headquarters. Diana instantly replied after receiving Wyatt's text. Soon others too texted Susan's location to Wyatt. He thanked them all with a text and texted the rest that he had received Susan's location. Then he texted Diana instructions to help check on Susan without raising any misunderstanding or suspicions about his identity, especially with Corey next to her. Apparently, Susan was shadowing Diana and Cindy as an intern to learn different management styles to manage a big company, and Corey was shadowing Susan as her secretary. Wyatt had no idea as to how Corey had managed to convince Susan into such an arrangement. After all, Susan was not vain enough to hire herself a personal secretary. Wyatt had offered Susan a higher position in Fine Gold, but she rejected it and followed Diana around as an intern while holding her title as the manager of Wyatt's card boutique, showcasing her loyalty and professionalism. Shaking his head, Wyatt was about to cross the city array and entered the city area. However, he felt a divine sense sweep past him as he entered the city. It was a demigod blatantly monitoring everyone entering and leaving the city. Wyatt acted normally as if he did not notice the divine sense of the demigod and continued on his course. If it was before, Wyatt would have thought that this demigod belonged to the Southern royal family keeping watch over the city, especially people close to him. However, after the incident with Blooded, he was not sure if the demigod was from the Southern royal family or an enemy. If the demigod was indeed from the Southern royal family, then how did the enemy manage to plant a hypnotic suggestion within Blooded under their watch? With all that was going on, Wyatt had no choice but to call Anne to get a clear answer about this, revealing to the Southern royal family that he had returned to the card world. It was highly likely that the demigod monitoring the city was the enemy who planted the hypnotic suggestion in Blooded. Since he would be aware that Wyatt had returned to the city with Blooded's hypnotic suggestion being triggered, he might be monitoring the city to capture Wyatt if he managed to survive Blooded's blood rule explosion. If that were really the case, then when Wyatt tries to remove the hypnotic suggestion in Susan, the demigod might intervene. Wyatt was not afraid of fighting the demigod, but he wanted to avoid fighting the demigod in the city, having watched even a simple attack from a demigod could wipe a small third-rate city like Sky Blossom City and every low-level being in it from the face of this world. Compared to the southern capital city, Sky Blossom City wasn't even 1/110th of it, both in terms of size and population. How could an unknown third-rate city compare to the capital city of one of the 5 main regions? Calling Anne. "Wyatt, how are you? How are you able to call me? Grandma said you left for another realm with freedom figures." Receiving Wyatt's call, Anne began to barrage him with questions without giving him the opportunity to speak. "Anne, now is not the time. Did your family arrange a demigod to protect Sky Blossom City? Wyatt asked Anne urgently. Sensing the urgency in Wyatt's tone, Anne hurriedly answers, yes, we have arranged 2 demigods to protect your people. One was arranged after you created the VR universe and the other one during your battle with the devils. He followed the sinister snake to the Sky Blossom City. Anne's answer was brief and short, but it explained everything Wyatt looking for. Learning that there were 2 demigods from the southern royal family protecting the city, especially his people, Wyatt was not impressed but rather shocked. Because the enemy managed to plant a hypnotic suggestion in Blooded under the watch of 2 demigods. This only showed how capable the enemy was or how incompetent the southern royal family was. Wyatt, you there? Anne asked, not receiving a reply from Wyatt. Anne, contact your demigods and ask them to give the complete report of everything they monitored since they took post at the Sky Blossom City. When I say everything I mean even the small details, no matter how negligible and ridiculous they may seem, Wyatt requested Anne. He wanted to cross-check the report his people came up with, the report of the demigods, to find the person who stood out the most one by one and trace back to their identities and everything there was to know about them until he found the actual perp. The perp could have only gained access to Blooded through Courtney, mostly when she was playing with orphans of Courtney's orphanage. Regardless of how skilled the enemy was, they must have shown themselves at some point. Wyatt, that information is confidential. As Anne was about to reject his request, Wyatt demanded, my friend was murdered under your watch, either give me the information I ask or I will have to take drastic measures that your family will come to regret. This is no longer within my authority, but I will see what I can do. Anne did not give a definite answer. After learning that Wyatt's friend was murdered, she understood things were no longer what she could handle and she had to involve her mother. Especially considering that her family's demigods did not even know that Wyatt's friend was murdered under their watch. As Wyatt was about to hang up on her, Anne hurriedly said, Wyatt, are you in the Sky Blossom City? Wyatt did not answer her but hung up on her after giving her an ultimatum, make sure I have the information I demanded before I lose my patience. Wyatt was back at the barren lands. He flew to the tower allotted to find gold and landed on its terrace. Finding the stairs, he entered the building and headed straight to Diana's office where Susan, Diana, and Corey were currently present. Chapter 16:15. Susan's biggest fear. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:51. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Find Gold New Tower. Knock knock. Arriving at Diana's office, Wyatt bypassed the distracted receptionist and knocked on Diana's office door dressed like a regular employee. With the speed of Wyatt's stride, even if the receptionist was paying attention, she would not have been able to catch the shadow of Wyatt heading to Diana's office. Yes, come in. Diana looked at the middle-aged employee at the door with a pair of dark shades on and frowned. Wyatt had informed her that he was coming to meet her in disguise, but he did not tell her what he would look like. However, she believed that this middle-aged employee was Wyatt, since no employee of hers would dare wear shades to meet her regardless of their position in the company and relationship with her. Diana found it hard to believe that the person in front of her was Wyatt himself, because she could not believe a disguise card could be so flawless down to the soul energy signature. She was starting to doubt if she had made a mistake. The middle-aged employee might not be Wyatt until she received a text from Wyatt's grimoire asking her to stop staring at him. As for Susan, she seemed to have no clue whatsoever that the middle-aged employee entering the office was Wyatt himself. She frowned seeing that an employee wore cooling glasses when meeting the acting head of their organization. This was not in good taste or professional. However, she felt a sense of familiarity from the middle-aged employee, which was puzzling as she had never met this person. Walking into the office, Wyatt found Susan helping Diana go through the documents stacked high on her table while Corey was sitting across them, looking bored. Wyatt did not understand how Corey's mind worked, especially her obsession with Susan. Why was this girl wasting her precious time following Susan around, being a nuisance instead of trying to improve her card creation skills or rule mastery or even practicing demon martial arts? She better have completed the cards I commissioned her to create, Wyatt thought as he walked to Diana's desk. Please, take a seat, Diana said, pointing at the chair next to Corey, who continued to remain in her world without sparing a glance at Wyatt, who took a seat next to her. Before Wyatt could use his soul pupils on Susan, a white bangle on Corey's wrist caught his attention. It was beam wrapped around her wrist. She appeared to be asleep. Feeling Wyatt's gaze on her, she opened her eyes. Wyatt panicked, fearing she would recognize him. The myriad devil transformation has never failed Wyatt, but Beam was different. she was being classified as a mystery by the librarian. Only she knew what she was capable of. As Beam lifted her head and glanced at Wyatt, Corey affectionately petted her. "Good morning, little sleepy head." Beam enthusiastically rubbed her little head against Corey's finger, forgetting about Wyatt being distracted by Corey. Finding Corey's actions rude and undermining Diana in front of the company employee, Susan reminded her, "Corey, why don't you wait outside the office?" "What did I do?" Corey argued, only to be met by Susan's glare. In response, Corey pleaded, "Big sis, let me stay, I will behave." Ahem, Diana cleared her throat, gaining the attention of everyone in the office. "It's okay, Susan." Diana permitted Corey to stay, then turning to Wyatt she informed, "I get right to you in a minute." Diana then began to go through the papers in her hand, pretending to be busy, allowing Wyatt to do his thing without arousing any suspicion. Seeing Diana stop Susan from throwing the nuisance named Corey out, Wyatt almost slapped his head. Moving on. Under the cover of the dark shades, Wyatt activated his soul pupils to check Susan's soul energy signature in search of minute changes that might suggest that somebody might have left a hypnotic suggestion deep in her consciousness. However, as soon as Wyatt activated his soul pupils, Beam, who was nestling in Corey's embrace, suddenly focused her attention on him. With that, all of Wyatt's being rang in alarm, warning him that if he continued to use his soul pupils, the little sinister snake might attack him. Wyatt immediately stopped using his soul pupils, but it was too late. Corey had noticed the change in Beam's actions and turned to focus on Wyatt. The little snake flew from her embrace and began to circle around Wyatt while stretching out its little forked tongue to smell Wyatt. This action of Beam practically pushed Wyatt's heart to his throat. He was not afraid of the sinister snake but afraid of his identity being exposed by it. "Hey mister, please remove your glasses," Corey demanded of the middle-aged employee as she got up from her chair. "Corey, don't cause trouble," Susan immediately warned Corey, like a mother who knew her child was up to no good. "Big sis, stand back." He activated his soul energy just now. Corey defended herself, revealing what she learned from Beam to Susan. Listening to Corey's words, Susan's clothes morphed into a dark armor covering her from head to toe. Her reaction surprised both Wyatt and Diana. Both Corey and Susan appeared to be spooked. Even Beam appeared to be prepared to strike Wyatt as long he moved a single muscle or soul energy in his body. "Guys, calm down. Corey, tell your pet snake to retreat. This employee is blind and uses a card to aid with his sight," Diana hurriedly explained. However, neither Corey nor Susan seemed to lower their guard. "Diana, if that is the case, then ask your employee to remove his glasses and show his eyes to prove that he is blind," Corey demanded. Her reaction was surprising, but what was more surprising was that Susan too seemed to agree with Corey, and to top it off, she was slowly backing away from Diana's side and retreating to take cover behind Corey. They both looked like two spooked cats. "What's going on, guys? You guys are acting weird." Diana did not immediately agree to Corey's request, as she knew the eyes of the middle-aged employee, Wyatt in disguise, were perfectly fine. "Miss Diana, please forgive our rudeness, but we have reason to believe our lives are in danger. So, at the risk of being rude, I will have to ask the gentleman to show his eyes to prove he is blind," Susan spoke, explaining her and Corey's peculiar actions. "Is this because of the text I sent to Corey?" Wyatt wondered, remembering that he did warn Corey that Susan's life was in danger through a text before arriving here. "Big sis, this was why I asked you to skip work for a few days. I don't know why you go to such lengths for Wyatt when he is in the southern capital having the time of his life with that slut Anna." Corey took this opportunity to badmouth Wyatt to Susan. However, her words implied that she and Susan believed their lives were in danger even before Wyatt sent the text to Corey. That meant something had transpired earlier today which spooked both Corey enough to ask Susan to take a break from work. Even Susan appeared to be spooked to the degree that she was willing to risk embarrassing a blind person. This was puzzling. How could both Susan and Corey be so scared for their life when they had Beam next to them? Even if Susan had no idea of Beam's power, Corey should be clear of her pet snake's power. Yet, she was on guard against a supposed blind middle-aged card master. This could only mean that either she was not aware of Beam's power or the enemy they feared was stronger than Beam. So, Wyatt impatiently asked Susan, "Who is it? Who dared to harm you?" Corey and Susan looked at the middle-aged blind employee in confusion. Fortunately, Diana spoke up, "What he means is, why do you guys feel that your lives are in danger? After all, with Wyatt's reputation, nobody in the city will dare to go against his people. Especially, you, Susan. Feeling the sudden burst of emotion in Wyatt, Beam hissed at him, warning him to behave or else she will not hesitate to bite his head off. She then continued to circle around him in a threatening manner, ready to strike him. It appears she could not see through the myriad devil transformation. Miss Diana, it is not the people of this city we are afraid of but Wyatt's enemies. Since they cannot reach him in the southern capital, they plan to get to him through us, Susan explained, and then turning to the middle-aged employee she sincerely requested, I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please remove your glasses and prove that you are indeed blind? Susan's biggest fear was becoming a burden to Wyatt. This was why she worked so hard to increase her management skills, at least this way she could be by Wyatt's side and not be a total burden. However, now her nightmare was coming true as Wyatt's enemies were trying to get to him through her, pushing her to resolve that she would rather die than become the reason for Wyatt's downfall. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 11:53, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Fine Gold New Tower, prove that you are indeed blind. As Susan said this, Wyatt noticed a resolve hidden behind her fear. It appeared she was prepared to die rather than be captured. Sensing this, Wyatt's heart ached. You heard her, mister. Remove your shades, Corey stressed. The tensions in the office room were already high, and her blatant use of her intimidating aura was just adding to it. Corey, calm down. We can talk this out. Diana began to blame herself for not throwing Corey out of her office when she had the chance. Now the only person who could control her, Susan, was fueling her crazy antics. Looking at Susan, who was taking cover behind Corey, Wyatt promised, I promise you everything is going to be okay, soon. Then his physical body turned into dust even before Beam could react. Under the vigilant gaze of Beam, Wyatt could not use his myriad devil transformation physique to morph his eyes into that of a blind person, nor use soul pupils to complete his real motive for coming here in disguise. He could use force to achieve his goal, but he knew he would have to risk Susan getting in harm's way. He did not want to do that when there were other ways to approach this. So, for now, he decided to back off. This concluded that the plan to check Susan's soul pathway signature for minute signs of hidden hypnotic suggestions was a failure. All thanks to stubborn Corey and ignorant Diana. However, Wyatt did not blame either of them, especially Corey, as he knew if not for her he might have to make funeral arrangements for Susan along with Courtney and Bloodette. Right now, she protected Susan when he was not there. Everything is going to be okay, soon. Hearing these words from the supposedly blind middle-aged employee, Susan, for reasons unknown to her, felt assured, but then seeing him incinerate into a pile of ash, that feeling flitted away and her knees turned weak, thinking of the worst. Especially, if Diana had not stopped her from sending Corey out of the office. Damn it, he committed suicide. One of these days I find out who these bastards are, raid their base, and go on a killing spree, Corey vowed. Soon the depressed little snake caught her eye. She petted Beam and consoled her. It is not your fault, you did great. If you had not spotted him using soul energy, who knows what would have happened. Being praised by Corey, Beam instantly cheered up and nestled in her palm, making herself comfortable. Corey then turned to Diana and said, you need to tighten your security. Don't blame me if I complain about this incident to Wyatt. Corey, you will do no such thing, Susan suddenly snapped at Corey. Corey did not know what she did wrong now, but helplessly said, fine. Wyatt's little company can burn for all I care. Thank you, Susan. Diana thanked Susan for stopping Corey from reporting them to Wyatt, but she was in for another shock as Susan sternly said, Miss Diana, please do not misunderstand my intentions. I don't want to disturb Wyatt with these little things. Wyatt only knows what he is going through to survive in the southern capital all alone, after revealing his revolutionary inventions to the world. I do not want to add to his worries. That doesn't mean you are off the hook for this incident. Please, see to it that this doesn't happen again. Nobody could understand Diana's internal struggle right now. After all, an intern warning the acting CEO did not happen every day. Diana could not fathom how a simple task could go so horribly wrong. She believed with this Wyatt might have lost confidence in her and would never be able to trust her with any task. Why did Diana care so much about Wyatt's opinion of her? Regardless of his age and background, Wyatt was someone who had shaken the world on 3 different occasions: silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universes. She had bet her entire life on him, and now when finally all of it was coming to fruition, this happened. She blamed Corey for all her misfortune. Yet swallowing her anger and grievances, Diana looked Corey in her eyes and sincerely apologized. Please forgive me, I will take full responsibility for this incident and I promise you both this will not happen again. Though Diana had chosen to bow to Wyatt, she was still the same old Diana. The competitors of fine gold who dared to underestimate her had paid a heavy price to comprehend this little thing. Yet, someone of that level of arrogance and pride chose to take a step back and apologize to Corey even though she was not at fault, because after leaving Wyatt sent her a text giving her one final task, which was to learn what had transpired for Susan and Corey to be on edge around strangers while he was on Grimoire call with her, listening in on their conversation, helping her ask the right questions. So, Diana's role in all this was basically to act as Wyatt's intelligent mouthpiece. Diana saw this task as an opportunity to redeem herself in Wyatt's eyes. Therefore she did not hesitate to take a step back and fed Corey's bloated ego by apologizing to her, knowing Susan was tight-lipped and would not reveal anything to her, fearing that she would report it to Wyatt depending upon the gravity of the incident. If you don't mind me asking, you said Wyatt's enemies are targeting you guys to get him. Since when did this all start? How many times have they tried this? Diana, as Wyatt instructed her to. It all started this morning when we were in a D rank field dungeon, testing the new armor cards I made for Big Sis, Corey revealed. Susan had no notion of stopping her. It seems she did not plan on hiding it. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 11:55, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Fine Gold New Tower. Susan never intended to hide the attack on her from anyone, but with Corey's demigod realm pet snake protecting her 24/7, she did not think there was anyone else who could do a better job as her bodyguard. So, instead of causing needless panic, she chose to stay quiet. But now that cat was out of the bag, she had no intention of hiding the truth because she knew this was bigger than her and could potentially have grave consequences. Just like today, if not for Beam's timely warning, not only was her life in danger but Diana almost became collateral damage. Susan was not somebody who would let someone else pay for her ignorance. Wait, is that why you were late to work today? Susan, it is not like you to enter a field dungeon on a workday, Diana asked Susan in surprise, because even though she would ask her to come to the office at 9 a.m. along with other management staff, she would be here at 8 a.m. or even earlier along with other staff, preparing for the day ahead. This was not like Susan. She knew this had Corey written all over it. Don't blame Big Sis, it was me. I could not wait to see the armor card I created for her in action. Besides, we thought we would be back before 8 a.m. but things took a turn for the worse when the D-rank dungeon suddenly mutated into an S-rank dungeon. I could have handled it alone, but Courtney was there to help, so we were able to clear the dungeon by 9:40 without any injuries. Corey paused to let the fact that she cleared a mutated S-rank field dungeon sink into Diana's mind. However, to her surprise, Diana focused on a completely different matter. Courtney was there with you guys. Yes, why does that surprise you? Corey asked, raising her brows. A little annoyed that Diana said not a single word of praise about her clearing an S-rank dungeon. When I tried calling Courtney this morning to talk to her about the orphanage, her grimoire was not reachable. When I asked around, Sarah said that Courtney was not reachable because she was in the basement of the central tower. Diana made up the story on the spot, perfectly playing her role as a smart mouthpiece for Wyatt. Oh, that. Courtney can use Bloodette's blood flash rune to teleport in and out of the central tower's basement. She usually uses it to prank the TSR guild members, Corey said, finding it hilarious that TSR Adventure Guild members still had no idea that Bloodette had a blood rule rune that allowed her to teleport to blood marks she previously placed all over the city. Thanks to her symbiotic connection with Courtney, when together with Courtney she could use the blood flash rune to teleport out of her dungeon seal to anywhere in the Sky Blossom City that she had tagged with her blood mark. So, I take it Bloodette helped you guys clear the mutated S-rank dungeon, Diana deduced. However, listening to those words, Corey instantly lost it and yelled, I could have cleared the S-rank dungeon all by myself. You don't believe me? Reserve an S-rank dungeon, I will solo it. I am sorry Miss Bright, an adventure guild needs to have a minimum of 5 card kings, that is an S-rank party to reserve an S-rank dungeon. I am sure you could have soloed an S-rank field dungeon, Diana said with a hint of sarcasm. However, it was not subtle enough. The sarcasm in her tone was apparent even for an idiot like Corey to hear it. Diana was doing this on purpose. Now that she knew Susan did not plan to hide anything about the incident, she decided to claim some interest for all the shit she had to go through because of Corey. Damn it, Corey was about to flip the table in anger, but one glare from Susan calmed her down, mumbling, I can solo an S-rank dungeon. Miss Diana, Please don't tease her, Susan spoke up for Corey and then began where Corey had left off. The dungeon mutation was not natural, it was artificially induced by 5 demigods. Demigods? Diana exclaimed, unable to stay calm. Even Wyatt, who was listening in on the conversation from through the grimoire call, was shocked. He wondered who would be resourceful enough to send a demigod-level party to deal with a few low-level card apprentices. Besides, how did Susan, Corey, Bloodette, and Courtney survive the ambush of a demigod-level party? Though Bloodette was a supreme being, she had not fully recovered her strength because of the dungeon seal. Forget a card demigod, she could not defeat a card emperor. That is not that surprising thing of all. What was peculiar was these demigods ambushed us at 9:45. Not 9:40 when we cleared the mutated dungeon, or not when we were about to leave the dungeon, but correctly at 9:45 when we were out of the dungeon and headed to the city. Begging the question, what was the point of them mutating the dungeon, and why did they not ambush us inside the dungeon, which was the perfect place for them to make our deaths look like an accident? Susan pointed out that the demigod ambush was orchestrated in a peculiar fashion, as if they were waiting for some kind of auspicious time to attack a bunch of low-level card apprentices. The demigods' actions did not make any sense. Why mutate the dungeon and why ambush them when they left the dungeon, when it would have been more reasonable to ambush them inside the dungeon, where it would be easier for them to orchestrate their death as an accident in a dungeon mutation? Susan had no idea why, but Wyatt knew exactly why the demigods ambushed them right at 9:45. The 10th of January 23 AN. 10 free pass for first 10 readers to redeem this code less than ABDHYMQ3QVT3NAV3A greater than Chapter 1618 Corey and Courtney BFF. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:54. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City. Outskirts. In a swamp on the outskirts of the city, a boulder morphed into an orb, which then morphed into a teenage human male who hovered about the swamp in deep contemplation. It was Wyatt. The sight of seeing his beloved resolve to give her life then be captured had gotten to him. He was losing his patience with the Southern royal family, wondering what were their demigods doing when Corey and Susan were confronting a suspicious middle-aged employee. Summoning his grimoire, Wyatt texted Diana her task and waited for her call. He needs to know how and when Susan was attacked. Even without the demigods, his Calamity Daughter gems were always keeping an eye on her. He needed to know how the assailant attacked Susan without his Calamity Daughter gems knowing. Call from Diana Keiths. Anne's reject. Ignore. Wyatt picked up Diana's call on the first ring and listened in on her conversation with Susan and Corey as she inquired them about the incident where they were attacked by people who wanted to use them against Wyatt. Learning that the attack happened in a D rank field dungeon, Wyatt's anger towards Corey increased for taking Susan to a dungeon when they could have tested her armor card in the VR universe. After all, it allows the card apprentices to use the cards equipped in their grimoires within it. What bothered Wyatt most about this was how Corey managed to take Susan to the D-rank field dungeon, escaping the watchful eyes of Nick, his Calamity Daughter gem, who was keeping watch on Susan's house this morning from afar. According to Nick, he never saw Susan or Corey leave their shared apartment until 10:30 this morning. He did get suspicious when Susan had not left for work at 8 as usual, but thinking that she had turned in very late last night, he thought Susan was taking a day off from work. Wyatt's rage towards Corey reached a new height unheard of when he heard her casually recount to Diana that the D-rank field dungeon mutated into an S-rank field dungeon. However, hearing her continue to say that Courtney and Bloodette helped her clear the S-rank field dungeon, Wyatt was dumbfounded. As Sarah had told him, earlier she had seen Courtney in Bloodette's dungeon seal practicing her blood rule mastery, and she never left the central tower's basement. What the fuck was going on? Wyatt thought, and then began to think Corey was lying about the whole incident. But when Corey explained that Bloodette had the blood flash rune, he finally understood what was going on. Wyatt bet that Courtney, who was a rebel from the start, getting to know a psycho like Corey, must have immediately hit it off now that her relationship with the circle was cleared. Courtney made use of Bloodette's blood flash rune to teleport out of the dungeon seal, bypassing the TSR Adventure Guild security to the apartment shared by Susan and Corey. Next, Courtney made use of Bloodette's blood flash rune to teleport Susan and Corey to the D-rank field dungeon, escaping Nick's surveillance. Knowing Corey, she would not share her time with Susan with anyone, yet she called Courtney with her to the D-rank field dungeon. This could only mean that she was aware of the surveillance of Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gems. So she made use of Bloodette's ability through Courtney to escape the surveillance of Nick, knowing he would not allow her to take Susan out of the city. The more Wyatt understood what Corey did, the more enraged he got at her, so much so that he wanted to rush to Diana's office and beat the shit out of Corey, not kill her but beat the shit out of her to unload the rage accumulated in his heart. As he felt death was too light of a punishment for Corey. However, when he heard Susan say that the dungeon mutation was not natural but an artificial one designed by 5 demigods, the rage he felt toward Corey vanished. What remained was indifference. Only he knew what he would do if he ever saw Corey again. With Wyatt's rage toward Corey reaching the state of indifference, his mind cleared and he was able to focus more on Susan's narration of the incident, especially the peculiarity she had pointed out about the demigod-level party ambushing them. Particularly the time 9:45 a.m. when the 5 demigods chose to attack them. Yes, Wyatt wondered what the demigod from the southern royal family was doing when 5 demigods showed themselves in the vicinity of the subject of his protection. However, he had given up on the southern royal family as he had given up on the government of his country back on Earth. Be it royalty or government, citizens should never expect anything from them except for stealing a cut of their hard-earned money and credits for their achievements. Susan had no idea why the demigods attacked them outside of the dungeon at 9:45 a.m. sharp except for finding it out, but Wyatt knew exactly why. The demigods chose to attack Susan at that time because they were trying to match their ambush with the central government's simultaneous attack on Dual Gate Dungeon in the southern capital city, disregarding the agreed-upon time with Sansa Orion from Morningstar University. It was at this point that the southern royal family's available forces were split and busy countering the attack of the devils summoned by the central government. This means it would be the perfect time for the 5 demigods to ambush and kidnap Susan and the rest and easily cross the borders of the southern region without having to worry about any intrusion from the southern royal family. Their plan was perfect, but how did Susan and the 2 dunderheads escape their clutches? Recalling the gruesome ending of Blooded and possibly Courtney, Wyatt felt that the plan of the demigod-level party was more dubious than simple kidnap and ransom. Chapter 16:19 Susan's Pride and Guilt. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:57. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Fine Gold New Tower. How did you guys manage to escape from an SSS rank party? Diana asked, believing that Susan and Corey sitting in front of her after having a run-in with a demigod-level party was nothing short of a miracle. That's the weirder part, Susan said, recalling what had transpired, and then continued to say, blocking all our escape routes, they began to praise one of their party members. They called him by some kind of codename, Handsome Fox. They said that they would have waited for another century to become devil merchants if not for him coming up with such an ingenious idea. They even praised him for taking care of the demigod from the southern royal family that was secretly protecting Wyatt's friends and family. They were chatty as they did not seem to consider us as any kind of threat to them. They treated us as commodities to threaten an exchange with Wyatt. Just when I was thinking this was it, the most surprising thing happened. I still can't believe you tried to commit suicide, big sis. Have you ever wondered what would happen to me if something were to happen to you? How could you make such a rash decision? You only care about that bastard Wyatt. Why don't you care about me? Corey interrupted Susan and began to cry. Distressed Beam tried to console her by growing 2 meters long with half a meter width and wrapping Corey in her embrace while patting her head with her flat chin. As if saying, there, everything is going to be alright, I am here for you. Diana was surprised by the intelligence displayed by the snake monster, turning itself into a comfort pillow for its inconsolable master. Then, ignoring Corey, she urged Susan to continue her narration of the events. What happened next? Listening to her, Corey began to cry louder and even more inconsolably, which Diana did not believe was possible until now. But just as she was about to urge Susan again, she felt an ominous pressure cover her from every direction, sealing her mouth shut. Diana moved her eyeballs with a lot of effort to find that Corey's snake monster was glaring at her with its cold slit eyes. Glancing into those eyes, Diana's body began to lose temperature, similar to a corpse losing its body temperature with time. Susan, who witnessed all this from the side, hurriedly came to Diana's rescue. Beam, stop it. She did not mean any harm to Corey, she was just teasing her. Listening to Susan's distressed voice, Beam immediately stopped her actions and then laid her head on weeping Corey's shoulder while gently caressing Corey's cheek with her head. Looking at the weeping master and depressed snake duo, Susan let out a sigh. Then she walked up to them and, kissing Corey's forehead, she hugged the duo while slowly swaying sideways repeatedly. Susan also felt a little guilty about trying to commit suicide, she was being selfish back then by only caring about her, not wanting to be a burden for Wyatt but not caring for what her death would mean to people who cared and loved her, her parents, her friends, Wyatt and of course Corey. If the demigod had not stopped her back then she might have committed the greatest sin ever, but she would not regret it as she chose death over being a burden for her loved ones 99 times of 100. This was her pride. It was what prompted her to become a sales representative after completing high school, when all her unawakened high school friends joined mortal universities using their parents' money. This was what kept her sane when Deborah Kahn, who joined as a sales representative with her, became a card apprentice while she remained just a sales representative. She was grateful for that. If not for that she would never have met the star of her life, Wyatt. Rocking the monster and master duo in her warm hug, Susan suddenly had a sense of raising 2 children when she had not even given birth to one. As for Diana, she was sweating through her clothes as her body began to regain its temperature. She finally had a new understanding and appreciation for life and death. Then she looked at Susan with gratitude and at the snake monster with reverence. She could not understand how Corey managed to subdue such a powerful monster as a pet. Maybe she could indeed solo an S-rank dungeon with was meant for an S-rank party containing a minimum of 5 card kings. Diana no longer dared to urge Susan to continue with the narration of the incident, knowing that if she were to distract Susan now, Corey and her monster snake beam would never forgive her and she would permanently make it to the top of Corey's enemy list. Considering Corey's pettiness, Diana believed Corey definitely had an enemy list and she did not want to be on it now that she knew that Beam was capable of killing her just with its stare. This was only logical. Corey finally started to stop weeping and hug Susan back as Beam unwound from her and warped around both of them, while Corey comfortably nestled in Susan's embrace. Since Corey cared about Susan, Beam cared about Susan. She even revered Susan, considering how high Corey held Susan in her heart. Therefore Beam was very obedient towards Susan, and just like Corey, she too sought Susan's affection but not enough to fight for it with Corey. This was surprising because her master did not like to share Susan, but Beam was willing to share Corey with Susan. Susan lifted Corey's head gently and making eye contact with her she apologized. "I am sorry I put through that. And don't you ever think that I do not care about you, do you hear me?" Corey looked away but nodded her head. However, Susan moved her head to stare into Corey's eyes again and said, "I did not hear you." "Yes," Corey said aloud. Beam then slowly unwounded and reduced to its chibi size and sat on Corey's head. Susan patted her head and then turned to Diana to finish her narration of the incident. The 10th of January 23 AN, 10 free pass for first 10 readers to redeem this code. Less than ABDHYMQ3QVT3NAV3A greater than Chapter 1620. The incident date the 13th of April 2321. Time 11:59. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Fine Gold New Tower. Please, take your time. It seems you guys have been through a lot. I am not going anywhere, Diana said as Susan turned to her. Though her boss was listening in on the conversation, he was not in front of her. The monster snake was, and all it needed was a glare to kill her. Even though Susan did not show it, Diana was clear that they had really been through a lot for Susan to consider committing suicide. It was really surprised her that Susan and Corey would come to work as if nothing had happened. Any other regular person would be so shaken up by this incident that they reconsider their life choices, and this would be a turning point in their life. Forget coming to work on the same day a few minutes later as if nothing happened. Diana was the type to survive regardless of what it took and patiently take her revenge regardless of how long it took. So she did not support Susan's approach to commit suicide to avoid being captured, but she respected it as no average person could do that. Susan did not try to commit suicide because something was wrong with her life. What Susan did was not easy. Susan took a seat next to Corey and began to narrate where she left off. Surrounded by 5 demigods, Bloodette instantly tried to use her blood flash rune to teleport us to safety, but demigods had erected an SSS-ranked space isolation and expansion array separating the surrounding space from the world, making it impossible for Bloodette to teleport us to safety. With that, all our hopes of escaping the crisis had been snubbed. Just when we thought this was the end of the road for us, the demigod Handsome Fox and another demigod suddenly attacked one of their party members and killed him before the other 2 demigods could react. Seeing this unfold, the other 2 demigods were just as shocked as we were. It was clear that demigod Handsome Fox and his ally had betrayed their other 3 party members. However, before the other 2 demigods could comprehend what just happened, Handsome Fox stored the broken divinity and diamond grimoire of the fallen demigod, and along with his ally he proceeded to kill the other 2 demigods. Soon a decisive battle broke out between the remaining demigods within the SSS ranked space isolation and expansion array formation. If not for demigods trying to avoid the area around us and Bloodette shielding us, we would have become collateral damage in their battle. Susan paused her narration, recalling the battle between the demigods. She did not see their figure fight, all she saw was the aftermath, but still, that was enough to make her understand that with her current strength, she was nothing but a livestock being grown by the royal families and central government to keep themselves relevant. Susan's pause made the atmosphere in the room heavy, expressing the gravity of the incident. The fear she was feeling had swept into the room with her narration of the incident. It was really a miracle that they made it out alive from out there. Diana did not urge Susan to continue. She could feel the turmoil in Susan's voice. She remembered the first time she saw a couple of card emperors fight from afar, and it was so nerve-wracking that she could not calm herself for weeks, so she could not imagine what Susan was going through, having seen a couple of card demigods fight by staying right at the heart of the battle. After calming her nerves, Susan continued, "It took a while, but the victor of the battle was decided. Handsome Fox and his ally had managed to win using the element of surprise. With that, you would think the battle was over, but it wasn't." Handsome Fox slowly pierced his ally's heart. What was even weirder was that the other demigod did not even resist as Handsome Fox killed him. Collecting the broken divinity and diamond grimoires of the fallen demigods, Handsome Fox turned his attention toward us. Seeing that 4 demigods had fallen, we did not have any delusion that we would be escaping out of that space isolation and expansion array formation alive. We no longer had the will to resist. Just when we had given up all hope, a huge snake broke through the SSS ranked space isolation and expansion array formation and began to attack Handsome Fox, who was exhausted from killing his party members. So instead of fighting back, he chose to escape, invoking some sort of weird escape card, leaving the monster snake with no target. Leaving me, Bloodette, and Courtney scared and dumbfounded, seeing the turn of events. As for Corey, she fearlessly charged at the huge snake that slowly grew small in size until it shrunk to a few inches and dove into Corey's embrace. Adding to our surprise, as I said earlier, the whole situation was one big roller coaster ride with twists and turns one cannot imagine when they have lost all hope. That was how we were able to escape the 5 demigods and make it to work even though late. All that happened, and you still prioritized coming to work. I don't know whether to praise you or..." Diana chose not to finish her sentence, knowing criticizing Susan too harshly for her behavior would only garner hate from Corey, Beam, and her young boss. "No, I could not stay at home and be alone with my thoughts after what happened. I had to keep it occupied. Work seemed to be the better place to keep my mind busy and stop it from thinking and seeing the worst in everything. The whole incident was traumatizing and work for me was therapeutic, so I chose to come to work. But who would have known that Handsome Fox would come after me so fast? Fortunately, I have the best bodyguards in the world," Susan said, looking at Corey and Beam. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 11:59, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, outskirts. While Susan was consoling Corey, Wyatt was using his information network to search for any information related to Handsome Fox and Devil Demon Merchant. However, all his searches ended up with no results. It was as if the code name Handsome Fox was a ghost. There were no traces of him in the Grimoire network his Hive AI could access using the Superbrain card and VR universe. The search results of Devil Demon Merchants yielded many results, however most of them were just spam. After sorting through them, what remained was a legend about a group among the demons and devils that call and identify themselves as Demon Devil Merchants. The information regarding this group of demons and devils was surprisingly positive, as they were considered to be easier to trade with compared to other groups of demons and devils. Wyatt combed through everything there was on the Grimoire network that he could access and did not find any mention of the Devil Merchant code or how a card apprentice could become a Demon Devil Merchant. It was not surprising, considering that the dark races were very secretive about the Devil Merchant code and hated the fact that the Devil Merchant code extended its invitations to any race in the myriad realms. This was apparent why Belphegor believed Wyatt used the Devil Merchant code to seal the Plague Egg but did not dare to mention it in front of Henrix, Joy, and Colleen. When the dark races kept this matter a top secret, how did the demigod that ambushed Susan know that the card apprentice could be a Demon Devil Merchant? And why did they claim that if not for the demigod Handsome Fox's plot they could have become devil merchants in another century? Many questions plagued Wyatt's mind, but he did not have answers for them, except for the information he gained for Zalton Librarian Jr. that the card world had gained a new Demon Merchant and a Devil Merchant. Wyatt felt that these two incidents had a connection with each other. But he was lacking information to piece it all together. However, one thing was clear from all this: whoever ambushed Susan knew Wyatt was a demon merchant. They wanted to kidnap Susan and exchange her not for his VR universe or other inventions but for the demon merchant recommendation quota that every demon merchant receives every decade. Wyatt wondered who were these 5 demigods who knew the information about how a card apprentice could become a demon, devil merchant, when the royal families and central government had no idea that a card apprentice could become a demon, devil merchant. Soon Susan resumed her story, narrating the incident. Wyatt paused his contemplation and heard words carefully, not daring to miss a single word, as he realized that he was not facing an old enemy or the villains from Clown Mosque's future vision but new and unknown enemies. These enemies were calculative and had a long reach. They knew exactly when the central government would attack the southern royal family, when even the Morningstar University and Sansa were not aware of it. Wyatt believed of the 5 demigods, one or all of them must be hiding deep within the central government. This would explain how they knew the exact time the central government force would launch their attack on the southern royal family. However, Wyatt's speculation changed when he heard that Handsome Fox used one of his party members to kill the other 3 party members and disposed of the last party member too without much struggle. After listening to the whole incident, it was clear that it was Handsome Fox who had implanted the hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette after he had disposed of all his party members and collected their broken divinity and diamond grimoire. Wyatt felt that Beam's arrival at Susan and the rest's rescue might have been too perfect. Beam did not make it in time to save them. She only came when Handsome Fox left hypnotic suggestions deep in Courtney, Bloodette, Susan, and Corey's consciousness. With his work done, Handsome Fox decided to escape instead of facing the monster snake. Handsome Fox had a good head on his shoulder. He understood the presence of the demigod realm monster snake deep inside the southern region could only mean one thing: that it belonged to the southern royal family, as a demigod realm monster would never make it past or go unnoticed under the array formation covering the southern region. This was why Handsome Fox chose to escape without caring for the survival of Susan and the rest. Though Handsome Fox was wrong about the monster snake's origin, he was right about one thing: Beam was able to make it to the Sky Blossom City without obstruction under the array formation covering the southern region because Colleen allowed her to. With this, Wyatt was 100% certain that Handsome Fox had tempered with Susan and Corey's consciousness, but what bothered Wyatt the most was that Susan and Corey had no idea that the Handsome Fox had left behind a hypnotic suggestion deep within their consciousness, just like he did in Bloodette's consciousness. Wyatt held a shiver of hope that Beam had seen through the hypnotic suggestion planted in Susan and Corey's consciousness and removed it, but he knew that was not the case, because if Beam had done that for Susan and Corey, she would have done the same for Courtney and Bloodette. But seeing how Bloodette detonated her blood rule body, it was clear Beam too was unaware of what Handsome Fox had done to them. For now, Wyatt prioritized figuring out how to get close to Susan and Corey without revealing his identity, so he could get a good look at what the Handsome Fox had done to their consciousness, which would allow him to find the solution for it in the Infinity Library. Once Susan was safe, he would be free to deal with the unknown enemy, Handsome Fox. Chapter 1622. Motive date: the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:02. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City. Outskirts: Bloodette, Courtney, Susan, and Corey were alive when Beam arrived because the Handsome Fox wanted them alive to help with his agenda. Understanding this, Wyatt felt he had been neglectful of his people's safety, trusting that Southern Royal to protect them for him. From what Susan said to Diana, it was clear that the Handsome Fox had dealt with the Southern Royal family's demigod guarding them before ambushing them. Clearly, he did not kill the demigod, because if a demigod of the Southern Royal family was dead, their forces would be crawling all over the place. When the second demigod from the Southern Royal family followed Beam to Sky Blossom City, the first thing he must have done was contact the demigod posted here to protect Susan and the rest. Since there was no reaction from the Southern Royal family, then it would be safe to assume that the demigod guarding the city was not killed. Considering how calculative the Handsome Fox was in his ways, Wyatt deduced that he had used his hypnotic suggestion ability on the demigod guarding the city to ignore his party's ambush on Susan and the rest. This explains why he did not report the attack to the Southern Royal family. But what about the demigod that followed Beam to the city? They should have reported it, as nothing was stopping them from doing so. Unless the demigod following Beam could not keep up with her speed and only traced her to the Sky Blossom City, as such their arrival at the city was delayed and they missed Beam destroying the SSS-ranked space isolation and expansion array and chasing away Handsome Fox. This could explain why they did not report the ambush to the Southern Royal family. Both the demigods from the southern royal family posted at the Sky Blossom City had no idea of the ambush, much less Bloodette's death, which transpired in her dungeon seal. Had Wyatt not survived the Bloodette's blood rule explosion in the dungeon seal, nobody would know what happened to Wyatt and what Handsome Fox had done. The plan was near perfect except for one mistake. Handsome Fox, like all that had tried to kill Wyatt so far, had underestimated him and his capabilities. Though Handsome Fox had tried to kill him using the people close to him, Wyatt could not help but feel awe toward Handsome Fox, imagining how much calculation it might have taken on his part to make all this happen. Pity it all amounted to nothing in the end as he failed. Despite almost deducing what Handsome Fox had done in Sky Blossom City, Wyatt could not figure out why Handsome Fox did this. With the information at hand, Wyatt had so far deduced that Handsome Fox and his party members were after the demon merchant recommendation quotas that Wyatt would gain every decade as a demon merchant. But Handsome Fox using Bloodette, Courtney, Susan, and Corey to kill him told an entirely different story. This was where Wyatt was stuck in his deduction. He did not understand why Handsome Fox would concoct a brilliant plan to get the demon merchant recommendation quotas for himself and his party members from Wyatt, only to scrap all of it by killing his party members and Wyatt. Why did this? Wyatt replayed everything Susan said in his head repeatedly to see if he was missing something. Though Wyatt did not have a lot of information to go on with, still he persisted and continued to try and deduce Handsome Fox's motives. As he went through what Susan said, one thing Wyatt did not understand was, what did the demigods mean by they all could become devil merchants in a century, but thanks to Handsome Fox's plan they can become demon merchants faster? The only way to answer this would be by figuring out how the demigods knew how to become devil merchants and how they planned to become devil merchants previously. There were only two ways to become a demon devil merchant: get one recommendation from a devil merchant or get 3 recommendations from a demon merchant. There was no way around this unless the devil merchant code personally selected the demon devil merchant, which was a very rare case in the dark races, let alone races outside of the dark realm. If Handsome Fox's party members had the fortune to be directly recruited by the devil merchant code, then they would not have targeted Wyatt, so that can be ruled out. If they could get a devil merchant to provide each of them with a recommendation, they would not have to wait a century or target Wyatt to become devil merchants, so this can also be ruled out as a possibility. Leaving the Handsome Fox's party members with one option, each of them getting 3 recommendations from a demon merchant. This seemed more logical and had a high chance of possibility. Including Handsome Fox, there were a total of 5 demigods who wanted to become devil merchants, so if they had a demon merchant giving or selling them the recommendations they needed to become a demon merchant, that meant that the demon merchant needed 15 recommendation quotas to help the 5 demigods become devil merchants. However, the demon merchants receive 1 recommendation quota every decade, and the quota gets refreshed every decade regardless of whether the demon merchant uses it or not. Which means the demon merchant cannot accumulate recommendation quotas. So it would take a demon merchant 15 decades to give all 5 demigods 3 recommendations each. Unless the demon merchant buys the recommendation quota from another demon merchant and sells it to the demigods at a higher price. However, considering that the demon merchant stood to make a lot by selling their own recommendations to the demigods over 15 decades, the choice made by the demon merchant was evident. This could explain why the demigods said it would take them a century to become devil merchants. If one were to take their words literally, then it meant that each of the demigods had already acquired a recommendation quota from the demon merchant. Chapter 1623 Worst Possible Situation. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:04. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Outskirts. Since the Handsome Fox and his party members each had a recommendation quota, they needed 2 more recommendation quotas each to become devil merchant. Considering that their source of recommendation was 1 demon merchant, it would take a century for all of them to become devil merchants as they claimed. However, if they could get Wyatt to give his recommendation quota to them, that time would reduced by half. This explains why they all praised Handsome Fox for coming up with such a plan, but little did they know that Handsome Fox had plans of his own. Seeing how the Handsome Fox and his party members did not pool the recommendation quota they had on them to turn one of them into a devil merchant first, it was clear that they did not trust each other. If they had pooled their recommendation quota to turn one of them into a devil merchant, it would have only taken them a lot less time for all of them to become devil merchants and would have cost them a lot less. I.e., they all would have become devil merchants in a few decades by giving themselves a recommendation quota. Once one of them becomes a devil merchant, he would get a merchant recommendation quota after the first decade, and using it he could turn his friend into a devil merchant who would repeat the same until all of them were a devil merchant, while saving a lot of money and trouble in the process. But if they did not mind spending money, then they could skip all the wait by having the first one among them to become a devil merchant help them with recommendations from other demon merchants. This way they all would have become devil merchants decades ago. Regardless of the cost-saving or pricey method, as long they had chosen to trust each other and pool the first 3 demon merchant recommendation quotas to turn one of them into a devil merchant, then they would not have needed to target Wyatt in the first place. No, they would have been able to use their identities as devil merchants to conquer the market of the card world and rule it alongside royal families and central government instead of hiding deep in central government or other forces. From the looks of how things had ended, it was clear that until the very end the demigod party who had the fortune to somehow discover the secret to becoming a devil merchant chose not to trust each other, and Handsome Fox's action proved their choice right. Having deduced this, Wyatt was now clear about Handsome Fox's motive. He was not after the merchant recommendation quota from Wyatt but the merchant recommendation quota that his party members held. From all this, it can be seen that Handsome Fox never planned to use Susan and the rest as hostages to demand merchant recommendation quotas as ransom from Wyatt, but he planned to use this as a reason to gather all his party members in one place, which would allow him to kill them all and take their merchant recommendation quota from their diamond grimoire. Seeing how Zoltan Librarian Jr. said that the card world had recently gained a devil merchant and a demon merchant, it appears Handsome Fox was successful in opening his party members' diamond grimoires and collecting the merchant recommendation quota in them to become a devil merchant. Of the 5 merchant quotas Handsome Fox had gained, he used 3 for himself, and what he did with the remaining 2 in his hands was a mystery, and so was the identity of the second demon merchant. Or was Handsome Fox the person holding 2 merchant recommendation quotas that Zoltan informed him about? Wyatt's brain ran wild, having found the link between the information he got from Zoltan and the actions of Handsome Fox. But one last question remained unanswered. Since he got what he wanted, why does Handsome Fox want to kill Wyatt? Was he trying to reduce the competition, or was it because someone else instructed him to do so? Considering that Handsome Fox implanted the hypnotic suggestions in Wyatt's friends before he actually became a devil merchant, it was highly unlikely that Handsome Fox did so on the instructions of Belphegor, whose demon merchants were now occupying the sector related to the card world in the Inter-Realm City. So, that would leave the possibility that the Handsome Fox was trying to kill Wyatt to erase his only competition in the card world. This was considering that he had no idea that there was another demon merchant from card world. Considering that Wyatt himself would not be aware of this information if not for Zoltan telling him, it was highly likely that Handsome Fox believed with his party members dead there were only 2 people in the card world aware of the devil merchant code, himself and Wyatt. This could prompt him to kill Wyatt and have a total monopoly over the card world's market in devil merchant code. Having deduced Handsome Fox's complete motive, Wyatt felt that if he had died in Bloodette's dungeon seal, then Handsome Fox would have been the biggest winner of the central government and Morningstar University's attack on Southern Capital. What was the shocking part was nobody would ever know what Handsome Fox had done and gained. Handsome Fox would have walked away with no consequence whatsoever. However, unfortunately for Handsome Fox, Wyatt had not died, and the consequences for his actions would catch up to him soon. Apart from figuring out a way to undo Handsome Fox's hypnotic suggestions implanted in Susan and Corey, Wyatt had one other thing that he needed to know. That was, if Handsome Fox knew of Bloodette's death and if he thought that Wyatt died along with Bloodette. Wyatt thought it was highly unlikely that Handsome Fox thought he was dead, mostly because after Bloodette's death he had called and texted Corey and everyone he knew in Sky Blossom City to learn Susan's location. He even called the Southern royal family to give them an ultimatum. He basically screamed that he was alive to the Handsome Fox. So it would be a surprise if a calculative guy like Handsome Fox would not have learned that Wyatt had not died along with Bloodette. Darn it, Wyatt cussed, understanding that his worry for Susan's well-being had ultimately gotten the best of him. If only he had controlled his emotions, then things would not have been as bad as they were right now. Handsome Fox knew everything about Wyatt, but Wyatt knew little to nothing about him. Chapter 1624 Verification. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:06. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Outskirts. There is no time, Wyatt muttered as he dashed away from the swamp and contacted Nick with his Hive AI asking him to meet by the barren lands where the new headquarters was built. Wyatt believed the reason his last attempt to get close to Susan and inspect her failed was because he approached them as a suspicious stranger and secretly used soul energy next to them when they were on edge, having almost been kidnapped a few hours ago. So this time Wyatt chose to morph into someone the girls would trust, someone like Nick, making it easier for him to mobilize his soul energy to use his soul pupils on Susan and Corey. However, as he talked to Nick about his plan, he learned that Corey does not respect the famous Bright trio who together led the strongest high school gang in the entire Blossom district under the leadership of Wyatt. Corey did not seem to like the fact that her cousins had submitted themselves to Wyatt. She saw them as Wyatt's slaves, so treated them as one. Then Wyatt contacted Van, learning that he was in the penthouse office of the Central Tower. Wyatt immediately headed there to temporarily morph into Van and figure out what Handsome Fox had done to Susan and Corey. Morphing into Van, Wyatt had the secretary, Sarah, arrange a meeting between Fine Gold and the TSR Adventure Guild. It was not suspicious, as since the merger both the groups have been collaborating on many jobs to expand both their influence across the Blossom district as fast as possible. Wyatt had informed Sarah and Diana about what he was up to so that they could make sure that Susan and Corey attended the meeting. Without their presence, all of this would be pointless. Inside the conference of the Central Tower, Wyatt morphed Van and Sarah waited for Diana, Susan, and Corey's arrival. They did not have to wait long as Diana strong-armed Corey and Susan to attend the meeting. Since, after what happened earlier, Susan wanted to head home as she no longer wanted to endanger the innocent people around her. Arriving at the conference room, Diana took a seat across from Van, who was blatantly using his soul energy as he glanced over Susan, Corey, and just to be safe, Beam too. Unaware of what Handsome Fox was capable of, Wyatt felt it would be stupid of him to truly believe what Susan thought happened. "Hey, old man, fix your eyes or I will fix them for you," Corey snapped at Van, whose actions were so blatant that Susan could feel his gaze sticking to her skin. Susan felt Van's actions were odd, as she had worked with Van on numerous occasions and he had been nothing short of gentleman to her. He never acted high and mighty toward her despite their realm and status difference. She had no idea why Van was acting like this today, but she chose to be patient and even signaled Corey to do the same. "Who let this rude little kid in when adults are talking?" "Sarah, throw her out," Wyatt morphed. Van scoffed at Corey, ordering Sarah to throw her out of the conference room. "I would like you to try," Corey growled, glaring at Sarah and Van. While Beam hissed at them as if saying, "Nobody insults my master." Having gotten what he had come for, Wyatt riled up Corey to humiliate her. Was he being petty? Yes he was. When it comes to Corey, Wyatt does not know why, but the darkness in him surfaces. Maybe it had something to do with her mental state, as he did not seem to hate the Corey that Susan hired after her first auction. Now that Corey was diligent and considerate, Wyatt liked working with her. With Susan's pensive face and the little Beam hissing at him threateningly, Wyatt decided to leave Corey at this. As in his current form, he had the confidence to subdue Corey without drawing any suspicion to his identity, but he could not say the same when it came to Beam. Fortunately for Corey, thanks to her strong bodyguard, she saved herself from a lot of humiliation today. Just to be on the safer side, from the movement Susan, Corey, and Beam arrived at the conference room, Wyatt had used his soul pupils and had his Hive AI record their soul pathways, arrangements, and energy signature. Instead of trying to analyze them in real time, Wyatt planned to compare them with the old soul records of Susan, Corey, and Beam saved in the Hive AI. This way it will be easier for him to spot the minute changes that were hidden in them as a result of Handsome Fox's ability. By the time Diana took her seat across, Wyatt, Hive AI had already made a copy of their soul pathways, arrangements, and energy signature. Now he was using the Hive AI to record some more copies, as it would never hurt to have more data in his hands. Soon Hive AI, who was assisted by Wyatt's 11 slave consciousnesses, provided him with the results of the initial comparisons. Going through the results, Wyatt was shocked as they were contrary to what he had assumed so far. So while Hive AI continued to perform more tests with the data it had collected, Wyatt blatantly used his soul pupils to check the soul pathways, arrangements, and energy signatures of Susan, Corey, and Beam at the locations Hive AI had pointed out. Seeing Van continue to be creepy despite her repeated warnings, Corey had enough. She slammed her fist hard on the conference room table, shattering it into bits and pieces with her demonic strength. This time Susan also did not stop Corey, as she too felt that Van was being a creep. As for Diana, she continued to stay silent. Meeting adjourned. "This brat has ruined my mood. Let us conduct this meeting on a later date." CEO Diana, having verified what Hive AI had pointed out, Wyatt decided to leave and get his thoughts together. Sure. Guildmaster Van. Chapter 1625. Results. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:15. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. Leaving the conference room, Wyatt arrived at the Van's penthouse office, reverting to his original appearance. Turning to Sarah and Van, who were waiting for his orders, he said, "You guys continue with your duties." "Yes, Master," Van and Sarah said simultaneously, leaving Wyatt alone with his thoughts in the big and fancy penthouse office. This floor was supposed to be Wyatt's card boutique, but since he had moved to the southern capital and planned to attend the Morningstar University soon, Wyatt thought it would be put to best use if the guildmaster of the TSR Adventure Guild used it as his office, since it was to become a prominent guild in entire Blossom District. How is this possible? Was it because of Beam's arrival? Wyatt muttered as he still could not come to terms with the results that the Hive AI provided him, and when he, himself, verified them to be true. According to the Hive AI, there was no change in Beam's recent soul records when compared to her soul records it had recorded in the southern capital during the battle. No surprise there, considering Beam's strength. As for Susan, she was indeed under the influence of an ability similar to the one that prompted Bloodette to detonate her blood rule body upon seeing him. Since Wyatt had already guessed this, he was not surprised, but the last part of the Hive AI report surprised him. This part of the report held the results of the comparisons between Corey's recent and all previous soul records recorded by Hive AI. According to them, Corey was once under the influence of a similar ability that influenced Bloodette to explode with Wyatt in sight. But currently, she was not. Shocking, right? How was Hive AI able to tell? It was because of the residual traces of the ability that had once influenced Corey. This residual energy made it so that Corey would never be able to recall who and how she was influenced by the ability, along with when and what she did under the influence. With this new information, Wyatt was glad that he did not text Susan, seeing how Corey was fine after having read his text. He appreciated his restraint and foreknowledge. Wyatt had no idea what would trigger the hypnotic suggestion implanted in Susan, so it would be best if he stayed out of touch with Susan for the time being, as he has been doing so far. After the small victory, Wyatt once again found himself surrounded by a series of unanswered questions. Apart from the obvious questions such as, what were the trigger conditions for the hypnotic suggestion implanted in Susan? What was the hypnotic suggestion Handsome Fox planted in Susan? Or how to undo Handsome Fox's ability? There were other questions that stuck out like an odd nail, such as, what did the Handsome Fox have Corey do using his ability on her? Why did the Handsome Fox not implant a new hypnotic suggestion within Corey? The latter two questions bothered Wyatt the most, prompting him to wonder what the Handsome Fox could possibly want from Corey. What did he have her do when he used his ability on her? Why did he not use his ability on her again later when he used it on the rest? Was Handsome Fox interrupted from implanting a new hypnotic suggestion in Corey with the arrival of Beam? No, that was not it. How much time would it take a demigod to implant a hypnotic suggestion in a bunch of low-level card apprentices? A minute at most. Handsome Fox could have implanted a new hypnotic suggestion in Corey even with Beam's arrival if he wanted to. However, he chose not to. Clearly, there was more to it than what met the eye. Considering Handsome Fox's ruthless and thorough nature, Wyatt could not get his mind around the fact that Handsome Fox would spare Corey the second time despite implanting hypnotic suggestions in the rest. Trying to figure this out, Wyatt remembered the demigod fight that Susan had described to Diana. About how Handsome Fox and one of his party members together kill the other three party members, then the last party member other than Handsome Fox let him kill him. With this, Wyatt concurred that Handsome Fox had used his ability on his team member. That was why he helped him kill Rest and then kill him too. Thinking of this, Wyatt wondered why Handsome Fox did not use his ability on the rest of his team members to just hand him over their merchant recommendation quota. Or use his ability to order them to kill themselves. Out of all the possibilities that Handsome Fox could use his ability to get his hands on the merchant recommendation quotas for his party members, why did he choose this specific why? It was a lot more complex than the other simpler ways he could have attended to this matter. Especially considering that opening the grimoire of a dead card demigod was not an easy task, let alone 4 of them. Come to think of it, even if Handsome Fox only used his ability on one of his party members, why did he kill him without ordering him to hand over his merchant recommendation quota to him? Why did he not do that? When Wyatt began to put Handsome Fox's actions and choices under scrutiny, he began to feel that none of them made sense. Based on his assumptions of Handsome Fox's ability, there were so many things Wyatt would have done differently to get his hand on the 4 merchant recommendation quota and kill everyone who knew about Devil Merchant Code to monopolize the card world's market in Devil Merchant Code. Wyatt and Handsome Fox were different people, so their choices would be different. However, considering that Handsome Fox was cunning and thorough, it would be reasonable to assume that he would choose the logical options when given the choice. But so far Wyatt found his actions illogical and even deranged. This could only mean one of two things: either Wyatt's assumption of Handsome Fox's ability was wrong, or Handsome Fox's ability was not as overpowered as Wyatt thought and had limitations that he had to adhere to, explaining his illogical actions and choices. Chapter 1626 Meeting Corey. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:19. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. Having seen Handsome Fox's ability in person as blood had exploded her blood rule body, implanted in Susan's consciousness, and its residual energy in Corey's body, Wyatt knew his assumption of Handsome Fox's ability was not wrong, so he believed that Handsome Fox's ability came with conditions he was unaware of. These conditions of his ability might be the driving force behind his choice and actions. Understanding this, Wyatt realized he needed more information about Handsome Fox than he already had, so he decided to contact Corey, seeing how Handsome Fox had approached Corey first. Also, she did not have a new hypnotic suggestion implanted in her, so recruiting her help was given considering how deeply she was involved in this incident. Corey, pick up my call. First, listen to what I have to say, then you can hang up on me. Wyatt summoned his grimoire and sent a text to Corey asking her to pick up his call, knowing that Corey would reject all of his calls without bothering to hear him out. There was a lot Wyatt needed to explain to her, so he felt it would be easier to explain things over a call than text. Knowing how much Corey envied Wyatt and Susan's relationship, he was sure she would not tell Susan about his texts and calls. Wyatt, whatever you want to tell me, convey it to me through a text. Corey replied immediately, making it clear that she would not pick up Wyatt's call. This prompted Wyatt to wonder, is it because she is next to Susan? Then he replied to Corey's text, trying to reason with her. Corey, it is regarding the demigods that ambushed you this morning. I know you will do anything to protect Susan. So, let me help you do exactly that. For that you will have to pick up my call. Corey being Corey, she did not listen to any reason and texted back rejecting Wyatt's help. Wyatt, this is the last time. Text me what you want to say, don't spam me with texts begging to pick up your call or I will block you. That bitch. Reading Corey's text, Wyatt was immediately pissed. It made him seem like a stacker. Especially the word begging irked Wyatt the most. Controlling himself from rushing to the new fine gold tower, he texted her back threatening, Corey, I am in the penthouse office of the Central Tower. Get your ass over here or I will come over there, then Susan and I, you know the rest, right? Or do I have to spill it out for you? Seeing that trying to reason would not work with Corey, Wyatt learned his lesson and provoked her into getting his way. He knew he could not meet Susan, but Corey did not know that. Reading Wyatt's text, Corey was enraged, but her face remained expressionless and calm. Despite the rage she was feeling within her toward Wyatt, she did not let it show on her face and hid it in her heart. All this to ensure that Susan would not become aware that she was texting with Wyatt. As for Wyatt's text claiming that he was back in the city, she did not believe it. She felt it would be impossible for Wyatt to appear in the Sky Blossom City, escaping the eyes of the Southern royal family that kidnapped him in the first place. Corey had no idea about the battle of the Southern capital city, nor did Beam tell her about it. It hadn't been long since she met Beam. The first time she asked Beam how she arrived in the card world. Before answering her, Beam entered a slumber, and since then she has not had the chance to inquire Beam about it again. So, Corey had no idea about what had transpired in Southern capital, let alone Wyatt's heroics. However, when it comes to Susan, Corey does not like to take chances. Grabbing little Beam, who was sitting on her head, she placed her in Susan's lap, saying, I am going to the lady's room. It's urgent, while signaling Beam with her eyes to stay put with Susan and guard her. Corey, you can use the one in my office. By the time Diana finished her sentence, Corey had already left the office, making use of her demonic agility. Leaving Diana's office in the new fine gold tower, Corey directly rushed to the penthouse office of the Central Tower. Nobody blocked her as she rushed to the top of the tower. Corey found this odd and wondered if Wyatt was not lying in his text. Soon Corey arrived at the penthouse office to find Wyatt waiting for her. Seeing her, he said, "Could you not have sent a text if you are going to be late? I was about to head to Diana's office feeling you ignored my text. You son of a..." Listening to Wyatt, Corey suddenly burst with explosive speed and dashed at him, throwing a punch at his face while yelling. But to her surprise, Wyatt rushed toward her at an insane speed, meeting her halfway. Evading her punch, he got behind her and then grabbed her head by her hair to ruthlessly slam her face onto the office floor. The tiles shattered under the devastating blow. Some of its shards cut and pierced Corey's face as her blood tainted them. Then he whispered in her ears, "Anne, and Agatha wanted to deal with you the day you almost gave into your darkness as you killed Roy. But I stopped them from doing so, and you repaid me by putting Susan in harm's way. You do not have the slightest idea what your little willfulness will end up costing Susan." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Corey asked Wyatt while struggling to break free of his restraints. Handsome Fox has murdered Bloodette and Courtney's whereabouts are unknown. Wyatt refused to believe Courtney was dead until he had enough proof. Chapter 1627. Peaking date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:25. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Impossible. Corey yelled as she entered her demonic form and broke free from Wyatt's restraints. Stumbling a few steps backward, Wyatt stabilized himself as demonized Corey got up on her foot and glared at him, yelling, "I saw them both return to Bloodette's dungeon seal." Handsome Fox's ability can implant hypnotic suggestions in his target which get triggered when the conditions are met. He implanted a hypnotic suggestion in Bloodette, causing her to detonate herself upon seeing me. Half an hour ago, after I arrived at the city, I went to visit Bloodette in her dungeon seal, triggering the suggestion to detonate herself implanted in her. If you were right about Courtney also being in the dungeon seal, then she might have succumbed to the explosion. And I have already confirmed that Susan has a similar hypnotic suggestion implanted in her, Wyatt explained to Corey as he took out a neon blue elixir from his grimoire. Then he added, "Take it, it will help you deal with your title demon core's mental corruption." Knowing Corey was mentally unstable and moody because of her title demon core's corruption, Wyatt had bought this elixir from Devil Merchant Code to have a proper chat with Corey. Quote. Corey did not reach out to take the elixir from Wyatt. She was still processing the information about Bloodette and Courtney's death, especially the part about how Handsome Fox was behind their death. Corey was aware of who Handsome Fox was. How could Corey forget the name of the demigod who almost kidnapped her and Susan this morning? Seeing Corey was in a trance, Wyatt threw the elixir at her. Its bottle was a lot more sturdy than it looked. Besides, Corey caught it reflexively, awakening from her shock. Then looking at the elixir in her hand, she asked, "What is this?" "Just drink it," Wyatt said in annoyance, not wanting to repeat himself. Bloodette and Courtney's demise came as such a shock to Corey that she muddle-headedly did as Wyatt said. Removing the stopper of the elixir, she drank it all in a single gulp. As soon as she drank the elixir, Corey's demonic form was lifted and she was back to her normal appearance. It was surprising to see she was not obsessing over Susan at this time. It was a good change of pace. It seems Corey did think of Bloodette and Courtney as her friends. Seeing Corey like this, Wyatt frowned and called out, "Park, are you not going to come out after hearing all this?" Wyatt waited for Park to show herself, but time passed and he got no reply, causing him to frown. In irritation, Wyatt wanted to peek into Corey's title demon core to see what kept Park so busy that she would not show herself even after hearing two of her friends were murdered and Susan might be next. But Wyatt controlled himself from invading Corey and Park's privacy. "Corey, call Park out, I need to talk to her." Wyatt was adamant about meeting Park because he believed she must remember what Corey had forgotten. Even if Handsome Fox's ability had suppressed Corey's memory of what she had done when under the influence of his ability, Corey Park, her ego flame, should be aware of what Corey had done. After all, Corey was the one under the influence of Handsome Fox's ability, not Corey Park. "Corey Park, how do I call her?" "I am her, she is me," Corey said in confusion. Listening to her reaction, Wyatt frowned. Seeing how Corey Park would not show herself and Corey did not seem to think of Corey Park as a separate person, Wyatt had a bad feeling about this. Wyatt wanted to believe this was somehow related to Handsome Fox, but a part of him shouted something entirely different. He did not want to believe Beam had something to do with this. However, considering that she has waited for centuries to reunite with Corey Park, who knows what she was up to? Darn it, Wyatt cussed, unable to get hold of the only person who might know how and when Handsome Fox used his ability on Corey and what he had her do when she was under the influence of his ability. Finding himself right where he started, Wyatt wondered what could he accomplish with such allies. Then he decided to take drastic measures, apologizing to Corey. "I am sorry, but I have to do this for Susan." Apologizing before committing the crime, Wyatt immediately made use of his soul pupils to peek into Corey's titled demon core. Soon Wyatt's spiritual body found itself surrounded by black smoke with no sense of direction within Corey's titled demon core. It had changed a lot since the last time he was here. No, it had not changed. Rather, this smoke was the security measure used by Corey and Park against anyone trying to invade their titled demon core. This might be effective against others, but for Wyatt, who had soul pupils, the thick smoke was nothing. Like a torch, Wyatt's soul pupils peered through the vile smoke veil, shining light on the way to the center of the titled demon core, where Corey's ethereal spirit was resting. As Wyatt prepared to move forward in search of Corey's ego fire, Corey's spiritual body manifested right next to him and warned, "Wyatt, get out of my titled demon core while I am being polite." Had it been old Corey, she would not have bothered to warn Wyatt. Instead attacked him with waves of her army of sinners. But after drinking the blue elixir Wyatt had given her, Corey's mind had stabilized and the corruption of her titled demon core had receded. She was more reasonable now. "I am sorry, Corey, but I can't. I have to do this to get to the bottom of things. You do what you have to do," Wyatt said, prepared to face what was about to come next. Chapter 1628 Corey Park's message. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:28. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. "I gave you a chance, don't blame me later." Corey's spiritual body vanished from Wyatt's side as he continued forward in her titled demon core in search of Corey Park. "Let's see how you like to have your face pressed against the floor and eat dirt for a change," Corey said, looking at Wyatt's physical body after returning to her physical body. Though Corey was more reasonable and calmer than before thanks to the elixir, it did not resolve her grudge toward Wyatt for slamming her face into the dirt on multiple occasions. Corey slowly walked behind Wyatt, believing him to be defenseless as his spiritual body was blatantly exploring her titled demon core. Then she proceeded to grab Wyatt's head by his hair to slam his face on the floor as he had her. However, before her hand could even touch Wyatt's hair, her hand was grabbed by Wyatt's physical body as if it had eyes at the back of its head. To her shock, Wyatt's physical body had awareness despite his spiritual body being in her titled demon core. How was that possible? Fuck. Waking from her initial shock, Corey found that she was in midair, flying, about to crash into a wall, having been flung by Wyatt's physical body. Seeing that Wyatt's physical body did not continue its offense, Corey lay in the rubble embarrassed. Then, using her spiritual body, she entered her titled demon core to appear next to Wyatt, who was busy navigating through the vile smoke filling her core. "What is it that you are looking for?" Corey asked Wyatt, planning to give him what he wanted to throw him out as soon as possible. Inside the titled demon core, Corey could make use of her rule power and runes with 500% more efficiency than outside to seriously hurt Wyatt's spiritual body or even destroy it if she wanted to. If it was a few minutes ago, Corey would not have hesitated to do precisely that. However, now she chose not to do so. Corey did not want to use force against Wyatt's spiritual body because it was harder to heal the spiritual body than the physical body. Seeing how Wyatt knew this and still chose to invade her core with his spiritual body, Corey believed whatever he was to had to be important and decided to help him out. So that they get this over with. Corey did not know how to describe her relationship with Wyatt. First, she respected him, then over time she began to compete with him, not just for Susan's affection but over who was stronger, who had higher card creation mastery, and everything else. In a way, his existence drove her to be better. One thing was for sure, Wyatt was not her enemy. Though she still had to gain a single win against him, she found no hate for him in her but a strong determination to outdo him one day and laugh as he tried to uplift and gather his defeated and crushed spirit. "Your demon flame, the eternal flame of agony," Wyatt answered Corey. This time he did not call Corey's ego flame Corey Park but by its original name. As he had seen, Corey did not seem to consider Corey Park as a separate individual but a past life of hers. "That is it. You could have told me sooner. Follow me." Those soul pupils were able to navigate through the vile black smoke. The spiritual space within the titled demon core was too big for a foreign body to explore. Following Corey, Wyatt soon appeared in front of a huge fireball that resembled a golden red sun emitting vile black smoke as the agony-filled cries of the sinners could be heard. The last time Wyatt was here, the golden red flame was in the shape of a mature Corey with a voluptuous body and narrow waist, while black smoke emitted by the flame covered her sensitive parts. It had an ego now, it was just a regular demonic flame. Though confused with Corey Park's sudden disappearance, Wyatt did not give up. He used his soul pupils to their full extent to analyze every part of the golden red sun, trying to find the traces of Corey Park in it. He had a strong feeling that she might be there somewhere in the golden red flames. "You are here, my white knight," Corey Park's voice sounded in Wyatt's ears as his surrounding morphed, finding himself in a vast white room. Hearing footsteps behind him, Wyatt turned to find a mature Corey in flesh dressed in dark red armor. "Don't bother wasting your energy asking questions, this is a spiritual message. I knew you would come looking for me in search of answers. You seem to have made a tricky enemy this time. I cannot tell you anything about him, but his ability seems to have an absolute attribute. I tried to help Corey resist his ability but failed. Now I'm in a deep slumber facing the backlash. Manipulation and absolute attribute, now that's an overpowered ability to have. Thankfully, an ability with absolute attributes comes with a lot of conditions. Still, these abilities are not to be underestimated. They can be a pain in the ass if used wisely, and this guy is an example of that." On the 12th of April, after completing the creation of the martial cards you commissioned us, Corey wanted to test her power against moving targets, so we entered an A-rank field dungeon, and that was where we met him. He was waiting for us in the boss area, where he implanted an order in Corey, asking her to lure Susan out to AD rank field dungeon the next morning along with other people you considered as important, avoiding any witness. One thing about his order stood out though: he could have just ordered Corey to kidnap Susan for him at a specified time and bring her to him at his convenience, along with more orders such that he would not have to get his hands dirty at all, yet he did not do that but kept his order basic and short. This must be related to the conditions for using his ability or because of the demigod guarding Susan. Either way, I hope you figure the conditions of his ability out before you face him, and also think of a way to awaken me. I wish I could give you more information about him or his ability, but this is all I could gather from my struggle against his ability. I hope I was of help." After the message ended, Wyatt found himself staring at the globe of flame while Corey patiently waited next to him. Looking at Corey, Wyatt's eyes softened, having learned that she did not put Susan, Courtney, and Bloodette in harm's way out of her willfulness but was manipulated by Handsome Fox. "Why are you looking at me that way? It's creepy," Corey said, erasing the little guilt Wyatt felt toward her. Wyatt's spiritual body left Corey's titled demon core and returned to his physical body. Then he began to pace around the office in deep contemplation. Corey Park's message only fortified Wyatt's assumption about Handsome Fox's ability. As a bonus, it cleared Corey from most of the blame for what was happening. However, Park's message not only failed to answer his questions but also raised more questions. If Handsome Fox was capable of handling the demigod guarding Susan, why did not just enter the city to kidnap Susan and other people important to him instead of using Corey to lure them out of the city and wait till 9:45 to ambush? Was he setting a field to kill all the demigods without leaving behind a trace of evidence of his deeds, so that he doesn't get caught once the Southern royal family starts to investigate Wyatt's death had he managed to kill him? Earlier Wyatt thought, Corey taking Susan, Courtney, and Bloodette to the D-rank field dungeon this morning was a coincidence. However, now it was clear that Handsome Fox was behind that, which turned this whole incident into a mess that Wyatt kept running in circles trying to solve. On another note, Wyatt wondered why Corey felt that Courtney and Bloodette were important people to him when she could choose from his collection of Calamity Daughter gems he surrounds himself with. Or even Uncle Wyatt and his family and his mother's sister Caddy. As Corey got up from the rubble and dusted herself, Wyatt decided to ask her, "Corey, who do you think in the entire Sky Blossom City is important to me along with Susan?" "Wyatt, I am sorry. I know you cared for Courtney and Bloodette, but I did not plan for this to happen. I know nothing I say can bring them back, but I hope you can find the strength in you to forgive me. Or at least keep our grievance aside until we save Big Sis Susan. Then we can settle it any way you want us to." Corey apologized to Wyatt for Courtney and Bloodette's untimely demise and prepared to take accountability for the unfortunate part she played in it while begging him to focus on saving Susan. "No, this is not about that. If I were to ask you to list the people in my life that I hold important, then who would you choose and why?" Wyatt repeated himself, but this time he was more specific. Chapter 16, 29 Layers and Amp. Layers of web date the 13th of April 2321 time 12:31 location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. Why do you ask? Corey asked in confusion, unable to understand how it was related to Handsome Fox. Corey, Handsome Fox used his ability on you to get you to lure Susan and people important to me to the D-rank dungeon. So, I want to know of all the people I surround myself with why you felt that I regarded Courtney and Blooded as important. Wyatt revealed this to Corey, explaining why this question to her. Isn't that obvious? With Elliot being in Sun Blossom City, and your auntie leaving for the university, only Courtney and Blooded remained in Sky Blossom City apart from Susan, whom you would hold important. I saw the way you treated Courtney at the city tournament despite her trying to kill you at the orders of the circle. It was a no-brainer. Corey seemed to know Wyatt pretty well enough to even surprise him. However, what surprised Wyatt even more was that Corey did not use the fact that Handsome Fox used his ability to lure Susan, Courtney, and Blooded into his trap to defend herself. Wyatt understood that Corey blamed herself for Courtney and Bloodet's death and Susan being marked by the enemy. With this, he saw her in a new light. Underneath all her craziness, Corey was an honorable and good person. What about your cousins and my other employees, whom I trusted my entire business in Sky Blossom City with? Wyatt wanted to know why Corey did not choose his Calamity Daughter gems when they were people he trusted the most. Didn't you just answer your question by calling them employees? Corey said, not even bothering to mention Wyatt's uncle. They were close even though not blood-related, but after the Ronnie fiasco, Wyatt's indifference toward them was apparent to everyone who knew their relationship. Interesting, you claim to hate me yet know me so well. By chance are you staking me? Wyatt teased Corey and placed a bulk order for the blue elixir in his Demon Merchant Codex, seeing its miraculous effect on Corey. You are my boss, this is the bare minimum I should know about you. Seeing how you are in the mood to tease me, did you figure a solution out for this mess? Corey asked Wyatt in anticipation. Nope, Wyatt said casually as he walked to the balcony of the penthouse office and glanced over his empire, the towers, and the infrastructures surrounding them. What? Corey exclaimed in shock and followed Wyatt to the balcony. Big sis, Susan's life is at stake here. Why are you so relaxed instead of using that beautiful brain of yours to figure out the solution? Susan's life is not in danger as long as I stay away from her. It sucks for me, but you should be loving this arrangement, right? Wyatt's calmness was starting to get on Corey's nerves. That is just the precaution, not prevention. We have to take Handsome Fox down before he comes to finish what he started, Corey yelled. She did not like the thought of having an unknown enemy with the ability to control and manipulate her. With somebody like that aiming for her and people close to her, Corey would never feel secure until she has had put an end to them. Corey felt like she was going crazy thinking of the worst Handsome Fox could do with his ability, and to top it off he was a demigod. The only thing that kept her calm before was the belief that Wyatt would figure something out, but seeing him give up and do nothing to stop their enemy, instead chose to play the game by the rules of Handsome Fox, Corey's worries erupted. Calm down. Handsome Fox went through great difficulty to make sure his identity remains hidden. I think even the code name Handsome Fox is a lie he concocted to throw us off his trail. From the time he killed his party members till Beam's arrival, he had enough time to suppress your memories about the fight where he cold-bloodedly killed his party members. However, he did not do that. Instead, he implanted hypnotic suggestions in Blooded and Susan while leaving you untouched. He could have done so many things in so many ways, yet he did everything in this specific way. Then fled when Beam arrived without any resistance. I have been wondering why he did not do this and what he would gain from doing that. When I should be asking why a person who was so keen about hiding his deeds did not erase his involvement in the name Handsome Fox from all your minds. He wants whoever is investigating this case to conclude that Handsome Fox, a demigod with manipulation and absolute type ability, was behind this incident and go on a wild goose search for Handsome Fox, a character he created. Seeing how meticulous he was in his planning all this, I would not be surprised if there was a card demigod with the codename Handsome Fox out there, Wyatt explained his speculation. Fuck, this is worse than what I thought before. How do you expect me to calm down knowing this? Corey yelled at Wyatt and looked at him as if he were a crazy person. Then gathering her calm, she took a step back and asked, have you ever stopped to consider that this Handsome Fox, or what's his name, is not as smart as you give him credit for? After all, it is possible that you are just overthinking this. Handsome Fox might have just done what he felt was the best way to kill his party members and you without getting caught and got lucky because of his overpowered card. No, because if he was so basic he would not have come after you or Susan but directly at me. Just like the whole world. He could have used his ability on me. Instead, he went to the trouble of weaving layers of webs to get what he wanted without revealing himself to the world. Chapter 1630 Reinforcement. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:33. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. I don't understand. Corey's brain was overloading trying to understand what Handsome Fox was after. Leave the thinking part for me, you will give yourself a headache trying to understand this. All you need to do is protect Susan while I am away. I have got this, Wyatt assured Corey looking at the sky about the Sky Blossom City. Soon it turned dark as if a thunderstorm was about to form but vanished after a few figures appeared out of it. Witnessing such a sight, Corey frowned and said, "Tell me they are demigods from the Southern royal family." "Yes, they are," Wyatt said with a grin, understanding that the reason why Handsome Fox had to lure Susan and the others out of the city and ambush them at 9:45 inside a space isolation and expansion array formation was because of the reinforcement of the Southern royal family. Even though Handsome Fox had taken care of the demigod protecting Susan, he could not bypass Lorenzos's SSS-ranked city array formation which would signal the Southern royal family of any unknown power entering the city. This was why he chose to ambush Susan at 9:45 such that even if by any unforeseen events his ambush on Susan was to be exposed, with the Southern royal family under the attack they could not send reinforcements to protect Susan. "Why are you grinning?" Locating Wyatt, Colleen directly rushed to his front to find him grinning. "What took you so long? I almost thought you guys did not make any arrangement to send reinforcement to this city when needed," Wyatt asked Colleen. When he called Anne to give her an ultimatum he expected the forces of the Southern royal family to rush to Sky Blossom City. However, time passed and none of them showed up. This was when Wyatt thought the Southern royal family only arranged one demigod to protect Susan and made no arrangements for reinforcements, prompting him to wonder if this were the case what stopped Handsome Fox from ambushing Susan in the city. However, seeing them arrive late Wyatt understood he concluded too soon. The Southern royal family had made arrangements to send reinforcement to the Sky Blossom City if needed, only they were delayed this time. With the southern capital city's array formation destroyed, we needed all hands on deck to restore it using the Golden Gate array formation. The whole city has been restored and the people can continue with their daily life. As for the valuables the people lost, the royal family will reimburse them, Colleen explained to convey to Wyatt that she could not arrive sooner because she was busy helping the city resume its regular way. Then she added, "Plus you have already proven you can take care of yourself so, you get it, right?" Then as if having thought of something, Colleen hurriedly said, "This does not mean we do not regard your friend's life as not as important. It's fine but did you guys really get the city array up and running again?" Wyatt did not criticize Colleen for prioritizing the needs of her citizens. Wyatt remembers the state of the southern capital city when he left for Yellow Plains. It was amazing how the Southern royal family had the whole city up and running in a matter of a few hours. Well, with an army of demigods and a SSS rank array with restoration ability, this was not hard. However, he could not believe they had Southern Capital's city array formation restored. How was that even possible for them to repair such a big array in a few hours? Our ancestors had foreseen the day something like this would happen and had contingencies in place to not leave the city defenseless when it happened, Colleen said, seemingly adoring the foreknowledge of the Heatsend royal family to prepare ahead for such situations. "I see." Wyatt was not surprised hearing Colleen's explanation. After all, with the long history of the Heatsend royal family it would be surprising if they were not prepared for such a situation. This was one of the reasons why a revolutionary force like the Freedom Fighters could never take on the central government and the royal families that have been ruling this world for millenniums. The power and resources they accumulated throughout their rule were not to be underestimated. If not for the birth of the three mischiefs with overpowered abilities, the central government and the royal families would have continued to rule this world for the millenniums to come. "Anne, we'll soon be sending you the report you asked for." At risk of being rude, "May I know who died?" It was the duty of the Southern royal family to protect Wyatt's people. Now one of them had died and they were not only not aware of the death but also did not know who died. They had failed to do their duty on so many levels that Colleen was embarrassed to even have to ask this question to Wyatt. "It's Courtney and Bloodette," Wyatt answered. Two of them, that to the Tao of Tongue and the Blood Supreme, how is it possible? The demigods guarding the city said that they saw both of them return to the dungeon seal. Who can kill them within the dungeon seal? Colleen asked in shock and disbelief. As Courtney and Bloodette were last people Colleen would think to be murdered. After all, they could use the dungeon seal to hide, unlike Wyatt's other friends who were defenseless. One of the reasons why Colleen could not figure out which friend of Wyatt had died was because the demigod guarding the city said that all of Wyatt's people were safe and sound, believing Courtney and Bloodette were safe in the dungeon seal. In my investigation, I have come to learn that the attacker has a manipulation type ability. Wyatt then went on to share his findings with Colleen so that they would search for Handsome Fox while he searched for the Devil Merchant, as they were one and the same, but at the same time one was the creation of the other. Chapter 1631 Gains and Losses. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:36. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. This does not make any sense, Colleen blurted in confusion, unable to keep up with Wyatt's explanation of the situation in Sky Blossom City that led to the death of the Tao of Tongue and Blood Supreme. Quote. In response, Wyatt gave a Colleen deadpan glance. He tried to keep his explanation of the events as simple as possible so that Colleen would be able to follow it, but he had overestimated her. That look reminds me of my daughter. She will be returning from the Western region soon. Maybe you will get to meet her. You two will hit it off, Colleen said, wondering if Anna knew there were a lot of similarities between Wyatt and her mother. I am not so sure about that. I heard Princess has a big personality. Anyway, I will submit a report about what I have gathered to Anne. Susan and Corey are the only witnesses of this incident. You guys can investigate them for more clarity. Lastly, what are you guys going to do about the demigod guarding the city? I would like to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you to him. Before that, Wyatt demanded. He planned to cooperate with the Southern royal family as much as possible to ensure they hunt for Handsome Fox while he hunts for the lone devil merchant of the card world. Talk to Anne about that. Her mother has put her in charge of this case. Colleen did not reject Wyatt but threw the ball to Anne's court. Then why is it that Anne is not here but you are here? Wyatt did not like being run around. The demigods that were in charge of protecting the city should still be in the city. Colleen could have just arranged the questioning, but she did not. She is busy making sure that the southern capital city is running smoothly again. She will be here when she is done there, Colleen replied, dodging Wyatt's glare. So she is helping her grandmother like the good granddaughter she is. Wyatt immediately understood what was going on. Colleen, like Anna, had thrown her duties on to Anne while she goofed around. Hee. Colleen laughed and acted like she did not know what I was talking about. Then she asked, what about you? Is the plague egg under control? Wyatt looked at Colleen in disbelief. Now he knew why the southern region was worse off compared to other regions. With leaders like this, it wasn't surprising. In the entire Heatsend royal family, except for Anne and her mother, nobody seemed to care when it came to politics, administration, and management. Before them, it was Lorenzo. No wonder he managed to land a powerful wife like Field Marshal Heatsend. If not for the Heatsends getting their kicks at the way beyond, these people would have to invade their neighbors who were smart enough to save rations for winter. You do not need to worry about the plague egg. I disposed of it as soon as the devil cut his connection with it, Wyatt said, leaning on the balcony railing, no longer bothering with the Heatsend royal family's way of doing things. The Heatsends managed to keep the southern region running so far, which meant that they were doing something right. They were strong enough to keep Wyatt's enemies from blatantly attacking him, even though they were weak to conspiracies. That was enough. The Battle of the Southern Capital was proof of this. The Southern royal family failed horribly in their mission to protect Wyatt. But Wyatt made peace with that, because the only reason the leaders of the central government and Morningstar University did not come in person to get what they wanted and instead sent their subpar lackeys was because of their fear of the Heatsend royal family. If not for the Southern royal family protecting him, he would have been erased from this world the moment the world leaders knew of the silver milk powder and VR universe. With the power he displayed in the Battle of Southern Capital and Heatsend royal family backing, Wyatt believed there would not be many who tried to conspire against him. As such, he achieved the purpose he was after when decided to attend the Morningstar University's early admission interview despite knowing it was a trap. All in all, the Battle of Southern Capital was huge, even without considering the unexpected gains such as Belphegor's 2 relics and the storage item, the Plague Egg, and finally the Freedom Fighters. It was a shame that Matron escaped. If the forces of the central government had not changed their plan last minute and stuck to one they agreed with the Morningstar University, he could have used this opportunity to understand her origin card and then put an end to the proof. Sansa Orion persona with the strength of 12 blood curse incarnation body. Such a same. Wyatt could not help but wonder if what he gained from the Battle of Southern Capital could compare to foiling the perfect chance for him to uncover Matron's origin card. If Blifigur's hourglass relic worked as advertised, then maybe. After all, time rule mastery was one of the most dreaded rule mastery across the myriad realms. That is good to know. What about the freedom fighters? You promised me that you would make them pay. Don't tell me you have changed your mind about them. Colleen did not bother to dig into how Wyatt managed to dispose of the plague egg. By now everyone close to him knew he had many secrets. Rather focused on freedom fighters. She was worried that having spent time with freedom fighters, Wyatt might have been infected by their so-called cause like their many naive members. Otherwise, how did Wyatt manage to come to Sky Blossom City? Well, they are on their last leg. You might have noticed with all the shit going on Southern Capital, you should take with your daughter. She should be fully aware of their current situation. Talk to her and get back to me. I would like to know her thoughts on this. Chapter 1632 Blood Rebirth. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:39. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. This is not what you promised me, Wyatt. Colleen fumed with anger. I don't make promises I do not plan on keeping. Just talk to your daughter and get back to me, Wyatt said nonchalantly, ignoring Colleen's rage. He knew Colleen's rage was justified, but he did not plan to change his plans for freedom fighter just because she was impatient. You have gotten too comfortable around me. I'm still your queen, Colleen reminded Wyatt, knowing she cannot get an upper hand on him in conversion. Yes, my queen, Wyatt said sarcastically, then seeing Colleen's serious face he mocked, is this enough, or do you want me to bow to you? You are lucky my granddaughters find you cute, otherwise, HMPH, Colleen snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction toward Wyatt. Her words hinted to him that knew Anne's feelings for Wyatt and she did not mind it. Wyatt wondered what was Colleen's intent here. Was she sabotaging Anne or helping Anne? She did both, but the question, what did she think she was doing? So, Wyatt responded, so, I am lucky Anna has a loving grandma such as yourself, I guess. Speaking of freedom fighters, did you meet Luna? How is she doing? Colleen asked with a depressed voice. Don't you mean how is that traitor doing? Wyatt frowned his brows, seeing Colleen's eyes tremble hearing him call Luna a traitor. Come to think of it, when the incident happened, Colleen did condemn Luna's action, but nothing more than that, instead vowed vengeance toward freedom fighters. This was surprising considering that Luna's grandmother, Field Marshal Heatsend, did not hesitate to disown Luna from their family tree. The Southern royal family was messed up. For a child carrying their family bloodline to betray them, there were no words for this. She is doing exceptionally well. She seems to be more of a fit there than here. Were you aware of her bloodline? I was lucky enough to experience it firsthand. It is strong. How come I have never heard of it before? Wyatt replied, seeing how Colleen seemed to show concern for Luna. Well, it's good to know that not everyone in the royal family was cold-hearted, not that I condemned Field Marhal's actions. Yes, she had inherited my sister-in-law's eyes, Colleen answered. Her expression improved a little hearing Luna was doing fine. From the looks of it, she did not blame Luna for her choice. She seemed to blame freedom fighter for corrupting her family's child. Now this Wyatt condemned. Luna was a grown-ass woman. She should be held accountable for her actions. Wyatt shook his head, wondering what was going through the head of the ruler of the South to leave his region under the governance of someone like Colleen when he left for way beyond. Did he believe his counsel would help her? That was how it seemed, seeing how it was Lorenzo and Anna's mother doing all the duties of Colleen for her. And now even Anne was added to the mix. While Colleen was opening up to Wyatt, deepening their relationship from mere acquaintance to a grandson-in-law and grandmother-in-law in the penthouse of the central tower in its basement, inside the tunnel of the Gate Dungeon Blood Rock Cave. Vapors of the blood rule began to condense on the ceiling of the tunnel, slowly forming droplets of blood rule. Soon the droplets gathered to form a big drop of blood rule, which suddenly glowed with a brilliant red light and grew in size, morphing into a female humanoid blood rule body. Corey was here. She would recognize this phenomenon as blood rules, meaning blood rebirth. After the blood rule body of the female humanoid was completely formed, she slowly opened her eyes. They seemed to be confused, and then collecting her memories she muttered, Wyatt. This female humanoid was none other than Bloodette, she only remembers seeing Wyatt enter the dungeon seal, and after that, she could not recall anything regardless of how hard she tried. Bloodette tried hard to recall why she had to reconstruct her body using blood rebirth, meaning of blood rule. However, it was useless. It was as if she had no recollection of it. Then, feeling like she was forgetting something or someone, Bloodette began to gather her thoughts. A few seconds later she suddenly screamed in panic, "Courtney!" Bloodette hurriedly tried to contact Courtney through the bond they shared. But not receiving a reply, she began to grow concerned, fearing the worst. As before Wyatt arrived, Courtney had entered her body to comprehend blood rule, making use of her strong affinity to blood rule. So, seeing how she had just used blood rebirth, meaning of the blood rule, to reconstruct her body, Bloodette, who could not recall what transpired, began to imagine the worst for Courtney, who was inside her body practicing her blood rule. However, she did not stop using her bond with Courtney to communicate with her. Just when she was about to lose all hope, Bloodette suddenly realized that if the bond between her and Courtney was still present, then it meant that Courtney was still alive. Then she wondered, if Courtney was still alive, then why was she not responding to her? So, she began to look for Courtney within her, but she could not find her. There was no sign of Courtney within her, however the bond between them still existed. Therefore Bloodette did not lose hope. She continued to try and communicate with Courtney without getting disappointed with every failed attempt. Bloodette did think of getting help, but because of the dungeon seal, she was unable to leave the dungeon or even use her blood flash rune. She could no longer sense the blood mark she placed outside in the city. Without the help of Courtney, she could no longer bypass the dungeon seal. So all she could do was keep the dungeon gate open, hoping that someone from outside would notice and come to her rescue. Chapter 1633 Deja Vu. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. So as I was saying, Colleen kept talking to Wyatt like she had met an old friend. However, receiving a grimoire notification, he interrupted, saying, "Colleen, a minute please." Colleen had gotten used to Wyatt's rudeness and blatant disregard for the proper etiquette when in the company of the royalty. No, Colleen was not some naive teenage princess in her rebellious phase to find Wyatt's action refreshing and fall head over heels for his bad boy attitude. Rather, if she could, she would whoop some etiquette into him. However, not only did his contract with Anna stop her from doing that, but she was not sure if she could do that after the strength he displayed in the Battle of Southern Capital. This boy, Colleen thought, looking at Wyatt casually interrupting her in the middle to receive a grimoire call. Colleen felt Wyatt's behavior was too. Not that she demanded Wyatt to treat her like his queen. She was pouring her heart over her, doing her best to get close to her future grandson-in-law, while Wyatt did not seem to reciprocate a similar effort. For some unknown reason, seeing Wyatt continue to attend to the grimoire call disregarding her presence, Colleen recalled a similar incident from her past, only here the role played by Wyatt was filled by Gainover. It was Colleen's son-in-law Gainover not showing any interest while she was doing his best to get along with him after the family denied his request to give him the diamond grimoire and instead gave it to Colleen. Recalling this incident, Colleen felt like she saw a ghost from her past, but soon shaking her head she consoled herself, saying, "Wyatt and Gainover are not the same." What Colleen failed to see or did not want to see was Wyatt had more in common with Gainover than her daughter. Anna had noticed this long ago as she started to court Wyatt. "Dredre, take as much time as you need to say goodbye to your tribe." It was Dredre who called Wyatt in response to his text asking her when she would come to the card world. Apparently, hearing that Zoltan had asked her to accompany Wyatt in his world had caused quite a stir in her tribe. They were both happy and worried for her. They were happy that she got a direct mission from their lord and concerned that she would be alone in the new world. "No, I will come to you right now. Send me your coordinates using your Demon Merchant Codex," Dredre insisted. She felt she was neglecting her duties towards Wyatt, taking so much time saying goodbye to her tribe. Believing that if Wyatt texted her then it meant he needed her. Otherwise, he would not have rushed her with the text. "Dredre, honey, just listen to me. Say your goodbyes to your tribe properly so that you can complete your duties here without any distractions, understood?" Wyatt stressed his words, regretting that sent the text to Dredre asking when she would be arriving. Dredre was right to think that he needed her assistance, but Wyatt did not want Dredre to cut her goodbye short because goodbyes were important, especially for communal tribes like pixies. Wyatt was worried Dredre would rush over to his side without saying a proper goodbye to her tribe and he would be stuck consoling her. Wyatt would rather wait a little longer than have to deal with a pixie who misses her tribe. Understood. But, you have to promise me if need me you call me immediately. Dredre agreed to Wyatt asking him to call her if he needed her. Sure, Wyatt said wondering, how long are you planning to say your goodbye? How long are pixie goodbyes? Though he thought this Wyatt did not dare to say it out loud to Dredre, he had finally managed to persuade he did not want to do it all over again. Besides considering that Dredre was the first pixie of the then Forest Guide tribe now Book Guide tribe to ever leave the tribe and travel the myriad realms, a big goodbye with feast all was given according to her tribe's customs and norms. Hanging up on Dredre, Wyatt turned to look at Colleen to find her staring at him. Ignoring her glare he said, please continue, you were saying, who is Dredre? Are you seeing some other girl behind my granddaughter's backs? Do not tell me it's one of the girls from the freedom fighters. No wonder you were not as enthused about getting revenge on them, Colleen flipped inquiring Wyatt about Dredre. She was not the one to get jealous or doubt her partner, but in her granddaughter's case, she did not want to repeat the same mistake she made with her daughter. Were you eavesdropping on my conversation? Wyatt asked Colleen. He knew Colleen eavesdropping on him was nothing new, but this was the first time she was so blatant about it. He wanted to use this moment to discuss boundaries with Colleen, but seeing the crazy in Colleen's eyes he took a step back. He tried to understand why Colleen had gotten so worked up. Yes, I was. Colleen did not deny Wyatt and agreed to his allegations and then demanded, now, your turn. Are you cheating on my granddaughters with Dredre? None of your business or, granddaughters. There is nothing between Anne and me. Those were what Wyatt would have replied to Colleen with if he did not feel that she would not hesitate to rip his head off if he answered her with anything other than a resounding no. So he did. No, I am not. Hearing the magic words, Colleen finally calmed down and apologized. Sorry, I do not know what got over me. I did not scare you, did I? I think you and your family should get tested for mental disorders. Especially, the females. The 10th of January 23 AN. 10 free pass for first 10 readers to redeem this code. Chapter 1634 Customs and Norms. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. You see, smart answers like these are what shorten a man's lifespan, Colleen indirectly warned Wyatt for his remarks. Then she continued to interrogate him. Who is this Dredre? You seem close to her. You ask as if we are dating. Are you not worried your husband and Anna will be jealous? Wyatt had more time on his hands to kill since Dredre did not seem to be arriving anytime soon. So he decided to kill his boredom with Colleen. Why, don't tell me you have an eye for this old lady, Colleen said, walking closer to Wyatt. Knowing that the boy who would not dare to misbehave with his fiancé's origin card who was throwing herself at him would not dare to misbehave with her, his fiancé's grandmother. Was I not clear? Wyatt replied as he too took a step closer to Colleen. You do not have what it takes. Colleen took another step toward Wyatt, not backing down. Don't play fire, Wyatt said, taking a step forward. There was barely a gap between their chests and both could feel each other heartbeat. Lub dub provoked. Colleen moved her lips close to Wyatt's as if about to kiss them, but at the last second she went past them and whispered in his ears, said the Virgin. Before Colleen could move her head back, Wyatt suddenly wrapped his hands around her thin waist, drawing her into his embrace, and staring into her shocked eyes he said, I was saving it for you. Lub dub. Colleen's heartbeat raced, but soon her shock was replaced with embarrassment, realizing the compromising position she was in. She did not think Wyatt would be this daring in the broad daylight. However, she soon masked her embarrassment with indifference, seeing the grin on Wyatt's face. Then she scoffed, look at you, venting your desires on your family members like a creep who could not get himself a girl. Wyatt ignored Colleen's remark regardless of how contradictory it was in itself. Instead, his calm eyes gazed into her eyes and said, did you know that in some tribes they have a custom where the female elder of the bride checks if the groom is versatile enough to satisfy their daughter or granddaughter? What do you think? Should we also partake in such customs? We could think about it. Seeing that Wyatt was finally showing interest in his marriage with Anna and no longer denying it, Colleen gave his question a serious thought in glee, but when she understood what he was implying, first she was embarrassed and then she was enraged at Wyatt. And when she felt his hands slowly slide down her waist to her buttocks, she could no longer take it and pushed Wyatt away, crying, let go of me. As a hardcore soldier and with the wisdom of her age, Colleen thought she was very open about the human body and stuff, but turns out she was not. In the heat of the moment, Colleen did not control her power when she pushed Wyatt away. As a result, 8 of Wyatt's ribs broke into multiple fractures. 3 pieces of his broken ribs pierced his heart while the remaining punctured his lungs. Wyatt swallowed the blood that filled his throat and then made use of reconstruction skills to heal his body under a second. Then he innocently looked at Colleen, who was glaring at him, and asked, "What happened? Don't you like my idea?" "Why you do know that because of your prank, I almost triggered the clause of the contract between you and Anna." Colleen was angry with what Wyatt proposed earlier, but she was more embarrassed about it, so she did not talk about it and instead brought up the contract between Wyatt and Anna. Even though she was clear that what she did would not trigger the clause of the contract, since the World's Will would not consider this an incident with malicious intent. "Prank? Colleen, I am being serious here. I am worried that I will not be able to satisfy Anna, if you know what I mean. As the elder in both our families, you need to step up and help me with this," Wyatt said with righteousness, as if he was really worried that he would not be able to satisfy Anna. He even dared to get closer to Colleen again. Unconsciously, Colleen took a step back, unable to tell if Wyatt was for real. She was starting to regret opening this can of worms. Seeing Colleen take a step back, Wyatt looked at Colleen as if he was hurt and said, "Here I am opening up about my deepest insecurities, and why you think I am a creep and a freak, don't you?" "Fuck, I knew it. I should have kept my mouth shut." Wyatt's expressions were so livid that Colleen began to think he was really hurt. Then she began to give his words a serious thought and felt Wyatt might not be acting. After all, he had just turned 17 this year. He acted so mature and beyond his age that she forgot that despite his achievements and all, he was just a teenager. Colleen did hear Anne say that Wyatt confided in Anna that he tried it with Jill, however his experience was horrible. Thinking of this, Colleen felt that Wyatt might really have developed an insecurity for it. After all, Jill was a good-looking lady, and if his experience with her was horrible, or if she said he was horrible, then she could understand how a young teenager like Wyatt could have developed insecurities about his sexual prowess. "No, Wyatt, I don't think of you as such. Don't overthink it." Colleen moved closer to Wyatt to show that she was not repulsed by him. Then she proceeded to explain how she could not help with these, as it would be too weird for her to do so considering that she was married and he was marrying her granddaughters. Chapter 1635 Tremors. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:47. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. So you get what I am trying to say, right? The once brave and fearless soldier queen was now fidgeting like an innocent maiden in front of a teenager unable to handle the situation she was in. Colleen was not a naive virgin who was new to this. Her husband and palace walls knew how bold and loud she was in bed. However, the current situation was new to her. For some unknown reason, this was harder than talking about birds and bees with her son, daughter, granddaughters, and grandniece. She could not put her finger on why this was as such. "No," Wyatt exclaimed with heavy emotion, almost scaring Colleen out of her skin. He then fearlessly took her soft hands into his firm grasp under the shocked gaze of Colleen and said, "I don't understand. Many tribes do it, so why can't we? I don't see the problem here. Colleen, I need you, our help. There is nobody I can turn to." Colleen, who practiced the glacier rule, was sensitive to Wyatt's warmth that flowed through his hand to hers. Her heart was in a trance. While every fiber of her being was screaming this was wrong, still she could not bring herself to withdraw her hands from Wyatt's hands. It has been ages since she felt this feeling, the sense of anticipation stirred by the craving for the forbidden. On the surface, Colleen's expression looked like she was confused and struggling, but inside she was frozen. She was not conflicted, just savoring the feeling. At her age, such feelings were very rare. It was not cheating until she acted on these feelings, so she hoped that this second would be longer so she could cherish this feeling of youth longer. Right now, Colleen felt as if she was back in her teenage years in the presence of her crush, and they were the center of the myriad realms. She regretted that this moment had to come to an end. She had to awaken to the reality and her responsibilities. "Wyatt, I cannot help you, but I will arrange someone who can," Colleen whispered while slowly freeing her hands from Wyatt's grasp. However, hearing her, Wyatt clutched onto her hands tighter and moved closer to her, maintaining eye contact. So close, Colleen thought and instinctively wanted to take a step back, but the look of a lost puppy in Wyatt's eyes had her stunned. Her feeling overpowered her instincts. So she did not move back and began to lose herself in the depths of Wyatt's eyes. She wanted to help him, however she could not. This feeling was sin. Colleen no longer believed that it was not cheating until she acted on these feelings, but began to think that these feelings in her heart were equal to emotional gratification, which was indeed cheating. She could not do this to her granddaughters, above all she could not do this to her loving husband. Knowing that she could not bring herself to do what needed to be done while looking into Wyatt's eye, even if it meant hurting Wyatt, she had to do it. Resolving herself, Colleen turned her face, breaking the eye contact with Wyatt. Tremble, tremble, what was that? Wyatt let go of Colleen's hands and immediately used his soul pupils to locate the source of the disturbance causing the tremors in the towers and surrounding infrastructure. Enemy attack, Colleen said in alert as her divine sense scanned the skies of the barren land and area around her in search of the tremors as the tremors continued to get frequent. No, it is coming from below, Wyatt said as his soul pupils pinpointed that the origin of the tremors was coming from the ground, the basement of the central tower. Knowing that the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon was located underneath the tower, Wyatt wondered if the tremors might be connected to it. Then thought it was a dungeon break. However, the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon was not a normal gate dungeon but a dungeon seal. So a dungeon break was not possible, unless, thinking of this, Wyatt rushed toward the basement, and Colleen followed him closely. Though delayed, she too pinpointed that the tremors were coming from the basement of the tower. Considering that this was Wyatt's turf, she chose to let him act and not intervene until needed. If it were some other time, Wyatt would have stopped Colleen from following him to the basement in order not to reveal the Blood Rule stone mine that he was monopolizing. However, times were different now. He might need the help of Colleen's Glacier Rule mastery. Soon they arrived in front of the huge vault door. Without hesitation, Wyatt broke through and headed straight to the secret passage to the gate of the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. Let us head in, be careful, Wyatt warned Colleen, seeing the dungeon gate open. Wyatt morphed his shape to that of a middle-aged man before rushing into the dungeon gate as Colleen followed behind him. Colleen was not surprised to find the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon underneath the central tower. The royal family was aware of this. They figured, based on his relationship with the Blood Supreme, they thought Wyatt was doing this to guard the dungeon seal. However, stepping into the dungeon, Colleen looked at the cave walls intently and then at Wyatt's back. "You are alive," Wyatt blurted, looking at Bloodette, who was waiting for them at the entrance. He figured she came feeling the two unknown energy signatures enter the dungeon seal with her connection to the seal. "Who are you?" Bloodette asked Wyatt in alert. She was expecting the members of the TSR Adventure Guild to arrive, not an unknown card master and a card demigod. She did not have many memories of things that led to her exploding her body, so when two strangers entered her dungeon instead of the faces she was familiar with, she could not help but get on guard. Chapter 1636 Blood Invoke. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:39. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower. At first, Bloodette continued to try and contact Courtney through the bond between them, not letting the failure get to her while waiting for the help to arrive from outside as she left the gate of the dungeon sealed open. However, as time passed, the toll of the failure kept adding while there was no sign of help from outside. As more time passed, Bloodette got more desperate. The feeling that she was not doing enough to get her friend back began to eat at her. Until she could not take it, then decided to break free from the dungeon seal and find the help she needed. Bloodette kept striking against the dungeon seal with all her might, but it would not budge. The dungeon seal was meant to hold back the Blood Supreme at her peak, so Bloodette's struggle was nothing to it. Not even enough for her to leave a scratch on it. Frustrated that her attack was having no effect on the dungeon seal, Bloodette began to violently attack it, but it was all wasted effort. However, just when she thought all hope was lost, the Blood Rule stepped up to help her daughter. In a moment of epiphany, Bloodette mastered a new meaning of the Blood Rule, Blood Invoke. In a matter of minutes, Bloodette mastered this meaning of the Blood Rule to ultimate mastery without any obstacles. It was as if this meaning was specially created by the Blood Rule for Bloodette. However, all that did not matter to Bloodette, as she believed that every passing second could prove deadly for her friend. Blood Invoke was a Blood Rule meaning that allowed the user to call on their ancestor's spirit for guidance and help through their blood for a limited time. The time limit could be increased with blood. This rule meaning's usefulness varied from user to user. If all of the ancestors of the user were weaker than him, then this meaning was totally useless to them. However, if the ancestors of the user were stronger than the user or had higher achievements than the user, then they could call them through their blood for guidance and help. making this blood invoke meaning of the blood rule a game changer for them. However, this meaning was the best suited for Bloodette, who was the daughter avatar of the blood rule on the physical plane. This meant that if Bloodette were to use the blood invoke meaning of the blood rule, considering that she was the daughter of the blood rule of the card world, she could call upon the blood rule itself to guide and help her. Blood invoke, Bloodette chanted, having mastered this particular meaning of the blood rule to the ultimate mastery. Soon the atmosphere in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon, stirred up as a bright red pattern began to cover Bloodette's entire blood rule body. Bloodette was surprised to feel pain all over her blood rule body as the archaic pattern spread across her body from head to toe. Bloodette closed her eyes, trying to withstand the pain. Soon the atmosphere in the cave settled as the pattern being imprinted on Bloodette was completed, marking the descent of the power of the blood rule stream from the world's rule river into Bloodette. Feeling the power coursing through her body, Bloodette opened her eyes and a radiant red light shot out of them. With the newfound powers, Bloodette began to attack the dungeon seal again, planning to break free of its imprisonment once and for all. However, she came to realize the cruel reality: even with the help of the blood rule, she was still no match for her peak, the Blood Supreme, for whom this dungeon seal was designed to imprison. Nonetheless, all hope was not lost, because this time, unlike the previous time, she was not helpless. Her attacks, though not strong enough to break the dungeon seal, it was enough for her to create a minute ripple in it, which was better than nothing. She believed as long as she kept at this, she would be able to break the seal. Over time, through accumulation, the ripple would turn into a wave. Unknown to Bloodette, with every attack that sent a ripple across the dungeon seal, she was causing strong tremors in the outside world connected to the seal through the dungeon gate that she had left open. Even if Bloodette knew, she would not care, as right now she was focused on using borrowed power to create an opportunity to help her friend. Bloodette was so caught up in the moment that she never considered using this opportunity to ask the blood rule for the whereabouts of Courtney, who was practicing the blood rule inside her body. Sometimes one is not limited by their body but mind. The strength and abilities of a person are only as good as their knowledge and experiences. Bloodette, who currently possessed the blood rule stream of the card world within her, did not even know that instead of using it for strength, she could use it for guidance. There was only so much the blood rule could do. Bloodette asked for strength to search for answers. It showed her blood invoke meaning of the blood rule. Now if only Bloodette had asked for guidance, then it might have given her the answers she was searching for through strength. Just as Bloodette was about to attack the dungeon seal with all her might again, she felt the presence of two unknown card apprentices enter the gate of the dungeon seal. So she stopped attacking the dungeon and rushed to the entrance, but when she saw two unfamiliar card apprentices enter the dungeon seal, Bloodette was alerted. Instead of being revealed that help was finally here. "You are alive. Who are you?" Bloodette was surprised that the card master looked at her as if they were friends, but she had no recollection of having met this middle-aged card master. Chapter 1637 Accumulated Wrath. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:51. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. "Who are you?" As Bloodette asked the friendly middle-aged card master, the blood rule stream in her answered her, "Dalton Wyatt." "Wyatt, is that really you?" Hearing the blood rule stream identify the friendly middle-aged card master as Wyatt, Bloodette felt bizarre. However, she knew the blood rule stream had no reason to lie to her, so she asked the middle-aged card master for confirmation. "Whoa," Wyatt exclaimed, looking at the Bloodette's body through his soul pupils. He wanted to see if the hypnotic suggestion that drove Bloodette to detonate her blood rule body upon seeing him the first time was still there. But what he found was beyond his understanding, and he could only find one word in his dictionary to describe what he saw: miraculous. "Is that a part of the blood rule stream inside you?" Wyatt asked Bloodette. He did not plan to reveal his identity to Bloodette until he was certain she was in clear. Now more so than ever, the detonation of an average Bloodette was enough to vaporize him. If the Bloodette possessing a part of blood rule stream were to detonate herself, then he had no idea what the consequences could be. Especially to the world that was connected to the dungeon seal. "I asked you first, are you Wyatt?" Bloodette did not answer. Wyatt instead asked him to confirm his identity. As for Colleen, she chose to stand back, believing that Wyatt knew what he was doing. After the incident of the plague egg, she has come to trust him a lot more than she knew. Especially when he confided in her that he used the plague as a ruse to infiltrate the freedom fighters. Only by putting what Wyatt had revealed about his trip to the freedom fighters base this way did Colleen not freak out that Wyatt was not being completely honest about his visit to the freedom fighters base with her. Amazing, Wyatt muttered. Even without Bloodette confirming it, he had deduced that right now Bloodette was truly the medium for blood rule. What was interesting was that the blood rule in her body seemed to be waiting at her hand and foot, prepared to help and guide her as she deemed it. Having an entire rule stream at your beck and call was just too overpowered. I do not have time for this. Bloodette ignored Wyatt and Colleen, then returned to attacking the dungeon seal, but as she turned, suddenly her blood rule body was starting to crack. Seeing this, Bloodette, Wyatt, and Colleen was shocked. Bloodette, you have to stop calling upon the power of the blood rule stream. It is killing you. Even though you are the avatar of blood rule, I don't think you can bear the price of summoning such power, Wyatt advised Bloodette. He continued to use his soul pupils to see if she was still under the influence of the power that took over her to detonate her body in the first place. Only to find that, like Corey, she too only had traces of the power that was suppressing Bloodette's memories of it and its influence. No, I need this power to help to find Courtney, Bloodette yelled as continued to use the blood invoke to attack the dungeon seal despite the crack spreading across her body. Bloodette, it is me, Wyatt. Stop, you are no longer alone any longer, I am here to help you. Together we will find Courtney. Wyatt had little idea of what Bloodette was talking about. However, now that he knew was no longer under foreign influence, he switched back to his original appearance and tried to stop her before she killed herself. Wyatt, Bloodette paused hearing the change in voice and turned to look at the middle-aged card master who did not look like Wyatt and asked, "Is it really you?" "Yes, it is me. I am sorry I did not reveal myself earlier when you asked, but trust me, I had my reasons," Wyatt explained. Finding someone she could trust, Bloodette, who was in crisis mode, finally let go, and broke down. Rushing into Wyatt's embrace, she wailed, "Wyatt, Courtney. I can't find her. I can feel her. She is alive, but she is not responding to me." The only reason Bloodette was able to get out of the crisis mode was because she had passed it to Wyatt, who comforted her while trying to make sense of what she was babbling. Then striking Bloodette's head that lay on his chest, Wyatt in a calm voice ordered her, "Bloodette, calm down. First of all, stop borrowing power from the blood rule stream. If you die, we will never be able to find Courtney." Listening to Wyatt's words, Bloodette nodded and stopped using the blood invoke, blood rule meaning. As she did, the archaic pattern spread across her body, stopped glowing, and slowly retracted into her blood rule epidermis. With the blood invoke, blood rule meaning no longer requiring sacrifice, Bloodette's insane vitality started to work normally, and the cracks on her body instantly healed as if they were never there to begin with. Just when Wyatt thought he had consoled Bloodette's rampant emotions and could have a proper conversation with her, she began to squirm in pain. Seeing her in misery, Wyatt immediately used his Su pupils to check what was happening to her. It was not the drawback of her calling upon the blood rule, but the other way around. Turns out the only reason Bloodette was able to attack the dungeon seal without facing backlash was the blood rule stream that was restraining the dungeon seal from doing so. Now, with the blood rule stream looking out for Bloodette returned to the spiritual realm, the dungeon seal descended its accumulated worth on Bloodette. The accumulated backlash was so strong that Bloodette's blood rule body kept trembling as she grunted in pain. Chapter 1638. New development. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 12:53. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Looking at Bloodette in his embrace, who was suffering from the backlash of having attacked the dungeon seal, Wyatt felt sorry for her while also frowning as Bloodette was in no shape to answer his questions. He went through what Bloodette said to him and realized that Bloodette was so agitated because Courtney was missing. She was alive as Bloodette could feel her through the bond between them. However, she was not able to communicate with her through the same bond as she did not receive any reply from Courtney. The bond Bloodette talked about was the one she and Courtney developed when she helped Courtney create her ego gem. As a result, Courtney ended up creating a mutated ego gem, which not only displayed a high syntonization rate but had a high affinity to blood rule and also came with an innate blood rune, Blood Supreme. The blood rune, Blood Supreme, connected Courtney and Bloodette in an unexplainable bond which allowed Courtney to house Bloodette in her mutant ego gem's innate rune, which not only empowered Courtney but also allowed her to use all of Bloodette's powers while sharing her sense with Bloodette. Making use of this innate rune, Courtney was able to bring Bloodette out of her dungeon seal and into the outside world. Over time, Bloodette had duplicated Courtney's innate blood rune, which allowed her to store Courtney in her rune and share her senses with Courtney. This property of the duplicate innate blood rune was very beneficial to Courtney as it allowed her to get a lot more closer to the blood rule in the womb of the world's will at the spiritual plane, helping her to comprehend blood rule and its meanings at a faster pace than her mutated blood ego gem could ever allow her to. Shit. Wyatt cussed, having deduced what Bloodette was trying to say. Wyatt, what happened? Is she okay? Hearing Wyatt cuss, Colleen asked. Earlier, noticing Wyatt was in deep contemplation, Colleen did not disturb him for an explanation of the situation. As a soldier, she was used to not asking questions and doing what was asked of her. Even after she became a queen, this habit that she had cultivated in Southern Watch did not leave her. Which was why she was not the great queen or the kind queen but the soldier queen. Yes, she is the blood supreme. This much is nothing for her racial traits to handle. As for the pain, she can only bite her lips and walk it off. The problem is Courtney. She is missing, Wyatt explained, but did not go into details about Courtney's situation since he was busy using his pupils to find the duplicate innate rune in Bloodette's body. The soul records Hive AI had previously made of Courtney and Bloodette were a big help here, giving Wyatt an idea of what to look for and where to begin the search. Colleen was happy to learn that Wyatt's friends were not dead. Even though Wyatt did not make a big deal about it, the Southern family was seriously disappointed in its failure to not his friends. Her daughter was especially disappointed and furious. Therefore, instead of continuing to repair their diplomatic relationship across the world using the promise of VR universe cards, she planned to return to the southern region and get the house in order. What was the use of strong foreign relations when the house was failing from the inside? Therefore, she decided to pause her foreign relations plan for now and return home to do the things that needed to be done to secure the strong reign of the Heatsend family over the southern region through a royal engagement. Colleen continued to be a silent bystander, not letting her curiosity and confusion disturb his concentration and thought process. Looking at Wyatt's mystical eyes that seemed to be peering into every secret in its path, she wondered how he would react to the announcement his daughter was soon going to make. She wondered if she should give him a heads up. However, she knew that her daughter never did anything without thinking them through and must have plans about this. A way that would not only finally make things official but also not offend Wyatt. Colleen did not think that was possible, but her daughter has achieved the impossible many times, so she chose to believe in her judgment and stay quiet. As she preferred her granddaughter's engagement to be official and not speculation spreading through word of mouth. This is going nowhere, Wyatt muttered as he and his 11 other consciousnesses along with Hive AI explored every corner of Bloodette's blood rule body and soon found the duplicate innate rune, but they were not able to explore it. They needed Bloodette's cooperation for that. Despite that, Wyatt tried to read the blood rune and trace its bond with the original, but all of his attempts failed. Can't we do anything to help with her pain? Colleen asked, thinking that the faster Bloodette was able again, the faster they would be able to find the answers they need for searching the Tao tongue that was missing. Though Blood Supreme claimed that the Tao of Tongue was still alive, Colleen was starting to feel that Blood Supreme was unable to cope with her friend's death and sticking to a delusion, fooling herself. No, she was not being cold-hearted, but she had seen many soldiers go through this on the battlefield. Regardless of how strong-willed and professional one was, some death just hit too hard and one cannot help but let the death haunt them for the rest of their lives. It was what it was. No, I have no idea how to help her with this. Even if I had a way to help, as helping her would only intensify the punishment of the dungeon seal. The 10th of January 23 AN, 10 free pass for first 10 readers to redeem this code. Chapter 1639 Blood Rules Wasted Effort. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 1740. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. It had been 5 hours since the dungeon seal unleashed its wrath on Bloodette. It did not seem to stop anytime soon. Unable to handle the pain, Bloodette lost consciousness 3 hours ago. Even though she was unconscious, her body kept squirming and trembling in pain. Wyatt was shocked by the dungeon seal's prowess. He wondered if it was planning on killing her. Just as this thought crossed Wyatt's mind, he felt Bloodette's energy signature sharply decrease by a major realm. Despite seriously injuring Bloodette to such an extent, the dungeon seal did not stop but continued to attack her mercilessly. From the looks of it, it appears as if the dungeon seal did not plan on stopping until it reduced Bloodette to the card student realm. That was until she was barely alive, knowing that she could not killed until there was blood rule in the card world. It appears as if the dungeon seal was programmed to descend punishment on Bloodette when she reaches a specific realm. This condition seemed to have been satisfied when she called upon the power of the Blood Rule River into her body. The reason behind this was that to stop Bloodette from ever being able to cultivate the realm required to possess the power to break the dungeon seal imprisoning her to this dungeon. The dungeon seal was able to intact despite its age mostly because of this ruthless cycle. It was using Bloodette as its battery to charge and maintain itself. The Blood Rule was dominant in this dungeon because it wanted to help Bloodette cultivate. As Bloodette cultivated with the Blood Rule power, similarly the dungeon seal used the Blood Rule power she brought to charge and maintain itself. As Blood Supreme of the card world, Bloodette would never be short of Blood Rule. Yet her realm continued progressing at a snail's pace for someone of her caliber. This was because the dungeon was leeching off her. Whoever it was that designed this dungeon must have hated Bloodette to put her through this cycle of never-ending misery. Wyatt shook his head as he retracted his soul pupils after inspecting the dungeon seal. The only positive thing he could say about this situation was Blood Rule River's love for Bloodette. For Bloodette it turned a gate dungeon into the holy place of Blood Rule. The worst thing about this whole arrangement was that Bloodette was the core of this dungeon seal. The dungeon seal was a prison and curse at the same time. The only way she could escape it was by killing herself, and which was not possible as the card world's Blood Rule would never allow it. In this dark situation, Courtney was the only hope for Bloodette. Not because they were friends but because of the innate rune Blood Supreme that she had gained after forging her mutant ego gem. From the looks of it, the Blood Rule must have gifted Courtney the innate rule, Blood Supreme, to help Bloodette. The innate rune Courtney gained was specifically designed by the Blood Rule to help Bloodette with her current situation. Thanks to the innate rune, Bloodette no longer was limited by the dungeon seal to a certain extent. By staying inside the innate realm, Bloodette was not only able to go outside to get the fresh air and meet the world outside but to cultivate outside of the dungeon seal. As the core of the dungeon seal, whatever Bloodette cultivated would autonomously be shared between her and the dungeon seal, but the percentage of the share favors Bloodette when she was cultivating outside of the dungeon seal. Such that, for a change, Bloodette will be able to grow faster than the dungeon seal. This way Bloodette will be able to grow to her peak before the dungeon seal recharges enough to withstand the struggle of the original Blood Supreme, giving her a shot at breaking through the imprisonment of the dungeon gate. However, the Blood Rule's efforts have been in vain so far. It went to such an extent to help Bloodette, but did she do? She was busy using this opportunity created by it to enjoy her newfound freedom, playing with the orphans from Courtney's orphanage, instead of focusing on regaining her strength and breaking free of the dungeon seal. The fault didn't entirely lie on Bloodette, as she was not aware of the Blood Rule's plan. With her current spirituality, she was similar to a child. That was why she could get along with the orphans from the orphanage. Without the Blood Rule telling her, it would be impossible for her to figure out the real reason why Courtney gained the innate rune, Blood Supreme. Bloodette's spirituality was not the only reason. The other reason was because when inside the innate rune of Courtney, Bloodette would have to use the senses shared by Courtney to practice the Blood Rule. Meaning, that inside Courtney's innate rune, Bloodette's affinity to Blood Rule was reduced to Courtney's affinity to Blood Rule. This was why Bloodette prepared to cultivate her Blood Rule mastery within the dungeon seal, and Courtney also preferred to cultivate her Blood Rule inside the duplicate innate rune created by Bloodette, where her affinity to the Blood Rule would be boosted to match that of the Bloodette's Blood Rule affinity, allowing her to comprehend Blood Rule meanings to ultimate mastery in considerably less time compared to had she done the same with her original Blood Rule affinity. However, what Bloodette failed to see was that regardless of how easy it was to cultivate Blood Rule mastery in the dungeon seal, considering the huge percentage of Blood Rule energy she shared with the dungeon seal, she would never be able to ever overpower the dungeon seal. Inside Courtney's innate Blood Rune, even though cultivating Blood Rule was much slower compared to in the Blood Seal, the percentage of Blood Rule energy she shared with the dungeon seal was very little. Meaning, that if Bloodette had chosen to cultivate in Courtney's innate Blood Rune, then even though slow over time, her realm would have overtaken that of the dungeon seal, allowing her to break free from the imprisonment of the dungeon seal. The Blood Rule's plan was almost perfect, but it failed to consider that Bloodette's mind was not mature enough to notice what it was doing, and even if she knew the opportunity Blood Rule had created for her, Bloodette, who was used to cultivating at the speed of bullet train, would never have the patience to cultivate at the speed of a basic steam train. This was where Courtney came in. The only reason Blood Rule would trust Courtney, to begin with, was because of her physique and origin card. It believed that Courtney would keep her promise to help Bloodette free herself from the imprisonment of the dungeon seal. However, Just like Bloodette, Courtney too had no idea of what the original purpose of her innate blood rune, Blood Supreme, was. Had she known, she would have definitely advised Bloodette to cultivate inside her innate blood rune. Even if she were not to care, her physique and origin card would force her to force Bloodette into cultivating in the innate blood rune instead of the dungeon seal. This was the reason why the blood rule was going out of its way to help Bloodette find Courtney. However, it once again underestimated Bloodette. In the worry for her missing friend and fear of not doing enough to find her, she attacked the dungeon seal relentlessly like a buffoon but never once stopped to do the only thing that would actually help her. All she needed was to ask where was Courtney and she would have the answers she needed provided to her by the blood rule. Just like how the blood rule helped her uncover the identity of Wyatt, who was in disguise. The reason Blood Rule was able to tell Wyatt's identity even though he had used Myriad Devil transformation to disguise himself as a middle-aged card master was through the blood runes in him. In a way, Wyatt's transformation was not complete, as he chose not to morph his Calamity Soul gem. He did not because he needed its abilities and also because if he were to completely morph himself into another person his consciousness would struggle to maintain its current persona and individuality as it would conflict with the persona and individuality of the person he had morphed into. Even if Wyatt morphed only a part of his Calamity Soul gem without in its center where his ethereal spirit was located, the blood rule would still manage to tell him apart as it was not seeing from the physical plane put from the spiritual plane through the spiritual channel connecting his Calamity Soul gem to the spiritual plane. Had Wyatt morphed his Calamity Soul gem completely or chosen to close the spiritual channel, then blood rule would never been able to tell him apart. But in Wyatt's defense, he had no idea that he would be facing the blood rule. Chapter 1640 True Children of the World. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 2240. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. You sure will not die? Colleen asked Wyatt looking at the unconscious Bloodette. In her bed inside the cave, she grunted in pain as her body trembled under the constant attack of the dungeon seal. By die, she meant Bloodette's physical body being erased from the physical plane, not the actual death that mortals face. Yes, she will not die. The blood rule loves this particular avatar of it in the physical plane very much. So, it is going to be a lot of trouble to help her. All the dungeon seal can do is imprison her and erase her cultivation base, forcing her to rebuild her strength from the start. Right now her realm has been reduced to the soldier realm, so based on this rate in another hour or so it will be reduced to the student realm. Only then will the dungeon seal stop, Wyatt answered Colleen while he kept studying the dungeon seal. He felt pity as freeing Bloodette meant that his secret base would no longer exist and would have to store his trophies in some other vault. Where the people after Redfall and Agent Lewis cannot track them. I see, she must be one of the originals, Colleen said listening to Wyatt say that the dungeon seal cannot kill her. The records in your family archive did not mention it, Wyatt asked, busy trying to locate the weakness of the dungeon seal to release it or even modify it, having decided to find a solution to set Bloodette free from her imprisonment once and for all. He believed that he had the strength to shoulder the responsibility of letting Bloodette out of the prison the predecessor of the Card Apprentice created. No, unfortunately there we could not find much on Blood Supreme. If not for Courtney summoning her to fight against you in the city tournament, we wouldn't even have known that the Blood Supreme was sealed in some third-rate city down south, Colleen replied. Having fought the Supreme Beings for a good chunk of her life, nobody knew the terror of originals among the Supreme Beings. Unlike human beings, the Supreme Beings cannot reproduce but they cannot permanently die, so it was kind of an even-Steven situation. A somewhat similar death to what the devils enjoyed. They cannot be killed across the myriad realms, only in the Dark Realm. Wish the Supreme Beings could not killed in the card world. Even if they were to be killed outside of the world, a new Supreme Being take its palace. Dealing with them was hectic and troublesome, so the best option was to seal them. This was not the solution, but having an out-of-sight out-of-mind attitude helped here. Because of this reason, some in the research field believe that Supreme Beings, who were birthed by the rules in the world's will's womb, were the rightful hire of this world, and Card Apprentices were invaders similar to the monsters invading the card world by the various dungeons summoned in it. The only difference was monsters failed to successfully rebel against the Supreme Beings, whereas the humans were successful. Many in the research field rejected this theory, as the world will not only did not reject humans but helped humans in many different. If the Supreme Beings were truly the true children of this world, would the mother help her children's bullies? This debate has been going on in the research community for a millennium, and it hasn't aged well, seeing how the Card Apprentice managed to banish Supreme Being to the way beyond. However, this sparked another debate that the world was so big that even the founding card demigods of the 5 regions could not go around it in a decade, yet the fastest card demigod at present was noted to have traveled from the northern capital city to the central capital city under half a day without any space rule. This could only mean that the 5 regions were only a tiny piece carved out by the supreme beings for the Card Apprentice in this big world. The other side claimed that the reason the fastest card demigod at present was noted to have traveled from the northern capital city to the central capital city in under half a day without any space rule because he did not have to pass through the territory of any strong supreme beings or SSS rank dungeons breaks during his sprint. However, the founding card demigods of the 5 regions had to cross the territory of many dangerous supreme beings and SSS rank dungeons that had undergone dungeon breaks since nobody cleared them. As a result, even a decade wasn't enough for them to go around the world. The only reason these debates were propping up in the research communities was that the central government, the 4 royal families, and the noble families of the central capital were not willing to share the entire maps of the world with the general public and strictly regulated the entire world map among themselves. The map available to the general public only showed the 5 regions and empire, but nothing across the way beyond. Even the Card Apprentice posted there was given temporary access to the incomplete map of the edge of the way beyond overlapping with the outer boundary of the 5 regions. Because of this reason, except for the few powerful Card Apprentices who held authority in the 5 regions, nobody actually knew what in beyond the way beyond. Many believed it was filled with rare resources that one can't imagine to find in 5 regions, but others believed it was flooded with strong monsters that broke out of the dungeons without the Card Apprentice clearing them. Many greedy Card Apprentices have tried to explore the way beyond on their own. At first the authorities could not be bothered to stop these greedy people from certain death, but once they started to attract the fury of supreme beings toward the guards at the way beyond, they had little choice but to intervene, making it illegal for the forces to travel across the way beyond without proper clearance. Chapter 1641 Side Effects. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 2:20. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Don't you have much free time on your hands for a queen? Wyatt said, looking at Colleen, who was cultivating her blood rule mastery, making the most of the opportunity. I have a good council serving me, I can trust them to step up in my absence. So, yes, I do have a lot of free time on my hands. Colleen's affinity to blood rule was not high, but with the help of her divinity in this holy place of blood rule, she too had hope of forging a blood rune or two. However, she, like everyone, was not gifted like Blooded and Wyatt, to comprehend rules for days together and not feel mental exhaustion. Considering her realm and affinity with blood rule, she was able to enter one with world state spiritually and comprehend blood rule straight for a few hours at best. So, did you reach the bifurcation point yet? Wyatt asked her as he remained seated beside unconscious Blooded. Her realm had fallen to that of a card student, and as Wyatt deduced, once that happened, the dungeon stopped attacking Blooded and returned to normal. However, even with her strong vitality, Blooded could not immediately recover from this. I am cultivating my blood rule mastery, not vegetables. I am far from achieving advanced mastery, let alone arriving at the bifurcation point. Overall, Colleen's talent as a card apprentice was average. If not for the guidance of her in-laws and the resources of the royal family, it would have taken a few more centuries to get where she was today in terms of her realm and power. Sigh shaking his, Wyatt summoned his grimoire, took out a dozen bottles containing high-grade blood rule pills and passed them to Colleen. He said, take these pills, they will help you get 3 times the results with the same effort, just don't ask where they came from. Did Blooded make these pills? Even an idiot could tell where the pills came from based on the situation, let alone Colleen. I knew I shouldn't have, but I blame myself for having a generous heart. Wyatt shrugged his shoulders with a dejected expression, as if blaming himself for being the only genuine card apprentice left in the world. Talking to Sarah earlier, Wyatt knew that the TSR Guild had stocked up enough blood rule pills to trade some in the market. Though he did order her to use them to add fresh blood to the guild, Wyatt knew the TSR Guild could use other rare resources similar to blood rule pills. So what was the better way to get these resources other than exchanging them for blood rule pills with the Heatsend royal family? Therefore, Wyatt took the opportunity of Colleen was trying to comprehend the blood rule in the dungeon seal to introduce the blood pills to her. Colleen ignored Wyatt, and removing the stopper of one of the pill bottles, she sniffed the pills. Catching a whiff of the blood rule pill, entrancing her in a type of mystic serenity similar to the one she experienced when in the blood rule stream, having entered the one with world state spiritually. Colleen then popped a pill into her mouth and enjoyed the wonderful serene feeling, not bothering to enter the one with the world state spiritually, and began comprehending the blood rule. Seeing her actions, Wyatt forced himself not to rush at her and slap her silly for wasting a high-grade blood rule pill. Wyatt was kind of rich now. He did not need to be frugal, but he could watch Colleen waste a perfect high-grade blood rule pill just for the sake of pleasure. She was basically using the blood rule pill like a hallucinogen to reveal her stress. Once the first blood rule pill melted in her system, Colleen hurriedly popped a blood rule pill into her mouth, then another one, and another one, until she emptied the whole bottle. Seeing this, Wyatt could no longer take it and yelled, "Colleen, what the heck are you doing?" "Language boy, I am just checking if there are any side effects to these pills." Colleen defensed her actions as she enjoyed the serene feeling that overcame her as the blood rule pills melted in her mouth. Who the fuck checks if the pills have side effects by using the pills themselves? Wyatt was dumbfounded by Colleen's reply. A mother who else, Colleen replied. She was in a good mood, so chose to ignore Wyatt's small display of rebellion. "Are you kidding me? Let me help you. There are no side effects to the pills. My employees and I have used these blood rule pills to comprehend blood rule for weeks now. And all of us are fine and dandy. That should be evidence enough that these pills do not have any side effects." Wyatt vouched for his product. "Wyatt, let me be the judge of it. Don't get me wrong, I trust you, but you and your employees must have not used the pills wastefully like I am doing right now, and instead used them sparingly and carefully. But the children of the royal family will not. I am just doing what I think they will do when they have more than enough blood rules at their disposal," Colleen explained as she emptied another bottle of blood rule pills in her mouth. Who would be stupid enough to try something like this? Wyatt could only nod to Colleen's explanation, thinking that rich parents have their own worries. There's Luna. When she was little, bored out of her wits, she decided to create an easier method to increase active soul control percentage by boosting the card apprentice's brain. So absorbed all her soul jades she had on her at once, then gathered the soul energy in her brain in hopes of boosting it. If not for me stopping her in time, it would not have ended with a temporary coma, but her head exploding. Chapter 1642 Meritless Date the 14th of April 2321 Time 2:24 Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Listening to Colleen reminisce about Luna, Wyatt lifted his eyebrows and asked, "Do you really believe Luna is at fault here?" "Sometimes children make mistakes. As their elders, it is our job to correct them, not punish them," Colleen replied. With her current response and previous statement, it was clear that she did not blame Luna but freedom fighters for misleading her. Luna is not a child, she is a grown-ass woman. If she were a mortal, she would have grandchildren by now. So I think she can make her own decisions and he should held responsible for them, Wyatt argued, feeling that he needed to make it clear to Colleen about his stance on Luna's betrayal. "Wyatt, regardless of her age, Luna is my family's child who grew up in my arms. The freedom fighters will pay for corrupting her." Colleen made her stance clearer to Wyatt, putting aside the bottles of blood rule pill. "Luna betrayed the southern region and most of all you and your husband. Are you sure you want to overlook that?" Wyatt said as he did not Colleen getting in his way when he gave Luna the cost of her betrayal. "You won't understand. If not for the freedom fighter, Luna would not have done anything to betray her family." Colleen continued to defend Luna, claiming freedom fighters were at fault for misleading her grandniece. "Really? You are choosing Luna over people of the southern region? As the soldier queen, don't you find it a bit shameful?" Wyatt thought Colleen's choice to forgive Luna was similar to betraying the citizens of the southern region she was meant to serve. "As a soldier, I only know to protect my homeland, I do not judge them. The same thing applies to my family. Wyatt, I am clear about my duties. You need not remind me of it," Colleen said coldly, indicating that she no longer wanted to talk about Luna and her accountability. Wyatt shook his head, feeling that Colleen was a soldier down to her bones. Adding queen to her title will not make her fit to rule a southern region as a queen. On Earth, Wyatt had seen similar situation. A billionaire's wife was made the chairman of his company after his death. In half a decade the company was driven to bankruptcy under her reign. Similarly, the former First Lady was elected as the Madam President at the end of her husband's term. Her term soon began to be known as the worst term possible. Under her leadership, the country was introduced to the greatest economic crises the country has seen in its 300 years of democracy. It took the country decades to recover from the damage of those 4 years. The lesson to learn from this was that just because someone is the spouse of the neurosurgeon, it doesn't mean that they too were capable of performing complicated brain surgery. Wyatt saw the same thing happening with the southern region. Just because the current ruler of the southern region was a great ruler, his wife Colleen didn't become a great ruler. Unlike Colleen, her husband was trained to govern since his childhood, just like their children and grandchildren. Colleen, who came from a common background and had trained as a model soldier for a good chunk of her life, would make a great soldier, even a general, but not a queen. The southern royal court was well aware of this, so they were happy that Colleen did not intervene while Lorenzo and her daughter held down the forte. Still, she held too much authority for someone who was clearly not qualified to hold it. Well, just so you know, I can respect the freedom fighters for outsmarting me, but I will not forgive Luna's betrayal. If Colleen had asked for leniency for Luna, he might have thought about it, but her totally rejecting any accountability for Luna's part for her betrayal only pissed Wyatt off. I see you no longer plan to take revenge on the freedom fighters. Colleen coldly glanced at Wyatt, reading between the lines. I do, but not the way that will satisfy your anger toward them. Wyatt was always clear about his grievances and gratefulness. He did not need someone to remind him that. So they got to you too, huh? Colleen said, adding, you do what feels the best for you. I can settle my own accounts. Listening to Wyatt, Colleen's suspicion that there was more to Wyatt's visit to the freedom fighters' headquarters began to grow stronger. So much so that she had strong doubts that the freedom fighter might have corrupted Wyatt just as they did with Luna. However, knowing that soon her daughter would be visiting Wyatt, she believed her daughter would handle him. Quote. Seeing Colleen not bring up his promise to her, Wyatt could not help but raise his eyebrow in puzzlement, wondering why someone as hot-headed as Colleen was so calm today. These pills are good. He does not have side effects. Even if a mortal or card apprentice with an ego gem were to take them, they would not suffer, as the blood rule power in the pill will dissipate in the surroundings instead of accumulating in their body and causing their death. The control over the blood rule to create this pill should only be possible by the blood supreme. No wonder you people move the base of your operation to this barren lands on the edge of the city, Colleen said, picking up a blood rule pill bottle she had kept aside earlier. Wyatt responded to Colleen with a nod, not planning to discuss further about who and how the blood rule pills were made. These pills are way better than the ones available in the market, still we cannot afford to pay you a huge price. How much do you plan on selling them for? Colleen was very impressed by the blood rule created by Bloodet. The purity of blood rule power refined by Bloodet was astounding. The higher the purity, the easier for the consumer to use the energy of the pill. How about you have your people discuss it with the TSR Adventure Guild? I am sure they will work this out fairly. Wyatt could use his relationship with the Southern royal family to exchange blood rule pill for better resources, but he did not plan on doing it this time. It was normal circumstances. Wyatt would not mind using their relationship for a more profitable price, but currently, he wanted to conduct business with the Southern royal family as equal. So, he decided to let the sales be done through proper channels. Wyatt's actions might seem a little ungrateful after all. Without the Southern royal family covering for him, would not have lived to live this day. But if not for the benefits he could provide them, the Southern royal family would not have bothered to go to such lengths for an orphan from a third-rate city. The relationship between the Wyatt and Southern royal family was more of a business that only lasted till they were beneficial to each other. However, that was only at the beginning, as over time their relationship morphed into something like a friendship. They did not agree with each other on many things. At the end of the day, they were cut from the same cloth, the Southern region. Good, I will do that, Colleen said before she popped a high-level blood rule pill and entered the one with the world state to continue comprehending the blood rule. To avoid any further discussion with Wyatt, because she felt the direction the conversation was headed, they would no longer argue verbally but physically. Seeing Colleen start to comprehend her blood rule, Wyatt looked at her intently because Colleen's actions were totally contrary to his thoughts. It's as if she was a changed person today. It was the Colleen he knew would have flipped the movement. He said he had other plans for the freedom fighters, but this Colleen did not. Rather, she responded calmly, prompting Wyatt to wonder if the Southern royal family was up to something. Fuck this, Wyatt cussed as he summoned his grimoire, planning to access the VR universe as its administrator. Before that, he took one last look at the unconscious Bloodet, who did not seem to be about to wake up anytime soon. Accessing the VR universe as its administrator, Wyatt accessed the information network to gather all the information collected on the Southern royal family, to figure out if they were up to something that he should know about. Going through the information network, Wyatt found something shocking. The Southern royal family was building another silver milk power manufacturing plant, but this time it was not being built in a secure area but in the industrial area of the Southern capital. Wyatt wondered why the Southern royal family would do that even though they did not have a stable source of silver milk to manufacture silver milk powder, and above all why they did not inform him about this. Chapter 16 43 Sense of urgency. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 2:28. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt could not think of any reason why the Southern royal family would be so bold to build a manufacturing line for silver milk powder so openly. He thought they were smarter than considering what was happening to the freedom fighters who tried to openly monopolize the silver milk powder. What was puzzling was that the order to build the silver milk powder manufacturing factory in the industrial area of the Southern capital was given yesterday afternoon, a few hours after I revealed my arrival in the Sky Blossom City to the Southern royal family. That was to say that something changed after he foiled the plans of the central government, Morningstar University, Matron, and after he defeated Belphegor. Something that gave the Southern royal family the assurance they needed to work on their plans for the silver milk powder monopoly openly. Wyatt used his information network to go through everything that occurred around the world after his victory in the Battle of Southern Capital. But nothing had changed, as only a few were aware of the fight since. All the parties involved in this battle chose to keep this matter on low. Especially the Southern royal family, as they did not want the world to think that the Southern royal family was not competent or the Southern capital wasn't a safe place. Therefore, Wyatt did not find anything that would prompt the Southern royal family to be bold about their plans for the silver milk powder. He turned to look at Colleen, who was busy comprehending blood rule. He had so many questions he wanted to ask her, yet he controlled himself from rudely disturbing her practice. Wyatt stopped his mind from wandering and thinking the worst, but it was hard for him not to wonder why the Southern royal family did not tell him about their move. He did not know what to think of their actions, especially with the silver milk powder bringing their doom upon the freedom fighters. Shaking his head, Wyatt prepared to leave the VR universe but stopped seeing a message from Ned arrive in his virtual account. He paused to read it. VR Universe Instant Message Service allowed players to talk to each other in the VR universe using their Grimoires contact list as long as the person they were trying to reach also had a virtual account in the VR universe. Wyatt, I agree that I underestimated you. Let us meet up and have a proper discussion. Ned. Reading the message from Ned, Wyatt felt no sincerity from him. So, he decided to ignore it and wait until the desperation of their situation forced them to cultivate a more genuine and sincere attitude toward him. Considering that the world leaders were getting impatient, he would not have too long, making it easier for him to get the freedom fighters to submit to him as his hired thugs. Wyatt respected their game, but that did not mean that he would forgive and forget what they did to him so easily. Before leaving, Wyatt decided to take a moment to sort his virtual inbox, which was filled with messages from people seeking to cooperate with him in different ways with the help of Hive AI. It was not clear how these people got his contact ID, but they were smart enough to not directly contact his grimoire and instead contacted Wyatt through the VR universe. After all, it was not hard for a smart person to know that Wyatt's grimoire was under the constant surveillance of the Southern royal family. Wyatt did not directly delete all messages but decided to go through them because he felt that he could no longer delay his plans to build his force that would help him stand equal to the Southern region. He was about to swallow the freedom fighters, but they were not enough since they could not even defend themselves. How can he expect them to defend him? It'd be long before they would be of any use to him. Wyatt wanted to sort the messages based on who wanted to genuinely cooperate with him and who wanted to use him. His information network made it easier for him to do so by allowing him to do a thorough background check on each of them and learn their real motives. As of now, Wyatt does not plan to cooperate with people who genuinely want to work with him because he does not have the assurance that he would be able to assist them if they were targeted because of him. So Wyatt was after the people who approached him with the thought that they could use him to achieve their various motives. Wyatt was not worried about controlling these people as he had his Calamity Daughter gems for this occasion. Its power was limited to card kings, but that was enough for him to spread his influence among all the third-rate cities across the 5 regions. After learning that the Southern royal family did not involve him in their plans to open a silver milk powder manufacturing factory in the Southern capital, he started to feel the urgency of building his force. Especially, with unknown enemies like Handsome Fox propping up, Wyatt knew he no longer had the time or luxury to slowly build his forces the righteous way with capable and talented people whom he could trust. He too decided to choose the path the three mischiefs used to build their forces that were strong enough to topple the central government, the four royal families, and the nobles of the central region, making use of their origin cards. Unlike Matron, who was born with a golden spoon, the supreme leader and emissary of light who rose to power from dirt started building their forces by expanding their influence among the third-rate cities of the 5 regions in the slums of the empire. Similarly to them, with the current limit of Wyatt's Calamity Daughter gems, it would not be difficult for him to start his raise from the third-rate cities. Chapter 1644 Curving Name into the Myriad Realms. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 2:32. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. No, the irony was not lost on Wyatt. He was fully aware of his actions by choosing the same path as the three mischiefs. Wyatt did not want to build an army of the Calamity Daughter gem, but the Myriad Realms reminded him that it was a lot scarier than his imagination. Wyatt would soon be leaving to help Zoltan in exchange for lifting the ban on him and the VVIP access to the Infinity Library. Before that time came, Wyatt wanted to make sure that the emotions and substance that he had built in this world would be protected and taken care of even in his absence. The last few days have been chaotic, especially yesterday. From all this chaos surrounding him, Wyatt took one thing: that he was weak. Whenever he felt that he had finally gained control over the chaos in his life, the universe would throw a curve ball at him and he would be right back at where he started, weak and helpless. The question was no longer about having control over his life but being prepared for anything that would come at him, so it was no longer about just growing strong alone but growing strong as an army that would not only protect his interest in the card world but Myriad Realms. After sorting out the messages, Wyatt made a list of card apprentices who were from third-rate cities and then sent a message to each of them indicating his will to cooperate with them. These card apprentices were worse than the three mischiefs in their respective cities. So, Wyatt would not have a problem using them as a tool for his raise. Then, leaving the VR universe, Wyatt entered the Inter-Realm City. With Blooded unconscious and Dreadray still with her tribe, Wyatt's current plans could only be paused and chosen to prepare for his future plan. The plan was to curve his name in the heart of the Myriad Realms by hunting down the devil that terrorized it, Belphegor. Arriving at Sector DSO 909, Wyatt tried to collect any and all information he could gather on Belphegor, which was proving to be difficult since not many in the Sector DSO 909 dared to offend Belphegor's faction, the Seven Princes of Hell, as they had a widespread and notorious influence in the Dark Realm. But this did not stop Wyatt, because if Belphegor had people who feared and revered the power and wealth that Belphegor held, then he would have people who hated him and lusted for the power and wealth that Belphegor held. All Wyatt had to do was find them, which was not hard considering that the power in the Dark Realm was clearly split between various local factions and dark races. Wyatt had no trouble finding the factions and dark races that would not mind not only offending Belphegor but also killing him. However, there was a problem. It was Wyatt's origin. That he was not a demon merchant native to the Dark Realms. Regardless of how many disputes and grudges these factions and dark races had between them, they would stand together against a demon merchant who was not native to Dark Realms. This was one of the main reasons why Sector DSO 909 managed to stay as the only hub of devil merchants, despite the Devil Merchant Code having hired numerous devil merchants across the Myriad Realms. Wyatt had two ways to solve this problem. The first was obviously to use his Myriad Devil transformation to morph his species and infiltrate one of the rival factions and dark races of the Seven Princes of Hell. The second one was to prove himself worthy of being a demon merchant and gain the respect of these factions and dark races such that they would invite Wyatt into their factions or families with open arms as one of them, despite him not being a native of the Dark Realm. Regardless of the option Wyatt chooses, they would have their own challenges for him to overcome. The first option was to morph his species to match the dark race or the faction he was planning to infiltrate to plot against Belphegor was the most difficult one among the two options. These factions and dark races didn't start in the Inter-Realm City but in the Dark Realm, where they did most of their recruitment. If Wyatt were to choose the first option, then just morphing his species would not be enough, as he would need an identity and residence within the Dark Realm. Like any organization, these factions and families would be on the lookout for spies and traitors, so before accepting Wyatt into their organization they will put his identity through a thorough background check, not only in the Inter-Realm City but even in the Dark Realm. Wyatt can move to the Dark Realm temporarily to prove his identity with the help of Devil Merchant Code, but that would be expensive and too much trouble. Whereas, the second option to gain the respect of these factions and families by proving himself to them seemed to be a lot easier option. Especially with the fact that he killed Belphegor's World Hog incarnation in the card world. However, he would have to share the card world with them. After all, if he wanted to use them, he would have to let them use him. Though the second option was easier, he would bring a new wave of troubles to the card world. Especially since it hasn't been that long since the card world's forces had exterminated the last wave of demonic forces trying to infest the card world. The two options that Wyatt had at his hands were not easy, but he was clear about his bottom line: he would never be a traitor. So, the choice he had to make could not be more obvious to Wyatt. Chapter 1645 Chaos Dwarven Race. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 3:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City. Having decided to infiltrate the rival factions and families of the Seven Princes of Hell faction by morphing his species to that of a dark race, Wyatt decided to first change into a dark rat that had a good representative among most of the dark races. This was to collect information on the hierarchy and power struggle in the Dark Realm to select the perfect faction or family to make a move against Belphegor and his Seven Princes of the Hell faction. If Corey Park was still awake, he would have reached out to her, but unfortunately she was the unknown victim of the Handsome Fox incident. Thanks to the myriad realm race records, Wyatt knew exactly what dark race he could morph into to achieve his agenda, the Chaos Dwarven race. They were like the engineers of the dark race, creating the most sought-after weapons, armor, and items of destruction. Due to their top-notch skills despite their erratic behavior, many dark races extend a warm welcome to them and don't dare to offend them, since offending one Chaos Dwarf was equal to offending the entire Chaos Dwarven race. As a Chaos Dwarf, Wyatt could easily gather the information he needed regarding the power structure in the Dark Realm. Having decided on which dark race to morph into, Wyatt now needed something containing the DNA material of the Chaos Dwarf for his Myriad Devil body to activate Myriad Devil transformation and morph him into a Chaos Dwarf. The only place Wyatt could something like that except for the Inter-Realm City was the Inter-Realm Network and the Devil Merchant Code. Wyatt then offered a reasonable offering in exchange for the demon core of a Chaos Dwarf. After all, what better serves as the best DNA material of a dark race than their demon core? Not to mention it was readily available in the market compared to the swab of Chaos Dwarf. However, since the demon core can be used to summon an undead Chaos Dwarf, the offering was expensive but worth every penny. Offering a taste of the demon core of the Chaos Dwarf to the Myriad Devil body, Wyatt used its Myriad Devil transformation skill to morph into a Chaos Dwarf and once again appeared in Sector DSO-909, catching the eye of every demon devil merchant in the surrounding. None of them dared to investigate his information, unlike the time when arrived as a human. Showing just how much revered the Chaos Dwarf were in the circle of the dark race. Especially, the Chaos Dwarf with the status of demon devil merchant. After all, the only thing limiting the Chaos Dwarf was the availability of rare materials in a rich market. The devil merchant happened to have both. Therefore, demon merchant Chaos Dwarfs were more arrogant and haughty than the regular Chaos Dwarfs. But since they managed to become demon devil merchants, also showed that they had the ability to be arrogant and haughty. Therefore even the devil merchants in the crowd did not dare to access Wyatt's information. Even if they did, they would not find anything unless they had an exclusive privilege that helped them check the information of the demon merchant. After having learned the lesson after his mistake with Belphegor, Wyatt offered a small fortune to the Devil Merchant Code to increase his privacy security to the highest level available. What mistake did Wyatt commit when against Belphegor? Wyatt accepted the invite sent to his Demon Merchant Codex by Belphegor through the Devil Merchant Codex to sign the pact. During their confrontation, Belphegor never tried to access Wyatt's Demon Merchant information, but only when he accepted the invite. Proving that accepting the invite was one of the conditions for Belphegor to activate the exclusive privilege that would allow him to access Wyatt's Demon Merchant information, bypassing the Devil Merchant Code's privacy security. Wyatt did not beat himself up for this, as it was impossible for him to know Belphegor had the exclusive privilege to access the information of other demon merchants by bypassing their privacy settings. Not to mention that the condition of activating his exclusive privilege would be to accept the Merchant Codex invite. Wyatt maintained an arrogant and annoyed expression on his face as if the entire myriad realm owed him money. He looked around the fountain to find that some demon merchants actively avoided his gaze and some greeted him with a nod, but none dared to ignorantly stare at him. They were not being respectful of Wyatt but the chaos dwarf that he had morphed into. Having decided on his destination, Wyatt moved and the busy crowd split, making way for him, unlike the indifference and disdain he faced all the previous times when he visited the DSO 909. The power the Chaos Dwarf held was just insane. Wyatt could not help like this feeling. However, he did not let him distract from his mission. The previous times Wyatt came, he would directly head to what can only be described as the slums of the DSO 909 to visit the newbie merchant mall. This time, however, he was going to the center of the DSO 909, the most expensive part of the sector. Not just for sightseeing but to actually enter one of those fancy clubs. Earlier, even if Wyatt had the money and gained an exclusive privilege, the shop security of these clubs would not allow him to enter them because just having a lot of money was not enough to get into some places. Especially, the clubs owned by the factions and families that terrorized the Dark Realm itself. As a demon merchant not native to the Dark Realm, regardless of how much wealth Wyatt possessed, these clubs would not give him entry. But with his new identity as a Chaos Dwarf, it was a different story. These clubs will not only invite him but do their best to entertain all his wishes. Chapter 1646 Mock Tool of Blight Brood. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 5:09. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Blight Brood Club, a young Chaos Dwarf with gray skin, strip pattern tattoos, and a menacing Viking beard stood in front of a luxurious club and muttered. This Chaos Dwarf was none other than Wyatt, and the club he was standing in front of was one of the most exclusive clubs in the sector DSO 909, collectively owned by the leaders of the faction, 7 Princes of Hell. Earlier, Wyatt wanted to gather information to find a rival faction or family that could help him take down Belphegor, but then he thought that since he was planning to infiltrate a faction or family anyway, why not just infiltrate the faction Belphegor belonged to? This way he could not only learn everything Belphegor was up to but also subtly sabotage him. With this thought, Wyatt adjusted his plans and headed right to the Blight Brood Club, knowing that it was collectively owned by Belphegor and his faction. Wyatt did not directly enter the club, instead stood in front of it because he wanted the club to invite him in. This was not only in line with the attitude of the Chaos Dwarfs but also helped Wyatt avoid the shop security function that every infrastructure in the Inter-Realm was provided by the Devil Merchant Code. The demon devil merchant he came across in the Inter-Realm City might not be able to see through his true identity, but the same was not true when it came to Devil Merchant Code. So just to be on the safer side, Wyatt planned to avoid the shop security function of the club, which would obviously not allow entry to demon devil merchants based on the predetermined conditions instructed to it. Just like all the clubs owned by the Dark Race, Blight Brood would not allow entry to demon merchants who were not native to the Dark Realm. The only way to avoid this was to be invited into the club. Hence, arrogantly waited in front of the club. Soon, in line with Wyatt's expectation, half a dozen staff of the club rushed to the gate of the club and respectfully greeted him in unison with a perfect bow. "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Blight Brood." Wyatt stared at the leading staff with indifference, who panicked not receiving a response from the esteemed guest. Then one of the staff members came forward and whispered in his ears, "Manager, send an invitation to the esteemed guest to appear genuine." Understanding his mistake, the leading staff soon summoned his merchant codex and sent the highest level club invitation available for guests to the demon merchant Chaos Dwarf. Receiving the Xaver level guest invitation, with indifference, Wyatt accepted the invitation, knowing that the staff did not have the guts to try and access his information. Even if they did, at most he would get caught and mocked by Belphegor for his failed attempt. As for the consequences, as long as he was prepared to pay enough offering, he basically had nothing to worry about in the Inter-Realm City. "Esteemed guest, I am Mock Tool, manager of the Blight Brood Club. Let me lead you inside." Seeing the Chaos Dwarf accept the invitation, Mock Tool was revealed, and very soon he was more excited than ever before in his 4 centuries of lifespan, as if he had won a lottery. Inviting a Chaos Dwarf into the Blight Brood Club would push his career to the new heights that he dreamed of. When the greeting staff said that she saw a Chaos Dwarf at the gate, Mock Tool mocked her, believing that she was mistaken, but still he could not take chances, so he checked the gate as a formality. To find that the greeting staff was not a mistake, it was indeed a Chaos Dwarf waiting at the gate of their club. Though this Chaos Dwarf appeared to be young, regardless, a Chaos Dwarf was a Chua's dwarf. Not to mention this Chaos Dwarf was a demon merchant, meaning it either had a strong talent to be selected by the Devil Merchant Code or a huge background for it to collect the merchant tokens. Either one was a blessing. Not once did the question of why a demon merchant Chaos Dwarf was waiting in front of their club cross Mok Tool's mind. Mok Tool was an opportunistic person who made sure to seize every opportunity that he came across. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in one of the most coveted and respected positions in the Dark Realm for 1.5 centuries, the manager of one of the most exclusive clubs in the central area of Sector DSO-909. Besides, how would he know that someone would be daring enough to impersonate a Chaos Dwarf, especially within the Inter-Realm city? Wyatt nodded boldly and walked ahead of the manager himself. Now that he had received one of the highest invitations to the Blight Club, he had little to worry about his actions revealing his identity. Besides, this was in line with the attitude of the Chaos Dwarf. Seeing Wyatt take the lead and head into the Blight Brood without even bothering to introduce himself, Mok Tool was not angry. He hurriedly followed behind Wyatt and said, "Esteemed guest, if you do not mind me asking, are you here for the action?" "What auction?" Wyatt asked without stopping. "Sir, are you not here for the Realm Fragment?" Manager Mok Tool asked Wyatt, wondering why would the Chaos Dwarf come to their club if not for the auction. Unlike the auction houses across the Sector DSO-909, the auction being held in the Blight Brood Club was exclusive only to the demon devil merchants of the faction, 7 Princes of Hell. Money and rare resources were no good here, as one could only bid for these items with merits gained by performing tasks for the faction. Wyatt suddenly paused his stride, then sharply turned to look manager Mok Tool in the eyes, and asked, "Even if I could afford the Realm Fragment, what would I do with it considering my realm?" Chapter 1647 Realm Ticket. Date, Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. This, Mok Tool's voice trailed, not knowing how to answer the Chaos Dwarf, as couldn't yet get a grasp on the attitude of the dwarf to give him the answers he wanted to hear. However, Mok Tool was new to this biz of ass-kissing. "Esteemed guest, I thought a Realm Fragment can make an excellent gift for your leaders." With this carefully crafted answer, Mok Tool was not only able to avoid the Chaos Dwarf's question but also get a gist of his background. Mok Tool preferred that Chaos Dwarf did not have powerful elders supporting him, because then he could introduce the dwarf to the founding devil merchants of the 7 Princes of Hell faction. Any one of them would reward him handsomely for this. "Even if I had that idea, I do not have your faction's merits points to buy the Realm Fragment." Wyatt crafted his answer in such a way that Mok Tool could only continue to keep guessing. "Esteemed guest, this slave has collected some merit points over the years. If you do not mind, I share them with you," Mok Tool offered, knowing that even if he spent all his accumulated merit points he could not befriend a Chaos Dwarf, so he did not hesitate to use them to gain the favor of one. "No need, I heard that the guest of your club can do some odd jobs to earn your faction merit points." "I am right." Wyatt had thought of a reason why an arrogant being such as the Chaos Dwarf would wait in front of the Blight Brood Club on his way here. Now that he had managed to enter the club, he was just executing the next step of his plan accordingly. "Esteemed guest, don't tell me you plan to offer your expertise to our club?" Mok Tool asked. "That depends," Wyatt trailed. "Esteemed guest, I do not understand. Please, enlighten me." Mok Tool knew what the dwarf was getting at, but he did not want to jump to conclusions. "I have faced some problems in the lower realms. I have recently bought the tickets to. I need a bunch of mercenaries that would not mind getting their hands dirty," Wyatt responded. To dark races, killing an entire race or destroying a realm in the myriad realms was not considered as getting their hands dirty, it was regular work. The only thing that would hurt their consciousness and make them feel guilty was hurting their own. They were similar to other myriad races in this way. Listening to the dwarf, the expression of Mok Tool and the staff behind him changed. With a serious expression, Mok Tool replied, "Esteemed guest, why don't we continue our conversation inside? The 7 Princes of Hell faction and their Blight Brood Club did questionable things even by the Dark Realm's standards, but they knew better than to be open about it." Soon Mok Tool led the dwarf to a luxurious office while signaling his staff to serve an expensive spirit wine. As the dwarf got comfortable on the couch, Mok Tool responded, "Esteemed guest, you heard right. How can the Blight Brood be of help to you?" "I will not go into the details now since we have yet to reach an understanding," Wyatt paused and looked at Mok Tool, who nodded in agreement. So he continued saying, I have run into trouble against another faction who has also bought the tickets to the lower realm that I have an eye on. I could have used my men to solve the said trouble, but then the culprit behind the incident would be obvious to their faction. Therefore, I am in need of trustworthy demons that would get the job done in my stead without drawing any form of suspicion toward me. I see. So what grade demon do you need and how many of them do you need? The situation the dwarf spoke of was not new to Mok Tool. This was one of the main reasons why their club was able to flourish in Central Sector DSO 909, by taking on the dirty jobs that others would hesitate to do. I am in need of 3 parties consisting only of demon lords, they should be able to get the job done, Wyatt answered with a hypothetical number of men needed for the hypothetical task he created. Would it be bold of me to assume that demon lord is the limit of the realm you have purchased the tickets to? Mok Tool asked the dwarf. Demon devil merchants use the inter-realm scan function to detect new realms and register the new realms under their name. By doing this, other than them, no other demon devil merchant can enter the said realm through the devil merchant code without their permission. Now either the demon devil merchant can loot all the resources in the said realm to recover the expense they spent on finding this realm and then some profits too. But if they feel the realm they found was not capable of that, then they sell it to the devil merchant code to cut their losses. But the smart ones divide the right to the said realm into multiple equal shares known as realm tickets or tokens and sell these tickets to other demon devil merchants to not only cover their expense to search the said realm but also rack in a huge profit from it. Now the realm equally belongs to the demon devil merchants holding the realm tickets. Except for then, nobody can enter the realm through the devil merchant code. However, when multiple people had ownership of something, they were bound to have disputes when it came to sharing. In the case of the realm, the demon devil merchants fought over the various resources and the natives of the realm. They had paid a hefty price to attain the realm tickets, and now they planned to earn expense and some profits back by looting the resources of the realm. However, the realm had limited resources and each of them had paid a considerable amount to gain their realm tickets. There was no way they could come to a compromise, as that would mean sharing the losses among them equally. Mok Tool thought the Chaos Dwarf was in a similar situation. Unfortunately for him, his rivals were stronger than him, so he needed to recruit smart outside help, such that the faction behind his rivals would not suspect him of any foul play. Chapter 1648 Surpassing the Creator. Date, Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. You are correct, the realm I am eyeing for is considerably young, but it has rich reserves of the ore I am in urgent need of. Had I not run into the complications, I would be busy in my workshop right now, Wyatt expressed unbound rage. Calm down, esteemed guest, you have come to the right place for help. Even though all you are asking for is 3 parties of demon lords, considering the nature of your task the risk is high, so it will be expensive, Mok Tool informed. Seeing how the dwarf had come personally in search of help, Mok Tool knew the dwarf was in urgent need of assistance. Knowing this information, only a fool would not utilize it to achieve his agenda. All I care about is whether your faction is capable of completing this job. Don't worry about cost, Wyatt said confidently. After all, even the poorest of the Chaos Dwarf would be considered rich in Sector DSO 909, let alone a demon merchant Chaos Dwarf. This just showed how much the dark races valued the craftsmanship of the Chaos Dwarf. One would wonder, with the presence of the devil merchant code who could do many things for an appropriate offering, why would the demon devil merchants value the Chaos Dwarf? Regardless of how strong and sentient the devil merchant code had grown, it was still a spell created by the devil. Just like AI, it knows how to use what was already available and modify it. It could never come up with something original on its own. The card creation arrays the devil merchant code built for Wyatt, and the base blueprint on how to set up these card creation arrays was provided by Wyatt. The devil merchant code just upgraded them to an SSS rank array recipe using its huge database and erected the array for Wyatt. The same was true for the VR universe and the NPCs in it, that the devil merchant code had created for Wyatt. He gave it the base code, and using the vast knowledge in its database, the devil merchant code modified his codes into what they are now. In a way, the devil merchant code was similar to a high-level AI generator. The devil merchant code was capable of many things but still not capable of replacing its creators. This was where the Chaos Dwarfs and other masters shone, especially ones with access to devil merchant code. One not could even begin to comprehend what monstrosity they were capable of together. Just take Wyatt for example. He created an entire virtual universe in his personal realm network with the help of Devil Merchant code. If that was not playing God, then what was? Thinking of this, it was not surprising that Mok'Tool, the powerful manager of one of the most exclusive clubs in Central Sector DS0909, was kissing the ass of a Demon Master Realm Chaos Dwarf. Esteemed guest, do not worry if my club takes a task, then consider it completed. I assure you, you will be satisfied with the results. You should have heard of our spotless track record before choosing us over our rival clubs, Mok'Tool assured the Chaos Dwarf with great confidence. Why wouldn't he be confident when, just like he claimed, the task success rate of their club was very high compared to their rival clubs? Such a track record spoke of guaranteed customer satisfaction. Good, I like your confidence. Give me an approximate number, Wyatt said as if impressed by Mok'Tool's confidence. That will be hard, as I do not have enough information, Mok'Tool replied. He had no idea who the Wyatt wanted their aid against. Not that there was anyone in the Dark Realm they dared not offend, but the valuation of the task highly varied based on the threat level of the opponent they would be facing. So without a proper idea of who they had to go against, it would be hard for him to even give the client an approximate cost for this deal. You dealt with this kind of situation before, just give a valuation based on your experience. Wyatt planned to not tell more lies, because the more lies he told, the more chances of his cover being blown. The more information Mok'Tool had on the Chaos Dwarf, the easier it would be for him to find the identity of the Chaos Dwarf. Once Wyatt gives him the name of the rival faction, Mok'Tool will have his staff gather the information on the list of Demon Lord grade realms that the faction was operational in. Using that list, Mok'Tool would try to get information on every demon merchant that had bought a realm ticket for one of these realms listed in the list. With the information network of the 7 Princes of Hell faction, this would not be hard for him. Unable to find a Chaos Dwarf among one of the demon merchants listed in the list, it would not be long for Mok'Tool to understand that something was fishy about the Chaos Dwarf in front of him. Then he will start to put everything he learned about the Chaos Dwarf since their meeting under the microscope, only to find that he knew nothing about the Chaos Dwarf. With that, it would be surprising if the Mok'Tool did not make use of the Devil Merchant code to access Chaos Dwarf's information. Considering that they were active in the central area of Sector DS0909 for centuries, it would not be surprising that, like Belphegor, the Blight Brood Club had an exclusive privilege to bypass the Devil Merchant code's privacy function. Listening to the Chaos Dwarf, it was clear to Mok'Tool that the dwarf had yet to fully trust them. Had it been some other client, Mok'Tool would not bother to personally persuade them, but a Chaos Dwarf client was different. Chapter 1649. Nothing stopping him. Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. A Chaos Dwarf client was indeed worth Mok'Tool to ignore his duties as manager of the Blight Brood Club and attend to a client, which was the job of a regular staff. The Chaos Dwarf knew their value better than anyone. Therefore they dared to be arrogant and prideful, which also made them very cautious. People tend to get possessive of precious stuff. For the strong, be it Chaos Dwarf or mythical grade item, they were all the same, nothing but mere possessions. If they want it, they get to have it. This was why Chaos Dwarfs were very careful when choosing their client. If they placed their trust in a wrong person, they might end up becoming nothing more than a prized possession for the strong. Chaos Dwarven race's pickiness was known to all, as many approached them for their craft, but only a few were lucky enough to own a Chaos Dwarven creation. Mok'Tool knew about this better than anyone else, as for centuries the workshop of the 7 Princes of Hell faction has been actively trying to recruit a Chaos Dwarf among their ranks, hoping that adding one Chaos Dwarf to their ranks would attract other of their kind. However, the reputation of their faction was not that high among the dark races. So for the Chaos Dwarf, who had many invitations available, they never even looked at their faction. So, this time, if Mok'Tool were able to just build a good connection between their faction and the Chaos Dwarf, he would be making a huge contribution toward the faction and would be rewarded handsomely. After all, finding a puddle of muddy water in a dry well was akin to a miracle. Hence, Mok'Tool did not dare to show his arrogance of being the manager of the Blight Brood Club in front of the Chaos Dwarf, who did not even bother to introduce himself to him when he was demanding their assistance. What is it? Is there a problem? If you are not up to the task, forget it. I will just give on the realm to cut my losses, Wyatt said, playing his role as the Chaos Dwarf client to the fullest. Mok Tool looked at the Chaos Dwarf and knew that he did not plan on giving up the realm to cut his losses. Instead, he was using it as an excuse to leave here and find another organization to get what he wants. Like all dark races, the Chaos Dwarfs were driven by greed, ambition, and pride. Even if the Chaos Dwarf were willing to suppress his greed and ambition, and suffer a loss, his pride would not allow him to just up and leave the lower realm. Unless he returned the humiliation he suffered. Otherwise, why would an arrogant and prideful Chaos Dwarf stoop so low to search for a faction that was known to kill their kind for a price? Maltool now understood why the Chaos Dwarf did not bother to introduce himself to him, because the Chaos Dwarf was on the fence about employing their Blight Brood Club to complete his task. By not revealing his identity, the Chaos Dwarf was now free to leave their establishment without having to worry about them backstabbing him by contacting his rivals and informing them about his plans for them in the lower realm. Right now nothing was stopping the Chaos Dwarf from getting up and leaving, as Mok Tool did not even know which part of the Dark Realm the Chaos Dwarf was from, let alone his rivals he was hiring them to sabotage. Thinking of this, Mok Tool started to look at the young Chaos Dwarf in a new light. He appeared cunning and decisive despite his age and lack of experience in the Dark Realms and the Devil Merchant Code. Esteemed guest, please don't be hasty and misunderstand my intentions. Without knowing the exact risk, it would not be fair for my men and you to give you a valuation even if it is a rough estimate. But since you insist, I will give you one. But before that, how would like to pay for our services? Mok Tool said immediately to appease the Chaos Dwarf. Mok Tool understood that the Chaos Dwarf would rather give up employing the Blight Brood Club than say anything that would compromise his identity. Therefore he no longer insisted on the Chaos Dwarf revealing more information about the task. Even though the Blight Brood took on shady tasks, they were serious when it came to protecting their own. After all, it was very hard to cultivate trustworthy demons who would stay loyal to the faction when they had no qualms about killing their kind. Your services for mine, Wyatt said arrogantly, as if his work was worth more than the service the Blight Brood would be providing him with. Mok Tool already knew the Chaos Dwarf planned to exchange its service for their faction's help, but after receiving an official confirmation he could not help but feel he hit the jackpot. He tried hard to maintain an indifferent expression on his face in preparation for the negotiation up ahead, but his bright eyes gave his feelings away. Sure, that is acceptable, Mok Tool said, imagining the uproar in the club and the faction when he announced that he had managed to get the service of a Chaos Dwarf. He could already hear the praise of his jealous colleagues and satisfied immediate superior. Mok Tool immediately calmed down and stopped himself from celebrating prematurely. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at the young Chaos Dwarf preparing to give him his term. Previously, he might have underestimated him, but now that he had experienced his conniving mind firsthand, he did not dare to underestimate the Chaos Dwarf because its age and lack of experience. Chapter 1650 Fair. Date, Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Good, then state your price, Wyatt spoke, seeing that Mok Tool was too excited to speak. Though he had chosen the Chaos Dwarfs for their good reputation among the dark races, he did not expect Mok Tool to react so highly just to gain the services of the Demon Master Realm Chaos Dwarf. Though he knew that with the help of the Devil Merchant Code the restriction of the realm was not a problem, still he could not help but feel Mok Tool was overreacting to the situation. What Wyatt did not know was that Mok Tool was planning to use him as the poster boy to increase the reputation of the Seven Princes of Hell faction among the Chaos Dwarf community. In hopes of collaborating with the Chaos Dwarfs on different projects until they manage to gather enough trust among the Chaos Dwarfs such that they don't mind joining their faction. Wyatt failed to consider this because in a way he had underestimated the popularity of the Chaos Dwarfs among the dark races. It was not his fault, since the Myriad Realm race records, his prime source of information, had downplayed the reputation and ability of the Chaos Dwarfs. According to the races listed in the Myriad Realm race records, there are many other races in Myriad Realms that were better than Chaos Dwarfs in creation and development, but they were not native to the Dark Realm. So, by that standard, Myriad Realm race records could only register Chaos Dwarf ability as good but not the best in Myriad Realms. As for these races, their lives were tragic as their members were in hiding, killed, enslaved, or extinct. Since their race was mentioned in the Myriad Realm race records, it meant that these races were discovered by the dark races, knowing that the attitude of the dark races towards the races not native to dark realms, their fate was limited to being killed or enslaved. According to my rough estimate, 15 projects. You have to take on 15 projects on behalf of our faction, one of each demon lord who will be assisting you. Of course, we will be providing you with the required ingredients, manpower, and equipment for the projects. But you prepare to use your manpower and equipment, we will compensate you accordingly. Mok'tul put forward what he felt would be the appropriate compensation for his faction, lending the Chaos Dwarf 15 demon lords to sabotage an unknown faction in the lower realm. 15 projects. Why don't you just have me sign a slave contract with your faction instead? Wyatt said sarcastically and prepared to leave, trying to convey that the Chaos Dwarf was not feeling sincerity from the Blight Brood Club, so he might as well leave. Seeing the Chaos Dwarf get down the couch, Mok'tul panicked as the dwarf was not playing by rules. Mok'tul asked for such a huge compensation for their services because he was fully expecting the Chaos Dwarf to reject this first offer and then try to bargain with him, but to his surprise, instead of trying to bargain or making a counter, the Chaos Dwarf just prepared to leave. This simple action of the dwarf had Mok'tul see his entire life flash in front of his eyes. Since the faction would reward Mok'tul highly if he managed to gain the favor of the young Chaos Dwarf, they would not hesitate to punish him accordingly for letting the fortune that had entered their den of bandits and thieves walk away. Knowing this, Mok'tul put a stop to all his plans that involved getting the Chaos Dwarf to sign a one-sided deal that favored him and his faction. Esteemed guest, please be seated. If anything is not up to your requirements, we can discuss it. I am sure we can reach common ground, Mok'tul hurriedly spoke, getting up from his seat. Wyatt paused and declared, "One project. I will do one project for your faction in exchange for helping me with a task. Of course, you will be providing the ingredients, manpower, and equipment. This is only fair." Mok'tul was dumbfounded by the compensation suggested by the Chaos Dwarf for their assistance to him. Mok'tul could not help but wonder, how was any of what he said fair? Yes, they were only helping the Chaos Dwarf with one task, but they were also taking the blame for the sabotage on his behalf in the eyes of his rival faction. They were shouldering the aftermath. Whereas, in return, he was doing a single project for them while they would be supplying the ingredients, manpower, and equipment. How was this fair compensation? However, Mok'tul did not immediately dare to reject the Chaos Dwarf, fearing that if he rejected the dwarf would leave without hesitation, searching for another organization to cooperate with. Right now Mok'tul was prepared to accept the Chaos Dwarf's joke of compensation for the Blight Brood services, as he planned to make up for the remainder compensation through his wallet. But he hoped that it would not come to that. Instead of directly rejecting the Chaos Dwarf, Mok'tul changed the topic. Looking at the empty tea table, he said, "Why are the refreshments not served yet? Esteemed guest, please be seated while I check on my slacking staff." With that, Mok'tul hurried out of the office and closed the door behind him before the Chaos Dwarf could even reject the refreshments and continue with the negotiation. Coming out of the office, Mok'tul let out a long sigh. He knew that the greedy Chaos Dwarf knew that he would take his task even if he did not pay appropriate compensation, and was taking full advantage of it. Mok'tul never thought that as the manager of the Blight Brood, one day he would be bullied in his office. Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Speaking of refreshments, Mok'tul realized that the staff he ordered to bring the most expensive liquor in their club never returned. Were his staff really lazing around? Mok'tul shook his head as this thought crossed his mind, knowing that the club staff would not dare to do so. So, what was taking them so long to get a bottle of expensive liquor? Puzzled, Mok'tul wanted to go check on his staff. But he could not leave the Chaos Dwarf unattended. He could call upon some associates to entertain the esteemed guest, but he did not want to share the merit of recruiting the service of a Chaos Dwarf with anyone. So in the end, Mok'tul walked back into the office with a gentle simple on his face. Only to hear the Chaos Dwarf ask, "So, have you decided? Esteemed guest, before we continue with the meeting, how about I show you to Blight Brood Club's spirit liquor collection?" Mok'tul proposed, knowing that Chaos Dwarf, young or old, could never say not to liquor. "Sure, let us do that," Wyatt answered, Mok'tul appearing to be conflicted with his decision but then finally giving in to his desires. Wyatt was not here to make any business deal but to infiltrate the Blight Brood Club, so had to play the part of a Chaos Dwarf, which meant reacting like one. As a young Chaos Dwarf, if he were to say no to liquor, then his reply would indeed raise suspicion in Mok Tool. Maybe not about his identity but about his story and the reason why he was here. Haha, esteemed guest, I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Mok Tool laughed, finding the young Chaos Dwarf cute as he thought. No matter how smart one is, they all are slaves to their desires. You better, Wyatt said as he followed Mok Tool out of the office. As Wyatt and Mok Tool made their way to the warehouse containing the spirit liquor, they heard a loud argument. Assistant Manager Nim Tool, please understand. I cannot give you the last bottle of island spirit liquor. Manager Mok Tool has asked for it to entertain his client. The staff begged, but Nim Tool did not seem to care. He shoved and proceeded to grab the last island spirit liquor on the shelf. Nim Tool, I see you are growing arrogant day by day. Do I have to remind you that you are still an assistant manager and not a manager yet? Mok Tool yelled at Nim Tool before he could grab the last bottle of island spirit liquor. Manager Mok Tool, the staff who was shoved by Nim Tool exclaimed, seeing that Mok Tool had personally come to the warehouse with the esteemed guest. Nim Tool wanted to argue with Mok Tool, but seeing the dwarf next to him, he paused to confirm if his eyes were not lying to him. The dwarf next to Mok Tool was indeed a Chaos Dwarf. Confirming this, Nim Tool immediately fixed his expression and had a wide smile on his face. Even though in his mind he contemplated how Mok Tool got in touch with a Chaos Dwarf, that too a demon merchant Chaos Dwarf. He felt Mok Tool had insane luck. Manager Mok Tool, Nim Tool did not let his jealousy show on his face and hurriedly greeted Mok Tool and proceeded to introduce himself to the Chaos Dwarf. Hello, esteemed guest, I am Assistant Manager Nim Tool. Please order me if you need anything. I will make it my life's mission to satisfy your needs. Nim Tool, get back to your client. I am attending to the esteemed guest. Mok Tool was aware of what Nim Tool was planning. It couldn't be more obvious. So, he did not bother to appear polite toward him. Then he sent a text to Nim Tool through Merchant Codex informing him, Nim Tool, the Chaos Dwarf has accepted my Xavier level guest invitation. So stop clowning around and wasting your time here. Manager Mok Tool, I am sure you can use some help. Even though Nim Tool learned that Mok Tool had already registered the Chaos Dwarf with the club as his guest and client, he did not plan to back off, as leaving a good impression on a Chaos Dwarf would not hurt his career. Who knows, it might even help his career. Wyatt stepped back, seeing Mok Tool and Nim Tool's fur stand erect. He looked at the manager and the assistant manager go head to head against each other, fighting over him. He did not appreciate it, but he did not plan to stop them either. Because he wanted more of the club's management to know that Mok Tool was hogging a Chaos Dwarf client all to himself. This way the pressure on Mok Tool would increase and he would go to questionable lengths to ensure that he gets the credit for recruiting a Chaos Dwarf. Mok Tool and Nim Tool belonged to the furry stickman dark race. They had a tall and thin humanoid body, but their entire body was covered in flamboyant fur, which was a peculiar trait for a dark race to have. Seeing how both had the last name Tool, they should hail from the same tribe of the furry stickman race. It was a known fact that when angered or threatened, the fur of the furry stick race would stand erect like thorns. Right now Mok Tool and Nim Tool's fur were standing erect, showing that they were angry at each other. Considering their job, this was the worst trait they could have. However, this was what applied to the clients about them, as the clients feel less guarded toward them knowing that their fur would give away their feelings. However, with enough practice, the furry stickman race can control their emotions, hence control the reaction of their furs to a certain limit. Thanks to this, they could take advantage of unsuspecting clients and guests. Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Right now, clearly out of spite for each other, Mok Tool and Nim Tool had forgotten to control their emotions, and their erect furs were the dead giveaway of that. The two were not only of the same race and grew up in the same tribe, but they competing for the same job. The odds of a tribe giving rise to two demon merchants were very slim, but the furry stickman race's Tool tribe had beaten them. It should be a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, because of the rivalry between the two, the tribe had now split into two. One half supported Mok Tool and the other half supported Nim Tool. For a century and a half, Nim Tool was holding in his resentment, seeing Mok Tool get the job that he deserved. And now seeing Mok Tool have the fortune to come across a Chaos Dwarf, Nim Tool lost it, feeling that he should be the one recruiting the Chaos Dwarf. He thought that Mok Tool was stealing his fortune and luck. Mok Tool had enough of Nim Tool's ungratefulness. He was the one who recommended Nim Tool to the Blight Brood when he lost all his belongings and was knee-deep in debt, having failed trying to crack it as a demon merchant. Now this ungrateful bastard was trying to bite him on every opportunity he got. If not for one of the founding members of the Seven Prince of Hell faction supporting him, Mok Tool would have fired Nim Tool long ago. Nim Tool, I am warning you to back off, Mok Tool uttered, staring into his tribe member's eyes. Forgetting the esteemed guest he was fighting for, as he was too emotional right now. Seeing Mok Tool show his ugly side, Nim Tool smiled. However, his fur remained erect. It was puzzling considering the characteristic of their trait. Seeing this, Mok Tool was also confused, only to find Nim Tool's fur suddenly collapsed, and he said, "Manager Mok Tool, you seem to not be in the right mood to entertain the esteemed guest. How about I take it from her while to fix your mood?" Having said that, Nim Tool ignored Mok Tool, who appeared to be hyperventilating, and walked toward the Chaos Dwarf. Knowing that he was tricked, Mok Tool, who was already angry, was further angered, so much so that his usual technique for calming his emotions failed to control them. So he could only watch Nim Tool approach his client as he tried to calm his emotions down, not wanting to show his ugly side to the esteemed guest, driving him right into Nim Tool's arms. The more Mok Tool thought of Nim Tool, the angrier he got, so he decided to stop thinking about him and clear his mind such that he could regain control of his emotions before it was too late. By too late he meant Nim Tool undertaking the Chaos Dwarf's task. Since he had registered the Chaos Dwarf as his client, he would get a share in the credit for Nim Tool's efforts in managing to keep the Chaos Dwarf as their satisfied client, but also have him provide his service for their faction. Even if it was just once, it was enough for the club's publicity. Imagining that everything that could have been his, slowly slipped out of his grip, no matter how hard Mok Tool tried to stop thinking and clear his mind to get his emotions in control as soon as possible, he failed to do so. He was too anxious and agitated to stop his brain from thinking the worst. In desperation, Mok Tool no longer cared about showing his ugly side to the Chaos Dwarf and yelled, "I agree to your compensation." Listening to Mok Tool, Wyatt's eyes shone bright. As for Nim Tool, with zero clue as to what was happening, he blurted in surprise, "What? Let us sign a contract right away," Mok Tool suggested impatiently, as he would not be satisfied with a verbal deal. He could only be assured with a contract. Mok Tool's words only made Wyatt happier, so he immediately said, "I have drawn a contract as per what we have discussed earlier, signed it, and shared it with your merchant codex. Please go through it and sign it, so that we can proceed further." Hearing the Chaos Dwarf, Nim Tool panicked and hurriedly suggested to the dwarf, "Esteemed guest, please do not be hasty. I think I can give a better deal than whatever you and manager Mok Tool have agreed upon." Mok Tool, who was going through the contract that the Chaos Dwarf had drawn and shared with his merchant codex, could not help but frown and went through the contract in a hurry. Finding the terms and conditions of the contract was simple and reasonable, he did go through them a second time, but urgently signed the contract on behalf of the Blight Brood Club using the authority granted to him by the real owners of the Blight Brood Club. Done. Esteemed guest, I have shared a copy of the contract with your merchant codex, please check. With this, Mok Tool's emotions finally changed for the better, and his fur returned to normal. Then he looked at Nim Tool proactively. "Manager Mok Tool, you can now call me by my name now that we are partners in crime," Wyatt suggested to Mok Tool. He could not believe how everything went so smoothly. Yes, Mok Tool agreed with the Chaos Dwarf and checked the contract for the dwarf's name, Master Ezra Fulhar. "You took the words right out of my mouth." "Ha ha," Wyatt laughed out aloud hearing Mok Tool call him Ezra. Mok Tool ignored the dumbstruck Nim Tool and suggested, "Master Ezra, how about we discuss our deal further over a bottle of island spirit liquor?" Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. The contract Wyatt had drawn had no trick or hidden clause in it. He made sure to make it as simple and standard as possible with the terms they agreed on while protecting the interest of both parties involved. Wyatt did this because he did not want Mok Tool to get suspicious. Even though he was blinded by rage and desperation, he has been in this line of business for centuries. It would be difficult to get an ill-faith contract past him in his sleep. Even though Mok Tool went through the contract only once in a hurry, he still managed to comprehend it all. Mok Tool was surprised that the Chaos Dwarf was not trying to take advantage of him during his weakest. When the dwarf said he had already prepared the contract and shared it with his merchant codex, Mok'Tool's guard immediately went up, feeling that Chaos Dwarf was up to no good. However, seeing that he was wrong about him, he began to trust the Chaos Dwarf as much as he hated Nim-Tool right now. Which was why he signed the contract without any hesitation. As a result, he forgot to do the most important step of signing a contract, the verification of the identity of all parties in the contract. If the contract had proceeded, he could have asked the Chaos Dwarf for an identity verification, but considering how things went, he did not have the time to go through it, neither did it flash his mind. Since he felt the Chaos Dwarf only stood to lose rather than gain after deceiving him. The Chaos Dwarf was not entering into a contract with Mok'Tool himself but the organization he represented. Meaning if the Chaos Dwarf were to deceive Mok'Tool, he would be deceiving the Blight Brood Club and not Mok'Tool himself. Putting said the punishment that Mok'Tool would be facing for his mistake, the 7 Princes of the Hell faction would do everything in power to deal with the Chaos Dwarf that deceived them. After all, this was no longer business but personal, it was about their reputation. They would prefer not to make an enemy out of the Chaos Dwarf race, but since one of them dares to disrespect them, they would have to fight back for their reputation. If the Chaos Dwarf community had a problem with it, then tough luck, they can wait for the culprit Chaos Dwarf in the afterlife. Reputation was everything for the dark races. Their perspective of a good reputation was different from that of most humans except for drug peddlers, warmongers, crime bosses, and mass murderers. This twisted sense of reputation was why Belphegor was willing to go to extreme lengths to deal with a card master in a different realm from an unknown corner of the myriad realms he was busy exploring. The lengths Belphegor went through to get his revenge and redeem himself in his own eyes and the others despite his repeated failures was amazing and a testament to how much the dark races valued their reputation. So if the Chaos Dwarf were to deceive them regardless of his status in the Chaos Dwarf community and the attitude of his community, the 7 Princes of the Hell faction would hunt down the Chaos Dwarf to redeem their reputation. Therefore, Mok'Tool believed Chaos Dwarf was smarter than to think that he could get away after deceiving him. Mok'Tool knew the Chaos Dwarf despite its young age was crafty, which was why when he saw that the contract drawn up by the Chaos Dwarf was in good faith and had no tricks to it, he was convinced that Chaos Dwarf was clever than to think that he could deceive the club, smarter than to think he could get away after deceiving the club. Therefore, he believed that Dwarf would not dare to deceive the club but negotiate a side deal that favored him, which he had already obtained, and now the smart thing for him was to get it in writing. Mok'Tool believed this was why the dwarf was eager to sign the contract. Mok'Tool knew that the crafty young Chaos Dwarf's greed would not allow him to sign a deal that would not benefit him in more than one way. Mok'Tool was prepared to give the Chaos Dwarf what it wanted, as it was just the gateway for him and his faction to make an impression on the Chaos Dwarf community. Mok'Tool did not think of this deal as a loss but a long-term investment. However, what he did not know was that he had already played right into the Chaos Dwarf's hands. If not for his rage towards Nim-Tool and his desperation to not let the opportunity in his hands pass blinding him, even though he would not know what the Chaos Dwarf was up to, he would have been able to put an end to his plans even before it took root. Now, not only did he not fail to verify the identity of the Chaos Dwarf, but he in turn had unwittingly become the gateway for the Chaos Dwarf to infiltrate the 7 Princes of the Hell faction. Thanks to Mok'Tool, who was blinded by rage and desperation, Wyatt was able to cross the biggest hurdle to infiltrating Belphegor's faction, his identity, with ease. Now as long as Wyatt played his cards right, he would be able to achieve the goal behind his trying to infiltrate Belphegor's faction through Blight Brood Club and not other options. With a victorious grin and a smug look on his face, Mok'Tool grabbed the last bottle of the island spirit liquor from the shelf, then throwing a provoking glance at Nim-Tool, he led the Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fulhar back to his office. Nim-Tool gushed his teeth watching Mok'Tool's confident stride full of smugness. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date, time, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. As Mok'Tool walked Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fulhar back to his office to discuss their partnership over a bottle of island spirit liquor. As they neared the office, a staff rushed to Mok'Tool's side and hurriedly informed him, "Manager, young Master Cuthdia is waiting for you in your office." I tried to stop him but he would not take no for an answer. "I understand you can get back to work now," Mok'Tool ordered with a frown. "Manager, is there a problem?" Ezra Fulhar asked, seeing the frown on Mok'Tool's face. "No, Master Ezra, everything is under control. Let me introduce you to young Master Cuthdia. He is going to be your client, Maktul informed Izar. You have arranged for a client already. Wyatt was surprised to hear Maktul say that he had already found a client for Ezra who would redeem the service that he agreed to in exchange for them helping with his task. It seems that Maktul had already used the service of a Chaos Dwarf as a bargaining chip to stabilize his political standing in the Seven Princes of Hell faction. No wonder this guy was able to stay in his position for more than a century with enemies like Nim-Tul trying to do everything in their power to see him fall. Master Ezra, I do not have to tell you the demand for a good craftsman in the market. I hope you do not mind helping young Master Kuthdia first. I owe his father Devil Muthdia a little favor, Maktul requested the Chaos Dwarf Ezra. Clearly, Maktul had sold the one-time service of Chazo Dwarf Ezra to the highest bidder, Devil Mutdia. Mostly to help his position in their faction. Sure, we have already signed the contract. It is only a matter of time before I hold my end of the deal. Better sooner than later. Wyatt agreed to manager Maktul's request readily. After all, this worked in favor of his plan. Thank you, Master Ezra. Maktul grinned widely, feeling that things were finally working as he planned. He did indeed sell the one-time service to the Devil Muthdia to ensure and solidify his reign as the manager of Blight Brood for another few decades. But he did not expect the Devil Muthdia to send his son to him so soon. Well, considering the popularity of the Chaos Dwarf, he must be worried that one of the founding devils would take fancy to this. The authority and power held by the founding devils in the faction were totally unmatched compared to the authority and power of the devils that joined the faction later based on its future prospects. As Maktul led Ezra into his office, they saw a young humanoid demon with cow tail and stag horns with zebra strips and hoofs for feet get up from the couch and greet them. Hello, Manager Maktul. This must be Master Ezra. I am Kuthdia. It is an honor to meet you, Master Ezra. The young demon was in the Demon Lord realm, yet he did not hesitate to bow down and sign praise of a Demon Master realm Chaos Dwarf, showcasing a decent amount of patience and forbearance. Ezra arrogantly nodded, and without sparing him a glance he turned to Maktul and said, Are you going to open that bottle of Island Spring liquor? Seeing the reaction of Chaos Dwarf Ezra, Kuthdia did not dare to show any kind of disrespect. This was not only an opportunity to make use of the Chaos Dwarf's craftsmanship to increase his strength, but also to build a relationship with him. With the friendship of a Chaos Dwarf, not only will he gain the favor of his father, Devil Muthdia, but it will also open up new doors for him both in the Dark Realm and Inter-Realm City. Therefore, regardless of how rude and sadistic the Chaos Dwarf was toward him, today Kuthdia would go above and beyond to please the Chaos Dwarf Ezra and gain his friendship. Let me get the glasses. Saying that, Maktul opened the glass cabinet by his office table, and taking out 3 crystal glasses, he opened the bottle of Island Spirit wine and poured it equally into the 3 glasses, saying, Master Ezra, sorry for the delay. Ignoring the 2, Ezra picked up his glass, and without bothering to make a toast or cheers, he emptied it in a single sip. Seeing this, Kuthdia's eyes sparkled. Instead of picking up his glass, he summoned his Demon Merchant Codex. Pulling an expensive-looking spirit liquor out of it, he said, I was saving this bottle of Alp Spirit liquor for a special occasion, but this moment seems as special as it can get for me, and while so why not? Haha, young Master Kuthdia. You could not be truer. Maktul gave Kuthdia a thumbs up as he emptied his glass of Island Spirit liquor and greedily stared at the bottle of Alp Spirit liquor in Kuthdia's hand. After all, it was among the top 100 expensive liquors in the Dark Realm and Inter-Realm City. Master Ezra, hopefully, it is to your taste, Kuthdia said as he cleaned Ezra's glass anew with soul energy and poured the Alp Spirit liquor into it. Haha, any liquor is to my taste, but the costlier the better, Ezra laughed as he slowly savored the Alp Spirit liquor. After all, this liquor was not the same as Island Spirit liquor. Even if one were willing to pay 10 times the market cost of the Alp Spirit liquor, one might not be able to procure it, since compared to its high demand its supply was very low. Not because the people creating it were controlling its supply, but because the ingredients used to create this spirit of liquor were very rare even in the Inter-Realm City's market. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1655 Forging. Date. Time. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Portraying the greed of a Chaos Dwarf, Wyatt alone drank of the Alp Spirit liquor. While Maktul and Kuthdia shared the other half. Seeing the emptying bottle of the Alp spirit liquor, Moktul reached for the half-empty bottle of island spirit liquor, and pouring himself a little he muttered, "After tasting the Alp spirit liquor it will be hard to be satisfied with other liquors." "Liquor is liquor, pour me some," Wyatt said, slamming his empty glass on the table. Neither Moktul nor Cuthdia were displeased by the growing rudeness of the Chaos Dwarf with his consumption of liquor. Instead, they were pleased. They knew that sharing liquor with Chaos Dwarf was the same as being recognized by the Chaos Dwarf. The more casual the Chaos Dwarf was toward them, the more he trusted them. So, they regretted drinking the other half of the Alp spirit liquor such that there was more for the Chaos Dwarf to get him more drunk. However, the spirit liquor was just too good, they could not resist. "Master Ezra, should I order another bottle of spirit liquor?" Moktul asked the Chaos Dwarf, seeing the island spirit liquor would also be emptied soon. He could have just had the staff bring another bottle of liquor, but there were two problems with that. The first being, that there was no spirit liquor in the warehouse that could be considered on the same level as island spirit liquor, let alone the Alp spirit liquor. The second reason being, that a heavy drinker like Chaos Dwarf Ezra would immediately notice that they were trying to get him drunk. With this, Moktul will be risking the good faith he built with Ezra so far. So he restrained himself from playing games or using underhanded methods. Because, if exposed, he will lose everything he has built so far. "No, let us start meeting," Wyatt said with a serious face. Listening to Chaos Dwarf Ezra, both Moktul and Cuthdia's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. After all, the Chaos Dwarfs were known for their greed for liquor. Seeing one refusing it only showed that he still did not trust them completely enough to indulge in his desires in front of them. However, they did not dare to show their disappointment on their face and actions. Right now, for them, the Chaos Dwarf was like a lady they were trying to court. So, they did not dare to be obvious about their intentions because it would only cause the Chaos Dwarf to be disgusted by them. "Yes, Master Ezra, as you say. I will follow your arrangements." Cuthdia took the initiative to agree with the Chaos Dwarf Ezra while Moktul nodded. Among the three merchants in the office, Moktul as Demon Emperor had the highest realm, but he did not have the highest say among the three. Neither did Cuthdia, who was the son of a devil, but Chaos Dwarf Ezra did, despite him having the lowest realm of the there. The son of a devil and the Demon Emperor did their best to curry favor with a Demon Master, all because of his craft. Regular demons would not keep a Chaos Dwarf on a pedestal like Moktul and Cuthdia, since they were ignorant and struggling to survive day-to-day life. Unlike Moktul and Cuthdia were fought to stay in the top layer of the society. They knew the exact worth of the friendship of a Chaos Dwarf up here. Therefore, they were willing to keep their arrogance aside and go to such lengths to please Demon Merchant Ezra. "Okay then," Wyatt nodded in satisfaction, seeing that both Moktul and Cuthdia were willing to follow his arrangements. He was starting to enjoy the importance these fools gave to a Chaos Dwarf. "So, tell me, what do you need my services for?" Wyatt said, looking at Cuthdia. After all, it was already decided that the one-time service he promised to Blight Brood in exchange for their help would be utilized by Cuthdia. "Master Ezra, I need your help with forging my title Demon Core," Cuthdia revealed, surprising both Moktul and Wyatt. "Your father Muthdia is a devil. He will be better suited to help you forge your title Demon Core than me," Wyatt said with a serious expression, since what Cuthdia was asking did not make sense, especially considering that his father was a powerful devil. "Yes, if I was planning on following in the footsteps of my tribe, that is. However, I do not want to forge my title Demon Core following the methods of my tribe. Therefore, I need your help, Master Urza." What Cuthdia said was simply outrageous. His words scared the shit out of Moktul. "Young Master Cuthdia, forgive me for asking this, but does your father know of this?" Moktul asked Cuthdia while using his merchant codex to contact Devil Muthdia and inform him what his son was up to. "Yes, Manager Moktul. My father is fully aware of this. In fact, he is the one who instructed me to take this path. So you do not have to anything fear, Manager Moktul," Cuthdia said calmly, but a hint of disappointment could be heard in his voice, indirectly conveying that he would rather use his tribe's traditional title Demon Core forging method than use some unknown method his father found in some vestige to forge his title Demon Core. This, Moktul first did not believe Cuthdia when he said his father knew about his plans, but then hearing him say that it was his father who ordered him to do so, he realized that Cuthdia, regardless of his status, was just a guinea pig for Devil Muthdia. Any devil who would willingly join the 7 Princes of Hell faction of all the other factions and families in the Dark Realm had to be this ruthless considering the jobs their faction indulged in. Chapter 1656 Clown Date. Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Like how the Card Apprentice had their specific method of forging their ego gems and divinity, each dark race had their own method of forging their titled demon core. The humans of the card world categorized all beings from the dark realm as demons. However, the fact was they were not all the same but different. Hence, they had different methods of forging their titled demon core passed down in their tribe over generations. These methods were specifically tailored to their race's physique and spirituality, just like how the method of forging ego gems and divinity in Card Apprentice was specifically created for them. If a demon were to use the method of forging the titled demon core of their tribe to forge their titled demon core, then the chances of them succeeding in forging their titled demon core were very high. After all, being passed down among the various generations of the tribe, the method gets modified by the tribesmen based on their experience, further optimizing the method to help them forge their titled demon core with ease and a higher success rate. However, rejecting the tribe's method to forge the titled demon core and using an unknown method to forge one's titled demon core was the same as seeking death. This was why Mok'Tul panicked when he heard Cuthdia say that he wanted to forge a titled demon core using an unknown method instead of the one belonging to his tribe. He felt Cuthdia was not only seeking death for himself but planning to drag him along with him. After all, Devil Muth Dia would hold him responsible for his son's death if Cuthdia were to die here. Therefore, regardless of how he felt about the story Cuthdia just narrated, Mok'Tul did not stop trying to reach Devil Muth Dia through his merchant codex. Unless he receives confirmation from Cuthdia's father himself, Mok'Tul does not plan to let Chaos Dwarf help Cuthdia forge his titled demon core using an unknown foreign method. As for Wyatt, he felt sorry for Cuthdia but was excited to learn a foreign method to forge the titled demon core. The Infinity Library had a few methods to forge titled demon core, but they all belonged to dark tribes that were either extinct or had to sell it because of their class financial situation. However, the Infinity Library did not have foreign methods to forge titled demon core found in the vestiges across the Dark Realms. As these were remains of an unknown civilization and most of the time they were incomplete or proved to be malicious. However, this was mostly because the original meaning gets watered down with translation. If what demon merchant Cuthdia said was true, then devil merchant Muth Dia must be one heartless bastard to order his own son to be a guinea pig to test a foreign titled demon core forging method. Especially, knowing that there was a high probability of death in case of failure. Master Urza, you can continue with Cuthdia's request. He was not lying to us. Mok'Tul was finally able to reach Devil Muth Dia and confirm what Cuthdia said. However, learning that Cuthdia was not actually valued by Muth Dia and was soon going to die, he no longer addressed him as a young master but just by his name. Cuthdia noticed the change in the attitude of Mok'Tul toward him. But he only looked at him in amusement, as if looking at a clown who had no idea of what actually was happening. Yes, Cuthdia's father was forcing him to forge his titled demon core using an unknown foreign forging method. This sucked, but only he knew why his father was forcing him to try out this foreign titled demon core forging method instead of using some other tribe member as a guinea pig. That was because if he were to successfully forge his titled demon core with this method, stepping into devil rank would be guaranteed for him. This was why Devil Muth Dia did not spare any effort in increasing his son's odds of forging his titled demon core using foreign forging methods by recruiting the help of a demon merchant Chaos Dwarf. Devil Muth Dia loved his son in his own way. However, it was difficult for others to understand it. He was doing his best to give his son the life of a winner rather than a mediocre one, even if it meant him losing his son. The reason why Cuthdia was disappointed was because as a second-generation bully, he would rather eat the fruits of his father's efforts than risk his life to build a life of his own. He did not understand why his father was willing to take such a risk. However, he had no say in this matter, since if he did not do this, his father was prepared to disown him and adopt a child from their tribe and raise him as his own. If that child succeeded in forging a titled demon core using the foreign forging method in question, then he would name that child as his successor. Given the choice between losing everything he had and risking his life to increase what he had 1,000-fold, Cuthdia made the obvious choice. Right now he was too stressed to spare his mind for a small character like Mok'Tul. He could handle him after he forged his titled demon core. If fails, then he would be dead, making all this pointless. As for the Chaos Dwarf, since his life was literally in the hands of the Chaos Dwarf Urza, Cuthdia was willing to bend over backward for the dwarf. Not to mention befriending. A Chaos Dwarf would only add to his prestige and power among his friend circle of second-generation bullies. Master Urza, I have shared the unknown foreign forging method with your merchant codex. Please, advise. Chapter 1657 Professional Pride Date. Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Wyatt pensively went through the foreign forging method shared by Cuthdia. Honestly, he had no idea what he was looking at, but for the sake of maintaining his cover, he had to act like he knew what he was doing. Wyatt had a little idea about forging demon cores thanks to the Viltronian cores that learned to make through Jaya. As for the titled demon cores, he did not expanded his knowledge in that field yet. Not that he did not want to, but he was too busy with other things that he did not have time to get to it yet. Even if Wyatt did not have the knowledge required to explore the possibilities of the foreign forging method, he could gain it in the Infinity Library. As for now, he would have to somehow manage. This is not enough, Wyatt said, turning to look at Cuthdia. What's the problem, Master Ezra? Cuthdia asked in concern. After all, it was his life at stake here. The problem is with the translation of the lost language. Whoever translated this has done a very bad job. I will need the original text of the foreign forging method and your source of translation to confirm that what's written here is indeed correct and complete, Wyatt said with a straight face, running his hand over his large Viking beard. Hearing the Chaos Dwarf Ezra, Cuthdia's face turned tense. After thinking, he proceeded to say, this was personally translated by my father. Listening to Cuthdia say that his father had translated the foreign forging method, Moktul almost spit the liquor in his mouth in shock. He then looked at Chaos Dwarf Ezra in confusion because he just scolded the translator for doing a bad job translating the text, which was the same as him scolding the Devil Muthdia. I did not know Devil Muthdia was proficient in lost languages. Tell him he should stick to conquering and destroying realms and leave deciphering lost languages to professionals like me, Wyatt said without batting an eye. When it came to their skill, Chaos Dwarfs were very arrogant since their skills were their identity. So to take pride in their skills, they practiced and honed their skills day and night, even at the risk of their physical and mental health. This was easy for them because they were addicted to their profession as much as they were addicted to their liquor. Cuthdia and Moktul looked at each other awkwardly. Hearing Chaos Dwarf Ezra, they knew that he was not boasting and who maintained the same attitude if Devil Muthdia was here himself. They too felt what Chaos Dwarf Ezra said was true. Devil Muthdia had his strengths, but this did not mean that he was good in everything. They understood this clearly, especially Cuthdia, who knew his father better than anyone. His father was no scholar. Seeing the Chaos Dwarf Ezra doubt the reliability of the foreign forging method, he too could not help but doubt the capability of his father. He found it surprising that he did not have doubts before. This was the first time Cuthdia realized all children he too considered his father invincible. As an adult, he knew that reality was different from the child's imagination and decided to trust Chaos Dwarf Ezra and leave the deciphering of lost language to the professionals. The reason Cuthdia and Moktul did not doubt Chaos Dwarf Ezra for a second was because of the out-of-proposition reputation of the Chaos Dwarf race and the confidence displayed by Ezra. In a way, it was soothing. They don't know when, but a perspective in there had taken shape that Chaos Dwarf Ezra could not wrong. If Ezra cannot be wrong, then Devil Muthdia had to be wrong. Master Ezra, give me a minute. I will contact my father and talk to him about this, Cuthdia informed in embarrassment for not having thought of this until Chaos Dwarf Urza pointed it out to him. Sure, while you have him talk to him about giving me access to your tribe's traditional forging method. I know it is taboo to seek or leak a tribe's traditional forging method, but I need it for modifying the foreign forging method to fit your physique. Your tribe's traditional forging method should have everything I need to know and understand about your tribe's physique, which will help me increase the rate of success in you forging your titled demon core using the foreign forging method. I am willing to sign a pact to reveal or use your tribe's traditional forging method for anyone else without your father's permission, Wyatt proposed. He was not lying about this part. The only way he could increase the rate of success of Cuthdia forging his titled demon core using a foreign forging method was by understanding the physique of the Dia tribe. He could use his soul pupils to help him with that, but he asked for the Dia tribe's traditional forging method anyway. The reason it was taboo to seek or leak other tribes' title demon core forging method was the same as why Wyatt was seeking it. With the tribe's forging method, their enemy can understand the tribe's physique and will be able to use it against the tribe, especially by creating compound poisons or curses specifically targeting that tribe. In the wrong hands, a tribe's forging method can prove to be the undoing of that tribe. Therefore, dark races were so protective about sharing their tribe's title demon core forging method even within their tribe. Unless one has proven their loyalty to their tribe, even a child born in the tribe did not have the merit to learn the tribe's titled demon core forging method. Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area. Blight Brood Club. Listening to Chaos Dwarf Ezra say that he could increase the success rate of forging his title demon core using the foreign forging method, Cuthdia began to view him as his messiah. He finally began to understand why the Chaos Dwarves were so respected by the likes of his father, Belphegor, and other founding devils of their faction. They might be conquerors and incarnations of destruction itself, but these guys were the savants and incarnations of creation itself. Destruction was meaningless without creation. Understanding this, Cuthdia suddenly found a newfound respect for Chaos Dwarf Ezra and the others of his profession. Yes, Master Ezra, I make sure to properly convey your words to my father. Cuthdia's politeness and respect for Chua's dwarf Ezra was no longer half-hearted but genuine from the depth of his heart. Then he left Mok Tul's office to contact his father in privacy. Seeing this change in Cuthdia, Mok Tul could not help but shake his head. Not that he did not agree with the sudden change in the attitude of Cuthdia toward Chaos Dwarf Ezra, but he felt that he had underestimated Cuthdia. This kid had his flaws, but he was a fast learner. Seeing the confidence of Chaos Dwarf Ezra, the kid might be able to forge his title demon core using the foreign forging method. Which means he might get to see the birth of a future devil. With this, Mok Tul shook his head, understanding he would have to cozy up to Cuthdia. Since Mok Tul had so many calculations about a young demon, how could he not have deep intentions for the Chaos Dwarf who held the confidence to turn a spoiled demon into a potential devil? Turning to Chaos Dwarf Ezra, Mok Tul proposed, Master Ezra, while we are waiting, how about I order some more spirit liquor? It seems you plan to get me drunk today no matter what. But not today. I will have to pass up on your offer because what Devil Muthdia is up to is very ambitious. Unfortunately for Cuthdia, his father's ambition has a huge risk which he will have to bear. But considering that he will be eating the fruits of his father's big ambition, I think it is only fair. However, one really has to be ruthless to choose this path for their child. Wyatt politely rejected Mok Tul's offer. Well, considering the story of Devil Muthdia's rise to power, this is given. He holds himself to very high standards, so it is not surprising that he would do the same for his son. Considering that Mok Tul sold the one-time service of a Chaos Dwarf to Devil Muthdia, it was clear that they were a group in their faction. But hearing him now, it seemed that they were closer than mere allies. Wyatt couldn't care less about Mok Tul and Muthdia's relationship. He was worried that Devil Muthdia would not agree to his conditions about sharing the original text of the foreign forging method. There was a reason why Wyatt was not worried that Muthdia would not share their tribe's traditional forging method but the foreign forging method. I think you should take a look at seeing how Muthdia went to the trouble of becoming proficient enough in a lost language to decipher a forging method, and also go as far as to force his own son to forge his title demon core using the foreign forging method. It could not be more obvious that Muthdia held more importance to the foreign forging method he found in some vestige across the Dark Realm than his tribe's forging method. There could be only one reason for this, and that was that the foreign forging method was better than his tribe's forging method. Not just better but way better. Enough for Devil Muthdia to go through the trouble of learning a lost language and even risk his son's life. Seeing how much trouble Devil Muthdia had gone through to maintain the secrecy of the foreign forging method, it did not make sense that he would just give some Chaos Dwarf he did not even meet the original translation of the foreign forging method. Yet, Cuthdia took the initiative to share the translated version of the foreign forging method with Chaos Dwarf Ezra. The reason could not be more obvious. This was a test from Devil Muthdia which even Cuthdia was not aware of. Knowing his son, he knew Cuthdia would most likely foil his plan, so he did not bother to involve him in this. Having seen through Devil Muthdia's intention, Wyatt boldly claimed that the translation was wrong and even went as far as to criticize Devil Muthdia for sticking to what does best, kill and loot, instead of trying to be the man of the letter. Now that he had passed Devil Muthdia's test, it still did not guarantee that he would gain the trust of the devil. The reason Wyatt cared so much about this was because of Cuthdia. Since, as the son of a devil of the 7 Princes of Hell faction, he would be the perfect pawn for his plans to sabotage Belphegor and find an opportunity to put an end to his reign of terror in myriad realms. Wyatt could seek other pawns for his plans, but Cuthdia, being the son of a renowned member of Belphegor's faction, helps him achieve his goals faster. Wyatt did not have to wait too long, as Cuthdia entered the office with an excited face and said, "Master Ezra, my father has agreed to all your conditions, but he has a request for you." "What is it?" Wyatt asked with a frown, knowing a cunning devil like Muthdia would definitely not request others, but if he did, then there has to be conspiracy to it. He requested that the forging forces take place in another realm but not the Dark Realm. Cuthdia had no idea why his father made this request, but he really hoped that Ezra agreed to it. "Since we have agreed that the club will be responsible for providing the ingredients, equipment, and manpower for my service, I don't mind where you prefer to forge your title demon core. Anyways, what is the name of the realm your father chose?" Wyatt agreed, as he was confident he could handle whatever Devil Muthdia was conspiring. Card World, occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 1659 Buying the Rights. Date, time, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club, Card World. Wyatt exclaimed, unable to control his surprise. "Master Ezra, you heard of Card World?" Cuthdia was surprised to see Wyatt had heard of an unknown realm. "Who hasn't heard of it? It is the realm that put an end to the reign of the 10 Commandments faction," Wyatt answered Cuthdia. Mok'Tul appeared surprised that he knew about the 10 Commandments. "Master Ezra, I don't know what relation you have with the 10 Commandments faction." Mok'Tul guessed that since the Chaos Dwarf knew the name of the faction that had been destroyed, erased, and forgotten from the pages of Dark Realm's history, his ancestors must have had some connection with them. "No, I do not have any connection to them. Some of my seniors in the faction had some unresolved grudges. Now that they are no more, it does not make sense to think about it," Wyatt said casually, and this time he was not lying. "I have heard that in their heyday the 10 Commandments did not like hearing no for an answer, and Chaos Dwarven race did not like being ordered around, so the dispute between them was not surprising." Mok'Tul nodded his head in understanding, recalling the fight between 10 Commandments and the Chaos Dwarven race. "Cuthdia, why did Devil Muthdia choose Card World as the venue to forge your title demon core?" "I heard that after the destruction of the 10 Commandments faction, the rights to the Card World were transferred to the Devil Merchant Code. Unless Devil Muthdia is planning to buy the rights to the Card World from the Devil Merchant Code." Wyatt was curious about what would prompt Muthdia to get his son to forge his title demon core in the Card World of all the realms in the myriad realms. Wyatt had his guess, but he hoped that he was wrong. "Master Ezra, my father is rich, but he doesn't have the wealth to pull something of this scale. The 7 Princes of Hell faction has bought the rights to the Card World from the Devil Merchant Code under the advisement of the founding devil Belphegor." Cuthdia revealed the big thing of their faction to an outsider without any form of caution. This caused Mok'Tul to frown. Regardless of Chaos Dwarf's status, he was still an outsider. If it was someone else who had done this, Mok'Tul would have executed them following the faction rules, but Cuthdia's status was higher than his, so he could only sit by and watch as he babbled. Mok'Tul could signal him to stop talking, but knowing the temperament of a second-generation bully, he knew regardless of what he did, not only would he fail to stop Cuthdia from talking about Card Word with Chaos Dwarf Ezra, but also get on his wrong side. So he decided to do nothing and let the matter take its course. Shit, Wyatt cussed in his heart as the worst thing that he hoped would not happen had unfolded. Belphegor had bought the rights to the Card World from Devil Merchant Code with the help of the 7 Princes of Hell. Interestingly, the first demon merchant to discover the Card World and gain its rights from the Devil Merchant Code sold the rights of the Card World to the 10 Commandments faction. When Wyatt learned that whoever finds a realm owns the right to said realm, one of the first things he did was check who owned the rights to the Card World in the Devil Merchant Code. That was how he learned of the 10 Commandments faction, their destruction at the hands of card apprentices, and lastly that the rights to the Card World were then transferred to the Devil Merchant Code, since there was no native devil demon core from Card World to claim the rights to the Card World. Since Wyatt became the first demon merchant of the card world, he did try to claim back the rights of the card world from the Devil Merchant Code. Unfortunately, the Devil Merchant Code demanded a substantial offering for the rights of the card world. Wyatt was not the one to give up so easily, so he made an appeal with the Devil Merchant Code that he, as the only demon merchant from the card world, was the rightful owner of the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm transportation rights to the card world. Unfortunately, even though Devil Merchant Code caved, the appeal was not a success. Devil Merchant Code said that it would give a 50% discount to Wyatt to exchange the card world's rights from it only because he was the native demon merchant of the card world, and that this discount on the prices of inter-realm transportation rights to card world will not be extended to any other demon devil merchant except for the demon devil merchant native to the card world. Then it warned that no other concessions were possible. Even with a 50% discount, the offering required to exchange for the rights to the inter-realm travel to the card world was astronomical for Wyatt to buy the inter-realm transportation rights to the card world. This was just absurd. That was when Wyatt realized that the Devil Merchant Code did this because it was not willing to give up on the hefty offering it received every time a demon or devil used its inter-realm transportation service to move back and forth between card world and dark realm. Since it owned the rights, it could quote any price following the rules it had set in place. This was one of the loopholes the Devil Merchant Code had created in its rules for itself to take advantage of. So Wyatt could not help but wonder how much wealth the 7 Princes of Hell faction had amassed to be able to buy the inter-realm transportation rights to card world. Don't get me wrong, how sure is the 7 Princes of Hell faction to achieve what the 10 Commandments faction could not achieve, keeping in mind that the natives of the card world are responsible for the destruction of the 10 Commandments faction? Wyatt asked Cuthdia. Be it in terms of power or influence, the 10 Commandments faction outdid the 7 Princes of Hell faction in every way. So Wyatt could not help but wonder what gave the 7 Princes of Hell faction the confidence to achieve something that the 10 Commandments faction failed to achieve. They must have something up their sleeve to spend such a hefty money on procuring the inter-realm transportation rights to the card world. Belphegor must have used some trick to get the consent of other founding devils of the faction to do something as drastic as this. Devil Belphegor has been to the card world recently, and discovered that the natives of card world also have taken a huge loss fending off the attack of the 10 Commandments faction, and they have yet to recover from it. Therefore, it was deemed that it was the best opportunity for us to continue where the 10 Commandments faction stopped, Cuthdia explained with details as if trying to impress Chaos Dwarf Ezra. As for Mok'Tul, he just kept a forced smile on his face, knowing that Cuthdia was willing to reveal the faction's confidential information just to impress Chaos Dwarf Ezra. It was because he knew exactly what Cuthdia was up to by doing this, that he could not bring himself to stop Cuthdia. Also, he knew this information would be public soon anyway, so it did not matter that Chaos Dwarf knew it a little earlier than others. As for his forced smile, it was to help Cuthdia convey to Ezra how important and confidential the information he was sharing with him was. Even without any prior preparation, Cuthdia and Mok'Tul were acting in sync to impress Urza. Listening to what Cuthdia said, Wyatt immediately understood that the Belphegor had made sure to suppress the information about him defeating his Worldhog incarnation and all the humiliation he put him through. Considering that there were no other devils left alive to act as witnesses, it must not have been hard for him to suppress what transpired the last time one of his incarnations visited the card world. I see, but I heard that the price for inter-realm transportation rights to card world is very high. Considering the initial amount your faction would have to invest, isn't it a lot of risk to take? Wyatt said, shaking his head as if saying that the 7 Princes of Hell faction was making a mistake. That is where you have mistaken, Master Ezra. Devil Belphegor had found a way to get the inter-realm transportation rights to the card world for a 50% discount. This is one of the main reasons why the other founding devils agreed to make the card world their next target, Cuthdia said excitedly. He felt good to show Ezra that he had underestimated their faction. Chapter 1660. Trader. Date, time, location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. What, 50% discount? How is that possible? Devil Merchant Code is many things but generous, Wyatt exclaimed, claiming that what Cuthdia said was hard to believe. Even though he knew that Cuthdia wasn't lying. Haha, Master Ezra, please do not underestimate our faction, we have our ways, Cuthdia said, trying to be mysterious. He was enjoying the disbelief on the face of the prideful Chaos Dwarf. It was strangely satisfying. If not for worrying about offending Ezra, he would have continued with mystery. Quote. Wyatt maintained the curious and intrigued look on his face, waiting for Cuthdia to reveal the name of the demon merchant from the card world that their 7 Princes of Hell faction had cooperated with to gain the 50% discount in procuring the inter-realm transfer rights to Card World. The only way the Devil Merchant Code would be willing to sell the inter-realm transfer rights to Card World to the 7 Princes of Hell faction was if they had bought it through a middleman. That was, they had a demon merchant from the Card World buy the inter-realm transfer rights to Card World for them. The only reason a demon merchant would be willing to do that would be if they were promised something in return by the 7 Princes of Hell faction. Most likely an external membership to their faction or help them establish themselves in the inter-realm city. Either way, the 7 Princes of Hell faction knew the identity of the Devil Merchant and the Demon Merchant, or either one of them. Right now Wyatt was thinking of different ways of getting Cuthdia to reveal the identity of the Devil Merchant from the Card World in cahoots with the 7 Princes of Hell faction. Knowing the so-called handsome fox had managed to stay under the radar in Clown Mosk's future vision, this guy was very protective about his identity. But if he was really the one who collaborated with the 7 Princes of Hell faction, then he had made a grave mistake. Considering the huge amount of offering required by the inter-realm transportation to the Card World, the 7 Princes of Hell faction would have made sure to get the real identity of the Devil Merchant from the Card World before entering a pact with him to have him buy the inter-realm transportation to the Card World from Devil Merchant Code and sell it to them later in exchange for his promised reward. Wyatt grew enthusiastic. He was here to hatch a revenge plan against Belphegor, but it seems today he will not be able to achieve what he set out to do, but also find the identities of the other merchants native to the Card World. Wyatt felt like he hit the jackpot. Master Ezra, we were able to get a 50% discount on the inter-realm transport right to the Card World because we had a native Devil Merchant buy it for us. There seemed to be some sort of agreement between the Devil Merchant Code had the native merchants regarding this, and we ended up profiting from it, Cuthdia explained to Ezra proudly as if it were his own achievement. Listening to Cuthdia, Wyatt was immediately giddy to hear that the 7 Princes of Hell faction had collaborated with a native Devil Merchant, but then his last few words left a bad taste in Wyatt's mouth, as he was the idiot who had negotiated with Devil Merchant Code to sell the inter-realm transport right to the Card World at 50% discount to the merchants native to Card World. Back then Wyatt had no idea that there would be more Devil Merchants from Card World. Even if had known, it would not have mattered, as even with a 50% discount the offering required was too high for a faction or family of merchants from Dark Realm, let alone a single Devil Merchant. To buy the inter-realm transport right to the Card World, the 7 Princes of Hell faction must have expanded all their savings. This was really an unexpected situation. Wyatt had underestimated the grudge of Belphegor and the extent to which he would go to redeem himself. That bastard was willing to drag the entire 7 Princes of Hell faction down with him. I would like to meet this Devil Merchant who sold his entire realm for benefits, Wyatt said sarcastically, as if mocking the Devil Merchant who was greedy enough to sell his world for his personal gains. I know, right? He is one of the reasons why our faction is confident to achieve what the 10 Commandments faction could not achieve. Cuthdia also seemed to find the Devil Merchant who sold his native realm for small benefits amusing. I thought the native Devil Merchants were very protective about their realms. It's rare to come across a greedy one like this. I wonder what prompted him to do so. Wyatt continued to talk around the same topic, hoping Cuthdia would drop the name of the Card World's Devil Merchant who was in cahoots with their faction despite knowing their plans for the Card World. Their grudges aside, Wyatt wondered how could someone betray their own kind and world, which was the original source of his rule power. Master Ezra, merchants like this are present in every realm. When promised enough benefits, the native merchants will not only betray their friends and family but not hesitate to kill or enslave them all. These guys do not value anyone but themselves. Moktul, who had been silent till now, could not help but chime in. Master Ezra, you can ask him that in person, as he will be our host in the Card World, Cuthdia replied, saying that the native Devil Merchant of the Card World would be hosting them as Ezra helped him forge his titled Demon Core using the unknown foreign forging method. Chapter 1661 Cunning Devil Muth Dia. Date, time, location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Listening to Cuthdia, Wyatt's mind rang with alarm, warning him of the potential trap Devil Muthdia had dug up for him, to exact for Chaos Dwarf Ezra. So could not help but cuss the devil in his mind, these fucking bastards. You can not trust a single one of these fucking assholes. Unfortunately for them, these bastards are messing with the wrong person. When Cuthdia said his father Muthdia wanted him to forge his title demon core in the card realm, Wyatt thought the reason why Muthdia wanted his son to forge his title demon core in card world was because of the same reason why the card world did not reject Corey's title demon core. Since the 7 Princes of Hell faction planned to invade the card world, it would benefit Cuthdia to forge his title demon core within the card world. If a demon forges its title demon core in the card world, then the overall suppression it would receive from the card world's will would be less than that experienced by the demons who did not forge its title demon core in the card world. Not to mention, since the 7 Princes of Hell faction now owned the inter-realm transportation rights to the card world, their forces would not have to rely on demonic rituals to enter the card world, but could directly enter through the inter-realm teleportation function of the devil merchant codes at cheap offering rates set by them. Entering a realm through demonic ritual would attract the wrath of the realm's will, but if they enter through the devil merchant code, they will not face any suppression until they harm the world or its natives. So Cuthdia, who will be entering the card world through the devil merchant code and had forged his title demon core in the card world, would be facing the least of the card world's will's suppression when the 7 Princes of Hell faction commenced their invasion. Other than this, there was another reason for a demon to forge its title demon core in another world, and this reason was the main reason why Wyatt boldly guessed that Muthdia planning to invade the card world. This alluring reason was none other than the realm fragment of the card world. If Cuthdia forged his title demon core in card world, it would be easier for him to refine the realm fragment that they would extract by destroying the card world's will. Refining the realm fragment of a realm's will was not an easy task, it took the devils decades, even centuries, to do that. But since Cuthdia will have a title demon core forged in card world, he will be able to refine the realm fragment faster. Not only that, if he were lucky enough to deceive the remains of the card world's will in its realm fragment into believing that he was one of its children, he could refine the realm fragment despite his demon lord realm and not have to wait till he becomes a devil to do so. By refining the realm fragment on early realms, Cuthdia's foundation will grow stronger and he can temporarily gain access to the strength of a devil. This was too appealing not just to Cuthdia but to many demons. However, only he could afford to take such a risk, as his father the devil Muthdia was confident he would be rewarded or be able to procure a realm fragment of the card world. Since the 7 Princes of Hell faction had paid a hefty amount to gain the inter-realm right to the card world, they will do everything in their power to up for what they have invested in invading the card world and some more as their profits. That was, they would not only rip the realm apart and sell everything they could, but enslave every being on the card world and sell. So how could they leave the world's will alone? After all, it was the most precious thing of the realm. Therefore, Wyatt thought Devil Muthdia had big ambitions for his son when asked him to forge his title demon core in card world, which was why he did not hesitate to not only share the original text of the unknown foreign forging method and this tribe's tradition forging method with him. But when Wyatt heard Cuthdia say that their host in the card world would be its native devil merchant, he finally understood why Devil Muthdia agreed to share the original text of the unknown foreign forging method and this tribe's traditional forging method with him. It was because Muthdia's ambitions were not just limited to his son, but he planned to enslave the Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fulhar. Understanding how deep Devil Muthdia's plans ran, Wyatt could not help but shake his head, thinking that had he not known about the abilities of the only devil merchant of the card world, he would never known what Devil Muthdia had in store for Chaos Dwarf Ezra in the card world. Though Wyatt has been unsuccessful in figuring out the identity of the only devil merchant in the card world, he was able to deduce his ability that could leave hypnotic suggestions within his victims, and the victims will have no recollection of that incident after the hypnotic suggestion has been completed. Now, Wyatt was still not clear about the extent of the hypnotic suggestion the card world's devil merchant could use to order his victim around, but considering that Devil Muthdia was planning to use his ability to enslave Chaos Dwarf Ezra, they must have something up their sleeve and be very confident about. As usual, Devil Muthdia seems to have kept his son in the dark about his plans. Otherwise, considering Cuthdia's mindset, learning that his father was soon going to enslave the Chaos Dwarf that he had come to respect, he would not lose all the respect for him and his attitude take a sharp turn. He wouldn't be trying so hard to impress the Chaos Dwarf. Unfortunately for Muthdia, his decision to not share his plan with Cuthdia was going to be the undoing of his plans. Chapter 1662 Return, Confronting Colleen. Date, Time, Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Central Area, Blight Brood Club. Having seen through Devil Muth Dia's plan, Wyatt still decided to continue with his original plan, as only by seeing it through will he be able to meet the only devil merchant of Card World and uncover his identity while successfully planting a seed for Belphegor's destruction. Therefore, maintaining a smile on his face, he continued his charades as Chaos Dwarf Ezra. Yep, I would like to meet him. Haha, Master Ezra, if you tell me when you will be free I can arrange it, Cuth Dia replied. I am free right now, but first I will need to return to my workshop and make arrangements for my absence, since I have no idea how long it will take for me to help you forge a title demon core using the foreign method. Share the coordinates of the Card World along with both the forging methods with my merchant. I will give you a call when I am done and let us directly meet at the venue, Wyatt proposed. As he needed time to learn about forging a title demon core. Sure, Master Ezra, I will do as you say, let us meet there when it is time, Cuth Dia readily agreed. He was happy that Ezra was not making him wait long. For some unknown reason, he felt if it was the Chaos Dwarf Ezra, he would not only be able to forge his title demon core using a foreign forging method in a foreign realm, but also gain more power than he ever imagined. It was this feeling that had Cuth Dia bow down to Ezra. Great, Maktul blurted, seeing both parties reach an agreement on their cooperation so smoothly. Earlier, when he heard that Cuth Dia was waiting for him in his office, Maktul immediately thought of various ways to prevent the second-generation bully from offending the Chaos Dwarf Ezra, but things did not go as he imagined. Instead, they went a lot smoother. Maktul thought the credit for this went to Chaos Dwarf Ezra. If not for him, it would have been hard for him to subdue Cuth Dia's arrogance. Okay then, I will take my leave now. Cuth Dia and Maktul both respectfully escorted Chaos Dwarf Ezra to the spiritual transfer channel fountain while making small talk on the way. Only after they saw the dwarf leave the Inter-Realm City did they regain their haughty and arrogant expression. Returning to the Blood Rock Cave, Wyatt saw Colleen and Jaya talking while Bloodette was still unconscious, but her weak energy signature had finally stabilized at the Card Student realm. Considering her recovery speed, she should regain consciousness soon. Wyatt, you are awake, Jaya exclaimed, sensing his gaze on her. How did you get in here? Wyatt asked Jaya, since the location of the Blood Rock Cave dungeon gate was supposed to be a secret only known to the top members of the TSR Adventure Guild that was his Calamity Daughter's gems. I followed your energy signature, Jaya lied. She discovered the location of the Blood Rock Cave dungeon by following Wyatt's lingering smell. As a pure Viltronian, the effect of Wyatt's Gigamite fragrance was several-fold stronger on Jaya than any other female. Though it would not make her go crazy like Jill's carnivorous womb, she viewed Wyatt as her ideal partner biologically, and considering her feelings for him only boosted this view. What nonsense are you spouting? I helped create your origin card. You do have some superhuman vision abilities, but I do not believe it allows you to trace soul energy signature in an area after several hours have passed. Wyatt immediately caught Jaya's lie and confronted her. Are you really this dense? Leave the little girl alone. So what if she entered the dungeon seal? This doesn't belong to you. Colleen, who was silent until now, spoke up to defend Jaya. Since when did you two get along? Wyatt asked. Why shouldn't we get along? Colleen asked back. Forget about this. When were you going to tell me that your family is building a new sliver milk powder production factory in the southern capital? Wyatt questioned Colleen. Precisely when he found out about this, Colleen was comprehending blood rules, so not wanting to disturb her practice he held in his anger, but now he planned to get to the bottom of this. How do you know that we are building a new sliver milk powder factory in the southern capital? Who told you that? Instead of answering Wyatt, Colleen questioned him. Colleen was surprised that Wyatt heard about them opening a new silver milk powder manufacturing plant in the southern capital, since it hadn't even been a day since it was announced, and even in the southern capital the general public had not heard about it except for a few people that will be directly involved in this project. So Colleen was really curious how Wyatt knew about this, especially since he has been with her in the Blood Rock Cave all this time. It doesn't matter how I found out about it. The question here is, when were you going to tell me about it? I cannot help but feel that you were deliberately hiding it from me. Wyatt controlled himself from accusing the southern royal family of betraying him by deliberately hiding things from him. Boy, watch what you are saying. Once things are said, they cannot be taken back, no matter how much one regrets it later, Colleen warned, and then went on to explain. I did not tell you about this because I am not the right to inform you about it. Not only this, there are other things you need to know, but I am not at liberty to tell them to you. If you wait a few more, you will be informed of everything in detail by my daughter. Chapter 1663 Trust You. You say date the 14th of April 2321 time 712 location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Nothing you said just now made any sense. Why can't you inform me about building a new manufacturing plant, and why does your daughter get to do that? Wyatt was confused for a moment, but then thought of Anna's mother's role in the royal palace. He immediately gained some clarity. But he waited to see if Colleen's response matched with what he had guessed. Wyatt, please be respectful toward Her Highness, Jaya reminded, seeing Wyatt continue to rudely interrogate Colleen. At first, when she saw Wyatt casually address Colleen, her heart almost jumped out of her mouth, but before she could recover from that shock, Wyatt went from rudely accusing the royal family to interrogating the queen. It took her a while to process what she was seeing. Had it been some other card master speaking to Colleen this way, Jaya, like any other hot-blooded southerner, would have broken their limbs and tortured them as they begged for forgiveness and mercy until the queen past her judged them. So Jaya advising Wyatt not to continue to be rude toward the queen was her showing a lot of restraint out of her feelings for him. Jaya, he is my great son-in-law. That makes him family, so it is okay, Colleen purposefully said with great detail, hoping to kill Jaya's feelings for Wyatt before they blossom into an undying love. In Colleen's defense, she felt she was saving Jaya from a lot of heartache and pain further down the road by doing this, as Wyatt wouldn't even consider Anne, who was Anna's origin card, so it was in Jaya's best interest that she would forget about Wyatt. Colleen was not doing this to help her granddaughter decrease her love rivals by one, as she felt no woman or girl could be her granddaughter's rival. Then the image of a simple and pure girl popped up in Colleen's mind, but then she shook her head as both her daughter and granddaughter had warned her from approaching that girl. Listening to Colleen's words, Jaya felt as if thousands of lightning both had struck her heart. She was aware of the relationship between Anna and Wyatt, but considering Anna's reputation, she thought that the Southern Emperor would soon grow tired of Wyatt and leave him alone, but she never imagined they would progress so far. Don't speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Nonsense, I am not your son-in-law. Seeing how things are processing business-wise, I wonder if we should continue to be partners. Wyatt detonated a bomb in Colleen's mind of the same magnitude as the one she detonated in Jaya's heart and mind. Boy, say what you want, but the contract between you and my granddaughter is the proof. You cannot escape your responsibilities. Colleen did not seem to care about Wyatt's words, as if they did not hold any weight for them. Wait, what contract? As far as I know, there is only one contract between us regarding the production and sales of silver milk production. What the heck are you talking about? Wyatt was confused by Colleen's words and wondered if he had entered some kind of contract with Anna without him being aware of it. Wyatt, don't act dumb. The ring on your finger is the proof of it, Colin said, pointing at the dummy ring on Wyatt's left hand's index finger. I am not acting dumb. You are misleading others by blowing the story out of proposition. Anna gave me this ring as protection against curses, Wyatt responded, but then it hit him. Why does this matter? Then he glared at Colleen, wondering how could he let her of all people rile him up, and said, enough of this. Colleen, I need answers about what is happening in the southern capital. Like I said earlier, wait a few days, your mother-in-law will explain everything to you in detail. Colleen's lips were tight. She did not reveal anything extra or relevant, instead just repeated what she said earlier. Quote. Wyatt did not let Colleen use the same tactic to rile him up and get him off topic, and demanded, Colleen, I am losing my patience, just tell me what is going on. My dear great son-in-law, this is the problem with all you smart people. You people just can't let things go and let nature take its course. You have to poke into everything. Wyatt, for the last time, I can't be the one to discuss this with you. However, I will tell you that it is a good thing. You will be very happy when you hear about it. So, please calm down and just trust for once. Colleen assured Wyatt that everything that was happening in the southern capital was good and he would be happy about it. Trust you, you say? Wyatt looked at Colleen skeptically, because every time someone in the royal family had said this to him, things had ended wrong and he had to pick up their slack. Come on, don't look at me like that. If you trust us, you will let us do it our way, otherwise you can only do what you feel like. Colleen was dumbfounded seeing the way Wyatt looked at her when she asked him to trust her. But then remembering what happened yesterday morning, she understood Wyatt had every right to look at her that way. Fine, I will trust you guys. You guys are lucky that right now have lots of things on my plate that take priority. Otherwise, I would not have stopped until had gotten to the bottom of this today. Wyatt was not kidding. He had indeed planned to not rest until he had Colleen confess everything, but seeing that the Southern royal family had their plans and not deliberately keeping him in dark about what they were up, so he decided to let them do it their way. It was either he trusted them or him redoing everything they did so far and more. Then what was the point of partnering with the Southern royal family? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1664 World's Grace. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 7:19. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt, what went wrong with you that you have such a hard time trusting others? Colleen asked Wyatt after listening to his words. You know my story better than me. So, tell me, Wyatt replied. I don't know, since you appear to trust that girl Susan. I have never seen you second-guess her. Colleen spoke the truth. Wyatt trusted Susan to be his manager and never questioned or interfered in her work, not even under the guise of helping her. That should be because she never let me down. Wyatt took a shot at Colleen and her family's history of letting Wyatt down time and again. That is low, Wyatt. You know we are doing everything in our power, Colleen argued. Really? Why was the Field Marshal Henson not in my protection detail during the ambush? Wyatt asked, proving that the Southern royal family was not doing their best for Wyatt. Even though she was nearby, she was busy guarding the Dual Gate dungeon. You know the economic benefits of that dungeon to the Southern region better than anyone, Colleen defended. The Dual Gate dungeon will bring huge economic benefits to the Southern region, but does it outweigh the benefits brought by the silver milk powder? If you are going to prioritize one over the other, then should you guys not be prioritizing my safety over everything else? Instead, what did you guys do? If I had not made prior preparations, I would be experiencing unspeakable torment in Belpegger's hell, Wyatt said sternly. We thought 15 teams of demigods along with me and other shadow teams should be enough for your protection. But there is no winning with you. So, let us just stop here. Colleen stopped arguing, knowing that Wyatt made valid points and she could not win the argument. Wyatt shook his head, and then thinking of something, he asked Colleen, how long after killing a demon does it take for one to receive the grace of the world's will as a reward? I have yet to receive the grace of the world for killing Belphegor's Worldhog incarnation. Worldhog incarnation? Colleen asked Wyatt in surprise. That devil we killed is not the original body of but an incarnation of the devil Belphegor, Wyatt explained. How do you know this? Colleen asked Wyatt. As their conversation progressed, she was starting to find that Wyatt was very mysterious. Earlier she believed him to be a genius born once a millennium, but now he was starting to seem like a mysterious being capable of anything. She still could not figure out how Wyatt solved the plague egg incubated in him and how returned to this world after leaving with Henrix for another world. She was willing to bet her life that Henrix would not just send Wyatt back when he could be a very valuable asset to freedom fighters willingly or forced. Not to forget, the plague egg was created using realm fragment. Hold up, in what world does a card master manage to defeat a devil? It's the devil I borrowed power from to save Anna and defeat Agent Forger. Did I not tell you about this before? And you haven't answered me yet, Wyatt said, trying to get the conversation back on track. If the devil you killed is an incarnation, then you will not be awarded any grace from the world, Colleen replied, and then asked, you still did not tell me how you know about us building a new silver milk powder factory next to the southern capital. Damn it, had I known this I would have killed the other 5 devils and the demons, Wyatt cussed aloud, not planning to answer Colleen. Besides, was genuinely disappointed about not being rewarded grace by the world's will. After all, the world's grace can help one improve their active soul control percentage and origin card. Seeing Wyatt cuss aloud instead of answering her, Colleen frowned. She took the hint that Wyatt did not plan to answer where he received the information from, but she was really curious about this because inside the dungeon even her diamond grimoire could not contact the outside world, so how did Wyatt's gold grimoire get the information from the outside world? Colleen was sure Wyatt had learned this information after entering the dungeon seal, because her conversation with Wyatt before entering the dungeon seal was intimate, fine. Even after entering the dungeon seal, he seemed to be fine, but just now when he awakened from his spiritual one with world state, things were different. prompting Colleen to wonder if Wyatt had comprehended some kind of blood rule meaning related to divination or far communication. Inside this holy place of blood rule, those types of blood rule meaning would work wonders. Feeling an awkward silence looming inside the cave, Jaya decided to skedaddle before one of them took interest in her. "Your Highness, I just remembered I need to head to the office early today and shred some documents. So, I will take my leave now." "Slow down, Jaya. Let me see how the work culture has changed since the last time I worked," Colleen said as she followed Jaya to leave the dungeon seal. "Your Highness, you used to work in an office too?" Jaya asked in shock and amazement. "Yes, briefly when I was suspended for a year," Colleen said, reminiscing about her youth. "You were suspended for a year?" Jaya asked enthusiastically. "Yes, for insubordination. You read about it in my biography," Colleen replied as she stepped out of the cave. Seeing Colleen leave with Jaya, Wyatt was without words and shook his head in dismay. There was no point in continuing their conversation as both were unwilling to share what they were up to with each other. This was better. With Colleen now, Wyatt was free to attend to more pressing matters. But first, he had to get Sarah to guard the dungeon seal gate, so as not to repeat what happened with Jaya. Chapter 1665 Purposeless Date the 14th of April 2321 Time 7:27 Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. After arranging for Sarah to guard the gate of the dungeon seal, Wyatt then used his merchant index and texted Dredre his coordinates asking her to come ASAP. He did not want to hurry her, but now the situation was urgent, things could no longer wait. Especially on the side of the Brood Bright Club and Devil Muth Dia. They must be using this time to learn everything there was to learn about Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fulhar. Wyatt had to get back to them before they started to get suspicious about his make-believe identity, the Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fulhar. Considering the time difference, even a few hours should not have passed in Dredre's realm since Zoltan promised him VVIP membership to Infinity Library. So Dredre might not have gotten enough to get her things in order, let alone say goodbye to her entire tribe and enjoy her farewell party. Wyatt would not have done this if hadn't been really urgent. Wyatt did not have to wait for Dredre long. The space in front of him twisted and churned until the tiny figure of the lavender-haired pixie appeared in the cave. Arriving at a new location, Dredre cautiously looked around the cave, and the blood rule power was not doing her anxiety any favor. Had she found the familiar figure of Wyatt a second later, she would have been the first pixie from the book guide tribe to die of a heart attack in a dungeon seal in a foreign realm. "Wyatt!" Dredre exclaimed and hurriedly ran into his embrace and nestled in his hair. She loved the way he smelled. His fragrance reminded her of a tree. As a former forest guide, she could get addicted to it. She felt that Wyatt was a lot more approachable in the physical plane. This was the first time she had met Wyatt in the physical realm, and she had already taken a liking to his physical form, especially his fragrance. "Dredre, you made it. Do not worry, this is my friend's place," Wyatt said, pointing at unconscious Bloodette by his side. "Okay," Dredre said, but the shaking in her voice gave her true feelings away. Understanding that Dredre was feeling uncomfortable by the blood rule power inside the cave, Wyatt manipulated his soul energy to form a bubble around her, such that she would no longer feel the blood rule power in the cave, and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. You're my guest now. It is my duty to take care of you. Besides, if you fall ill, what will I answer to Zoltan?" "Fine, I will be honest. I am not comfortable here, but your soul energy bubble helps a little." Hearing Wyatt say he would have to report to Zoltan, Dredre immediately became honest and began to cooperate instead of acting tough in her own way. Wyatt summoned one of his slave consciousnesses as a clone to keep an eye on Bloodette and to be there to comfort her when she wakes up. Then he summoned the seed world and entered it along with Dredre. Then he asked, "See, was that hard? Next, you don't have to wait till I ask you. Instead, immediately tell whatever makes you uncomfortable." "Understood." "Yes, understood," Dredre cutely agreed as she slowly floated out Wyatt's hair and looked around the space in the seed world. Especially, the floating islands, various SSS rank VR universe card creation arrays, and the phantom sword mushroom plantation. Dredre seemed to have taken a liking to the atmosphere inside the seed world. So Wyatt ordered the stone Viltronina to create another medium-sized floating island and flew onto it. Wyatt surprised the forest guide Pixie by saying, "Dredre, this island is yours. You can grow a forest or build a library or both. It's yours. You can do anything you want here." "This is mine, really." Dredre asked in disbelief as her tribe followed the rules similar to a commune, so she did not own anything. Even the place she rested was a shared space between her time. Now suddenly she was given a huge island. She did not know what to do. Yes, it is yours and you can do anything you please with it. I have given you the authority to enter and exit the seed world at will. So when you're tired of exploring the world outside you can come in here, and when you're bored in here you can come outside, Wyatt replied. He was not worried about Dredre wreaking havoc inside the seed world, as the chaos was not a part of the forest guide Pix's nature. If anything, Wyatt felt that without him asking, Dredre would help him take care of the phantom sword mushroom or even increase the plantation. Wyatt, what about you? Will you not be with me? Dredre asked nervously. She was here for Wyatt and not to grow a forest or build a library. No, silly, I will always be with you. You see, I carry this seed world in my grimoire. I too, when tired, rest in here, and when bored go outside while carrying this seed world with me. Therefore, you will always be with me even if you are inside this seed world or playing outside with me, Wyatt explained, knowing that pixies were a simple race and liked to define themselves by their role. When they were in their realm, they were defined by their role as their forest guide, helping the lost travelers and injured animals. When enslaved by the librarian and brought to Infinity Library, they defined themselves by their role as book guides, helping the customers of the Infinity Library find exactly what they were looking for. Okay, I almost thought you were abandoning me, Dredre revealed, showcasing their tribe's collective fear of being purposeless. This fear was not limited to the pixie race, it plagued ever being across the Myriad realm but was more obvious in pixies. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 1666 Hub of Knowledge. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 7:38. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt was trying to do everything he thought would help Dredre get comfortable and settle in with him. After all, she did leave her tribe for the first time in her life, that too by bidding a proper goodbye, all because of him. So he felt he should do his best to make it at home. A depressed pixie would be of no help to him and only add to his problems. He already had his hands full with Susan, Bloodette, Corey Park, and Courtney, thanks to the only devil merchant of the card world, who targeted the people close to him for his gains. No, I would never abandon you, Wyatt said, assuring Dredre. Good. Dredre trusted Wyatt and then asked, how can I help you? I need you to get books on blood rule power. Wyatt then explained the incident with Bloodette and Courtney to Dredre and asked to see if she could find books related to their situation. There is no specific book about this or on or talking about this particular incident, but if you give me some time I will have the array of the Infinity Library to sort out books that have mentions about similar topics, Dredre replied, asking for time to search and gather books needed for him. Listening to Dredre, Wyatt rubbed his brow in frustration. Infinity Library was supposedly the hub of knowledge where one could find the knowledge of the different races and civilizations in the entire myriad realms collected and recorded there. If it did not have the answers he was looking for, what did not know where else to start searching for the answers? Okay, you do that and expand your search to all the languages. See if there is a mention of a similar incident in different languages. Learning a new language was not a problem for Wyatt, so he had Dredre expand her search to all the languages and not limit it to just the 16 dark languages that he had selected while joining the Infinity Library. Okay, but the time required will increase considerably. The Infinity Library has a lot of books, Dredre warned. Let us do one thing. Whenever the Infinity Library array finds a book related to my search, just give it to me as it continues to do its search in the background instead of waiting till the end. When it has compiled a list of books related to my search, Wyatt proposed, as he was not sure if the Infinity Library's array had such a function. I can do that. Yeah, that sounds good. I will do that, Dredre agreed. Apparently hearing Wyatt's suggestion left her mind blown away. She wondered why did she not think of using the library search array in such a way. Well, in her defense, nobody had asked her to conduct such a wide search before, so she had not come across such a problem previously. Hence she never gave it a thought. As for Wyatt, he came from a world where virtual search engines were common. Sure, now get me books on soul healing, soul splitting, soul mutation, soul with multiple consciousnesses, and lastly any power system that is based on soul splitting. For this one too, do not limit your search by language. I want any and all books on these topics regardless of which language they are written in, Wyatt said, planning to heal his soul before he went to meet Cuthdia at Card World's only devil merchant's humble abode. Wyatt's mutated soul was damaged when he carelessly deactivated his curse incarnation form before safely lifting 12 different SSS rank blood curses, each housing one of his 12 consciousnesses. The soul was not damaged by the curse's effect but the power behind the curse. Wyatt was immune to the blood curse thanks to ultimate mastery in the blood curse, meaning of blood rule. Not to mention he had the dummy ring protecting him. So the 12 SSS rank curses could not harm him with their cursed energy, but this incident was different. Wyatt had used the curse incarnation form to morph his multiple consciousnesses as vessels to house the curses in them. So when he deactivated curse incarnation form before, having removed the SSS rank curses housed in his mutated soul, the power of 12 SSS rank curses could not be held by his regular mutated soul, so he brought harm upon himself by overlooking such a detail. Fortunately, he had simultaneously removed the curses as he deactivated his curse incarnation form. Therefore the curses were in his mutated soul for a second or even less period without the protection of the curse incarnation form. Therefore, the damage suffered by Wyatt's soul, though significant, was not deadly. In conclusion, Wyatt was not damaged by the effect of the curses but its mass. As a cursed incarnation, his soul could hold the curses, but as a card apprentice's soul, it could not hold the curses and was about to break. Fortunately, Wyatt had lifted the curses and stored them away before that happened. In the heat of the battle, not considering this minute detail would have cost Wyatt his life, but he was fortunate enough to escape soul obliteration with significant soul damage. That is another wide search. If you were not a VVIP, you would have to pay a hefty fee to conduct 2 wide searches simultaneously, Dreadray informed Wyatt as she conducted the search through the library array and asked, "It will take some time to complete the search. Do you want to read the first few books related to your search?" "Yes, I will start with the books in my preferred. Share the books with my Demon Merchant Codex, I will read them there," Wyatt replied, preparing to brush up his knowledge on soul healing, soul splitting, soul mutation, soul with multiple consciousnesses, and various power systems based on soul splitting across the myriad realms. Chapter 1667. Nature. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 7:38. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt, I have shared the book list and given your Merchant Codex access to the books. You can read them through the Infinity Library portal in the Inter-Realm Network. Do not worry about free reading time. As a VVIP member, you can read all the books in the library for free. Usually, the VVIP members pay an enormous monthly offering for such a privilege, but since your membership is free, you do not have to worry about anything. Take your time to read and process the books, Dreadray explained to Wyatt. Listening to Dreadray, Wyatt wondered who in the right mind would buy such a membership to the Infinity Library unless they really enjoyed reading and updating their knowledge. Wyatt then had the Hive AI access his Demon Merchant Codex and read the books. It can later process and compile the collected data based on Wyatt's needs and use. Having made the appropriate arrangements, Wyatt turned to Dreadray and asked, "So, how would you like to decorate your floating island? Tell me what you need, and I will help you procure them through Devil Merchant Code." "Aren't you going to read the books?" Dreadray asked Wyatt. "You do not need to worry about that, just tell me what you need." Wyatt gave Dreadray his full attention. Once she was busy with her island development, he would then check on Hive AI's progress. "No, you called as it was urgent. First tend to your matters, I can wait until after whatever work you have." Dreadray refused, feeling that Wyatt was avoiding work for her. After all, she just shared a list of books with him. Should he not be going through those books? "Dreadray, didn't I ask you not to worry about my work? I am already handling it. Just let me what you need to make this place feel like home. I want your stay with me to be memorable," Wyatt explained, asking Dreadray to stop worrying and enjoy her stay with him. "You promise I am not interfering with your work and being a nuisance?" Dreadray finally spoke what was in her heart. She felt that her presence was causing Wyatt to split his attention between his work and her. She did not want that. After all, her purpose was to help Wyatt not be a distraction. "Yes, I promise. Besides, just seeing your cute face refreshes my stressed mind. How can you be a nuisance to me? Trust me, don't ever worry about such things anymore, got it?" Wyatt persuaded the pixie to stop worrying about him and help her enjoy her stay with him. "Got it, I will trust you. I need 20 saplings of hazelwood trees." Dreadray then went on to list various saplings and seeds of different plants and trees. Wyatt just smiled and made the list, wondering if Dredre was planning to recreate the forest she used to live in. So when he stopped, he asked, "Is that it? Do you want to any beasts too? I can raise beasts here." Dredre asked Wyatt in surprise. It appears she was under the impression no pets were allowed in the seed world. "Yes, as long as you look after them you can get as many pet beasts as you want." Under the encouragement of Wyatt, Dredre listed a few beasts. They were all easy on the eyes and herbivorous. Wyatt wondered if it was coincident that Dredre's choice of animal matched the human females. As the forest guide, you accept Dredre to be impartial to all animals, but she seemed to be biased toward cute ones. "That is it," Dredre declared, then turned to look at the huge empty island as if planning a recreation project based on the available land. So pointing at the stone Viltronian, Wyatt offered her, "Dredre, if you need any more land or help in building anything you can ask the stone Viltronian. Though it looks dumb, it has sentience, so do not worry about its capabilities. And if you need to change the atmosphere surrounding your floating island, just tell me, I will adjust it." "Okay, thank you," Dredre nodded as continued to stare hard at the land in front of her, forming a mental image of what wanted and where to start. Wyatt then accessed the inter-realm network and went on a shopping spree, procuring the seeds, saplings, and beasts that Dredre wanted. Wyatt had to create two separate islands, one just to store the beasts and another one for the saplings, such that Dredre could move them to her island at her convenience. Right now she was using the stone Viltronian's help to redesign the terrain of her floating island. From artificial lakes to small mountains to fake boulders to narrow canyons to creeks. She seemed to have a perfect image of what she wanted. Wyatt thought she must be recreating the forest she used to live in from her memories of it. But as the reforming of the island terrain progressed, Wyatt's thought changed, feeling an energy similar to that of nature being emitted by the island. Out of curiosity, Wyatt used his soul pupils to check the reforms that Dredre made to the floating island's terrain and found that the arrangement of the artificial lake, creeks, mountains, boulders, etc. was not random but in a sequence. But this sequence was still incomplete, and Dredre appeared to be far from being done with her reform to the island terrain. Soon she began to plant the saplings and sow the seeds. At first, her actions looked random, but as she began to plant more saplings and sow more seeds, Wyatt saw that the position she sowed seeds and planted saplings formed a sequence overlapping with the incomplete sequence of the reformed terrain. It appeared as if both incomplete sequences were two pieces of the same puzzle. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1668 Miniature Self-Sustaining World. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 10:20. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate. Dungeon. Wyatt silently watched Dredre and the stone Viltronian at work, forgetting the sense of time. As an elemental, it did not take long for the stone Viltronian to grow fond of Dredre. It appeared it was not only following her instructions closely, but it seemed to be learning from her. As Dredre's recreation of the island progressed, Wyatt began getting more engrossed in watching the changes to the island, and he did not dare to disturb her. He considered her recreation to be a work of art in progress. It was soothing and calming, clearing his mind and giving him more space to think. After creating and arranging artificial landforms in sequence, sowing and planting seeds and saplings in a sequence, Dredre proceeded to place the beasts in the assigning each of them different territories and roles of protecting and taking care of the landforms, seeds, and saplings in their assigned territories. Like how the landforms and plants were not assigned randomly, the beast was also not assigned to their territories randomly but in a sequence, forming the third incomplete sequence, making the presence of the mysterious energy being emitted by the floating island more obvious. These three incomplete sequences appeared to connect to each other. However, there was still something missing in this puzzle. Soon Dredre flew around the island. Her pink translucent wings seemed to radiate, leaving a magical pink dust in her track. After having covered the entire island in a pink dust cloud, Dredre hovered atop the tallest artificial mountain. The beast and the saplings appeared to welcome and enjoy the pink dust cloud. Hovering atop the tallest mountain, Dredre began to sing. Her voice was particularly melodious and rejuvenating to listen to. When Wyatt tried to make sense of what she was singing, he found that she was actually chanting a long spell. In response to the spell, the pink dust clouds covering the entire island began to descend on the island and be absorbed by the terrain of the floating island. Surprisingly, some of the pink dust was even absorbed by the stone Viltronian's body. As this transpired, Wyatt witnessed the three incomplete sequences, terrain sequence, plant sequence, and beast sequence, come together to form one big closed sequence. As the sequence was completed, the grass began to cover the once barren land. The seed began to sprout and the plants began to grow at a rapid rate. Soon the whole island's terrain and artificial land forms were covered in a lush and dense forest. The beasts roared and howled in enthusiasm. The water from rivers was no longer falling down at the edge of the island, entering the underground and springing atop the mountains, hills, and lake. The floating island had now transformed into a functioning ecosystem. It oozed the breath of nature. Wyatt could now clearly feel the presence of nature within the ecosystem created by Dreadray atop the floating island. Wyatt wondered how was that even possible. Soon he entered the one with the world state, because if nature was present in the physical plane, then it had to be present in the spiritual plane. However, the floating island was not part of any world, so it should not have the breath of nature in the physical plane, let alone in the spiritual plane. But to Wyatt's surprise, as he entered the spiritual plane, he found a small network of energies in the spiritual plane connecting to the island in the physical plane. This means Dreadray didn't just create a small forest but a self-sustaining miniature world from the physical plane. Usually, it is the other way around. The world's will forms in the spiritual plane and its soul energy and rule power give birth to the celestial body which we know as the world in the physical plane. However, Dreadray used the pre-existing miniature world in a physical plane to form a miniature form of something that worked and functioned like the world's will. However, it was far from being considered an artificial world's will, let alone the world's will. What surprised Wyatt was that stone Viltronian, whose stone body had absorbed the pink mist, grew thick layers of green moss and sprouted mushrooms. It no longer looked like stone Viltronian but a swamp Viltronian. The stone Viltronian did not seem to mind its new look. Instead, it used this as an opportunity to increase its rule power arsenal to other elemental rules such as wood, fertility, etc. Gaining sentience seems to have made the stone Viltronian ambitious. Wyatt wondered if she had enough soul energy, realm fragments, and other required resources, would she be able to create a world's will? With this, Wyatt became curious about the power system used by the pixies. Fortunately, he had a personal pixie to quench his curiosity about them. Come to think of it, what was Dreadray's power level? He never bothered about that. She was so cute and appeared harmless. Subconsciously he even thought she could not even hurt a fly. But now the same little cute pixie was creating miniature self-sustaining worlds, which can only be described as godly powers. The more Wyatt thought about this, the more curious Wyatt got about Dreadray's realm. She alone was able to produce enough pink mist to turn the artificial floating island into a miniature self-sustaining world, which clearly meant that she had a huge soul energy reserve. It was one thing that his naked eyes were fooled, but even his soul pupils did not find any huge reserves of soul energy in Dreadray's physical body. Otherwise, he would have noticed Dreadray's insane capabilities long ago. The more he thought about, the more confused he grew. So he decided to ask Dreadray about it directly. Done. Wyatt heard Dreadray declare, standing atop his head when he exited the spiritual one with the world state, scaring him. Usually, Wyatt would find it cute, but now that he knew Dreadray might be way stronger than him, Wyatt felt like watching a monster pretending to be cute. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1669 Invincible. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 11:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Did I startle you? Dreadray asked, seeing Wyatt jump in fright. Looking at Dreadray, subconsciously Wyatt's guard toward her decreased. In his defense, a Cthulhu was scary, but a chibi Cthulhu, regardless of its power, was just cute. Let alone Wyatt, anybody would have zero defense against Dreadray's chibi form. Hey, Dreadray, what realm are you? Wyatt asked. My strength varies with my connection to my surroundings, Dreadray said, explaining why the pixies were so territorial and would not leave their territory. Pixies were strongest in their territory as their connection to their territory would be the highest. After all, it was their home, it was where they were born and grew up. It was their friends and family who lived. If Dreadray was talking about emotional connection to her surroundings, then her tribe's territory would be where she would have the highest connection to her surroundings, meaning it was where she would be at her strongest. What about now? How strong are you in terms of demon power system or card apprentice power system? Wyatt asked Dreadray to dumb it down since he did not have an idea of the Pix's power system. Right now or before I created the forest? Dreadray asked. In both scenarios. When I arrived here my power level was comparable to that of a demon king or a card king. Now after building the forest, my strength is comparable to a demon emperor or a card emperor, Dreadray answered. Listening to Dreadray's answer, Wyatt wondered what realm of power Dreadray possessed in her tribal territory where her connection to her surroundings was the highest. Above all, she created a miniature self-sustaining world with the power of a demon king. Now that she had the power of a demon emperor, what was she capable of? Dreadray, does that mean in unfamiliar surroundings and circumstances your power level is that of a card king? Wyatt inquired. No, in unfamiliar surroundings and circumstances my strength can be a lot weaker. In the Blood Cave, my power level was that of a demon soldier. If you were not there, then my power might have reduced to that of a mortal, and if I had stayed there for a prolonged period on my own I might die soon, Dreadray replied. Her words gave Wyatt a huge scare. He almost killed Dreadray. Wyatt began to cuss Zoltan for not giving him a guide or manual on how to take care of his pixie. I am sorry Dreadray, you had to go through that because of my ignorance, Wyatt apologized to Dreadray. Fortunately, she was brave and strong-willed. If it was some other weak-hearted pixie in her place they would have died out of shock as soon as they teleported to his coordinates. It's okay, you did not know. Now that you know, I trust that you will not repeat it. So don't be hard on yourself, Dreadray consoled Wyatt. Dreadray, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? And how strong were you when you were in your tribal territory, and how strong were you when you were born and when you began to understand your surroundings? Wyatt asked, trying to understand Dreadray's power in different stages. He could read a book, but he prepared to learn directly from Dreadray. Pixies of my tribe do not age except for when we are born to when we again mature, but that is also a day or so. Once we start to become familiar with our surroundings our power level keeps increasing, and at a certain realm we mature. Some pixies of my tribe mature within a few seconds of being born. I am one of them. This is why it is important for the pixies to be on in our tribal territory. So when we are born we are mortals, but as we form a connection with our surroundings we grow stronger. Usually during maturity, we are in the demon lord realm. Once establish a strong connection with our tribal territory we are basically invincible, but most of us give our power to the pixie we trust the most, turning them into elder pixies. They are responsible for governing the pixies in the tribe. Since we are so attached to our surroundings and territory we usually choose to die with the destruction of our territory instead of migrating. This is basically how other tribes of pixies I have come across in the Infinity Library also operate, but I have heard there are other tribes of pixies who have power systems similar to that of card apprentices and dark races. For example the dark pixies, dragon pixies, etc. But I have that the dragon pixies showcase both types of power systems. Even though their body is tiny they have the physique of a dragon, so they can show the physical power system of the dark race, but as pixie, they also grow with their connection to their surroundings. Therefore, I would consider the dragon pixies the strongest of our kind and the dark pixies as the weakest of our kind, Dreadray explained. For the first time she showcased the talkative nature of the pixies in front of Wyatt, letting go of her usual professional book guide demeanor. It appeared she wasn't done yet and was about to justify why she considered the dragon pixies the strongest of her kind and the dark pixies the weakest of her kind. However, from Dreadray's explanation, Wyatt understood why the pixies were so pure even with their long lifespan. Because they basically did not age or grow. They were the same as they were the time they matured. But this prompted Wyatt to wonder if the pixies could die out of anxiety, depression, and shock in unknown and unfamiliar surroundings. Why was Zoltan pushing for the pixies to become more adventurous? Most importantly, since the pixies chose to die with the destruction of their territory rather than migrate, how did the librarian get them to adapt to the Infinity Library? Chapter 1670 Game Changer. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 11:57. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Nothing about the librarian enslaving the pixies and Zoltan trying to make the pixies adventurous made sense to Wyatt. Unless Zoltan wanted the pixies to rebel against the librarian. It was a mystery how the librarian got the pixies to leave their original territory and adapt to the Infinity Library as their new territory. By the pixie race's nature, as explained by Dreadray, they were the ultimate caregivers. Now that they have adapted to Infinity Library as their new home, they will live and die for it without hesitation, making them the perfect slaves. So from that perspective, the only reason for Zoltan to make pixies more adventurous would look like he was trying to get them to stop caring about the Infinity Library and their own place in the myriad realms. Zoltan did say he wanted the pixies to be more like the pixie dragons and dark pixies, but that would mean that they would no longer be as attached to Infinity Library, which was basic rebellion. From the looks of it, the Infinity Library's strongest guardians were the pixies. If they were to rebel, then bringing down the Infinity Library would be a lot easier, but even without the pixies, the Infinity Library was a humongous force to be reckoned with. From his talk with Zoltan, Wyatt had grasped that he did not want to go against Infinity Library, he just wanted the pixies to have a life apart from the Infinity Library, a better and eventful life. Zoltan loved the pixies, maybe even more than he should. After all, the pixies liked the way they lived and it was centered around their survival. Zoltan's twisted love for pixies and the idea of freedom might only harm them. Wyatt said this because he almost gave Dredre a heart attack because of his ignorance. The pixies were well as they were, they had managed to create a society that ensured their happiness and survival. The only problem here might be that the librarian was profiting from their lifestyle, which Zoltan appeared to be unable to stomach. Especially, considering his passive hate for his father, the librarian. Hopefully, that wasn't the case. Otherwise, the pixies will be dragged into a power struggle that does not concern them. That is why I said that the pixie dragons are the strongest of her kind and the dark pixies are the weakest of her kind. Dredre, I have a question, Wyatt interrupted Dredre, who was still babbling, trying to justify what she said about the pixie dragons and dark pixies. If he had not interrupted Dredre, Wyatt, she would still keep going on and on. What is it, Wyatt? Dredre asked enthusiastically, prepared to answer Wyatt to the best of her knowledge. She was happy that Wyatt had taken an interest in her tribe. She planned to tell every little story about her and her tribe. Why did you guys leave your old territory and move to the Infinity Library? Wyatt asked. He was really curious as to how the librarian managed to move an entire race consisting of various tribes that would rather die than leave their territory to not only move to territory but adapt to it. I do not remember, Dredre answered, and this time, she did not babble on. It was as if she had nothing to talk about her tribe's old territory. Which was odd. How could she not have anything to say about the place she was born and grew up? What do you mean you do not remember? Wyatt demanded Dredre to give more details for him. Ah, I remember now. We erased our memories of our old territory because unless we forget about it, we will never be able to truly accept the Infinity Library as our territory. Therefore, we chose to erase our memories about our old territory, Dredre recalled and revealed a piece of life-changing information as if it were nothing. You and your entire tribe erased your memories of your old tribal territory and you are fine with it. Wyatt was dumbfounded. The fact that the entire race of pixies collectively erased their memories of their old tribal territories was shocking, but the reason behind it made sense. Considering how attached pixies grow to someone and something but have a hard time parting with them, it can be understood no matter what they could never adapt to Infinity Library unless they had no recollection of their old territory. Yes, we would not have done it if we did not want to. Say what you will, but when in our territory nobody can force us to do anything we do not want to. But seeing how we erased our memories and also remember erasing our memories, it's pretty clear that we knew what we were doing and did it anyway. It must have been necessary, otherwise our tribal elders would never have allowed it and instead chosen to end our tribe with our tribal territory, then accept Infinity Library as our new tribal territory and His Highness Librarian as our master, Dredre explained, and not once did Wyatt hear doubt or hesitation when Dredre spoke these words, meaning she truly believed them. Showing her trust in her tribal elders and their new master librarian. I see, Wyatt nodded in understanding, but actually after hearing Dredre he started to admire the librarian more than before. What he did to the pixies was just the next level of brainwashing. The dude managed to get the various tribes of the pixies, one of the most powerful entities in the myriad realms in their own right, to willingly become his slaves. This was a game changer. Brainwashing and inter-realm slavery can never be the same. With such ruthlessness, no wonder he was able to create the hub for the entire myriad realms knowledge, the Infinity Library. That too in the dark realms of all the places. After all, the Infinity Library in Devil Merchant Code was just one of many branches of Infinity Library. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1671. Isn't it obvious? Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 12:09. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. So where was I? Dredre, honey, I am not done. As Dredre prepared to start where she left off about justifying how the pixie dragons were strongest and the dark pixies were the weakest of the pixie race, Wyatt immediately interrupted her. What do you want to know? Dredre asked. She openly welcomed any questions from Wyatt about pixies. This was her first time talking about pixies to someone else. Most of the time she talked about this was when she with her tribe member. She can't talk to them about pixies because there were pixies too. They already knew everything there was to know about pixies. But she could not help but wonder who her friends believed was the strongest, the pixie dragon or the dark pixie. Thinking about this, Dredre began to miss her friends, but before it could grow into her missing her tribe and home, Wyatt asked, "Dredre, what was it that you did just now? How do you create a miniature self-sustaining world? What is a miniature self-sustaining world?" "I just created a forest," Dredre said in confusion. Wyatt looked at the wind blowing in the Dredre's floating island and then the rest of the seed world. Shaking his head he said, "That is not a forest, it is an entirely new world by itself." The only thing Dredre's miniature self-sustaining world was missing was its own source of light, but she made use of the artificial sun in the seed world and built the entire world around its light, so it was not entirely self-sustaining and would collapse the moment Wyatt turns off the artificial sun. However, he would not do that to Dredre. Besides, he was sure that if Dredre wanted to create a separate light source for her floating island with his financing and procuring the required materials for her, she could easily create one. "You call that just a forest? There is no wind in this entire seed world, but it exists in your so-called forest, not to mention the clouds. Dredre, what you created is not just a forest, it is a small world by itself, like a dungeon. How did you do it? Is it related to your innate ability, those pink dust from your wings maybe?" Wyatt asked Dredre. As Wyatt talked, he began to relate what Dredre just achieved to the formation of field dungeons in the card world. Out of nowhere, he felt that what Dredre did was very much similar to the formation of a field dungeon. He could not help but wonder if they worked on the same principle or just a coincidence. When a field dungeon forms in a location, regardless of the terrain of the location, be it a desert or a mountain valley, the terrain within the field dungeon completely changes, and surprisingly it's able to sustain itself despite being totally different from the surrounding terrain. A snow valley field dungeon in the middle of a sunny forest, or a sunny forest field dungeon atop a snowy mountain, or a lake field dungeon in the middle of a hot desert, etc. The field dungeons were entirely different from their surroundings in terms of terrain and soul energy levels in their atmosphere, yet somehow able to continue to exist just like the floating island in front of Wyatt. Dredre's innate ability seemed very similar to the creation of field dungeons, which made her the field dungeon's boss monster. With this revolutionary thought, Wyatt was starting to connect the Pix's habits to that of a field dungeon's boss monsters. The boss monsters were unable to leave their field dungeon unless a dungeon break happened. Pixies do not leave their territory too. This comparison was far-fetched, but the boss monsters were the strongest beings of the field dungeon and were considered the guardians of the field dungeon. The pixies were the strongest in their territory and were also considered the guardians of their territories. Wyatt had a very strong suspicion that the small self-sustaining world that Dredre created was actually a field dungeon, which caused him to take a greater interest in Dredre's innate ability. With appropriate ingredients, she managed to create an ecosystem in this void. If it was the same as field dungeon formation, then he too could replicate it. Starting from her pink pixie dust. "What do you mean? Every forest has a wind," Dredre said. "How do you know? You have no memories of your old territory," Wyatt argued. "There is a forest in the Infinity Library," Dredre replied, unable to understand how Wyatt was not able to grasp something so obvious. For Dredre, who was born with this ability, it was all obvious. Just like asking someone why they breathe air or why they drink water, was it not obvious? Do you even have to ask something like that? Are you dumb? Were you dropped on your head when you were born? Wyatt asking Dredre how she was able to create the small self-sustaining world with wind, clouds, breath of nature, etc. was like he asking something obvious. Fortunately, Dredre would not call him dumb to his face. "Of course, there is a forest in the Infinity Library," Wyatt said, taking a clue that Dredre could no longer give the answers he was seeking and he would have to rely on the Infinity Library for that. If you ask a regular human why he breathes, he will say to live, but if asked the same to a person with higher education, he would explain it more specifically than just saying to live. The same was happening with Dredre. Maybe if Wyatt asked the same thing to an elder in Dredre's tribe, he might get a different answer, maybe even the one he was seeking. But he did not know any pixie elders, so he could only turn to the Infinity Library. Chapter 1672. Band date the 14th of April 2321. Time 12:23. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Dredre, get me all the books in the Infinity Library on pixies, Wyatt asked, since he understood that Dredre was not the smartest of the pixies in her tribe to answer him why she was able to do what she had done. Okay, but do you want me to limit the search to your preferred languages or not? Dredre asked, since Wyatt had changed his preference settings previously. Yes, Wyatt said, since his hands were already full with repairing his soul and improving his soul division and mutation power system. Then he planned to learn about titled demon core to deal with Kuth Dia and the only devil merchant of the card world. As for the pixies and their innate ability, it was more of him satisfying his curiosity, maybe even downright procrastinating. Okay, give a second, Dredre said, then shaking her tiny pink head she replied, this search is blocked for all members of Infinity Library. What do you mean by blocked for all? Are you telling me nobody can access any kind of knowledge belonging to pixies in the Infinity Library? Wyatt exclaimed. Yes, that is correct, Dredre nodded, seeing Wyatt understood even with her having explained it to him. Does this mean there are books on pixies and their innate abilities in the Infinity Library, but the librarian will not share it with any of their members or anybody for that matter? Wyatt immediately knew what was happening here. The Infinity Library was abusing its power. Once again, a big organization was screwing over its customers as they felt they were invincible in their field of expertise, since they had no worthy competitors or no competition at all. Yes, Dredre said, isn't this illegal or something? Wyatt could not help but complain, even though he knew his complaining would not change anything. No, the Infinity Library is well within its right to do so, Dredre defended. Quote. Wyatt shook his understanding that since the librarian was so blatantly banning people from accessing books on pixies meant that there was something about the pixies he did not want the others to know about, and that he was confident that people would not be able to get the books on pixies anywhere else in the market. He might have made sure of that before he blatantly banned the search and access to the books on pixies for his members and customers. With Infinity Library being the top player in their field, the librarian easily got away with what he did. The librarian's move only made him more and more curious about the pixies. He could not help but wonder what was the librarian trying to hide about the pixies from the general public. Due to the time constraints, Wyatt did not want to resort to using his soul pupils to uncover every secret of Dredre's soul pathways. But that would have to wait until after he had attended the more pressing matters. Wyatt, what do you want to know about the pixies? You can ask me, Dredre said, seeing that Wyatt was not happy unable to get books on pixies and their innate ability. So she offered to provide her services, wondering if she was not clear before that she was happy to talk about pixies with Wyatt. No, Dredre, there are some things that you do not know. I can only find about them in the books, Wyatt replied, knowing that Dredre just wanted to help him. What do you mean, Wyatt? I know everything there is to know about pixies, just ask me what you want to know about pixies. Dredre seemed to not agree with Wyatt. It was already a surprise that she did not get angry at Wyatt, because what he said to her was similar to telling a person of a certain ethnicity that they did not know anything about their ethnicity. Fine, then tell me how you created the forest, and your answer better not be that you created it, because that is how can create it. Wyatt did not want to make Dredre sad on the first day of their together. So, he was willing to help her understand what he meant. But isn't that the answer? Dredre replied in confusion. No, there is more to it. Did your tribal elders not teach you about that? Wyatt asked, wondering if the pixies did not have a functioning school or some other kind of education system in their society. No, but they did teach us about how to use the various library array functions to help the customers and achieve high customer satisfaction, Dredre replied, helping understand that with the memories of her old territory erased and only learning customer relations crap in the Infinity Library had limited Dredre's and many young's knowledge. The librarian was indeed a ruthless slave owner. Dredre, how far has the wide search on the blood rule incident and soul healing and division come to? Wyatt asked Dredre, deciding to get over these things so that he could make time for other things in his life. The wide search on the blood rule incident has still not yielded any result. As for the soul healing and division, the wide search is reaching its conclusion. Do you want me to send you the list of books it has found relevant to your topic? Dredre checked on both wide searches Wyatt had ordered her to conduct. No, when the wide search reaches its conclusion, send me the list of books along with the list of language books I need to learn the languages to read the book on soul healing and division. But for now, get me all the books on demon core and title demon core formation. Yes, limit this search to my preferred languages, Wyatt instructed Dredre. Okay, give me a second. I will get to it when I have made the arrangements, Dredre said, Then tinkering with her Demon Merchant Codex, she began to make the arrangements as per Wyatt's instructions. Chapter 1673 Identity. Soul Records and True Name. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 12:34. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. The reason why the wide search on the Blood Rule incident took a longer time to complete when the wide search on Soul Repair and Division was soon about to conclude despite being started later than the other, was mostly because of how large the topic of its search was. Both were Infinity Library all languages wide search, but as a wide search topic, the Soul Repair and Division was a more specific search than the Blood Rule incident. Therefore, the library array formation was able to complete the wide search on Soul Repair and Division faster than the wide search on the Blood Rule incident. Done. I have shared the list of all the books on Demon Core entitled Demon Core Forging in your preferred languages to your Demon Merchant Codex. I have permitted you to access those books in the Infinity Library's personal realm network through your Demon Merchant Codex. And I will inform you when the wide search on the Soul Repair and Division is complete, Dreadray informed Wyatt. Good. Wyatt nodded, hearing Dreadray's report. The Hive AI had already processed and compiled the previous list of books on Soul Repair and Division recommended by Dreadray. Now that it was not distracted from another task, Wyatt instructed it to process and compile the list of books on Demon Core entitled Demon Core Forging recommended by Dreadray. Wyatt hoped he could repair his soul and optimize his Soul Division power system before he headed to meet Cuthdia at the place of the only devil merchant of the card world. Wyatt wanted to do his investigation into the only devil merchant of the card world, but Cuthdia had not yet shared the coordinates of their meeting place. Wyatt understood that the delay was on the side of the only devil merchant from the card world because Cuthdia had shared the foreign forging method and his tribe's forging method with him. This meant that Cuthdia too did not have the coordinates to their meeting place on the card world, because if he had the coordinates to the meeting place then he would share them with Chaos Dwarf Ezra along with forging methods. It appeared that the only devil merchant from the card world had caution towards the Seven Princes of Hell faction, which means that it would not be easier for Wyatt to gain the identity of the devil merchant by just meeting him or based on the deduction. As someone who likes to work from the shadow, the devil merchant from the card world would not be showing his original identity to an outsider like Chaos Dwarf Ezra even if he planned to enslave him. This was in sync with the way he operated. Therefore, Wyatt began to wonder how could he make sure to unveil the true identity of the devil merchant from the card world when he comes in contact with him. He needed to gain the true identity of the devil merchant without fail this time, because Wyatt did not think he would ever get a second chance to meet the devil merchant from the card world up close. As the host, the devil merchant from the card world will be present at the venue for Cuthdia to forge his title Demon Core, and considering Devil Muthdia's plans for the Chaos Dwarf Ezra, it would be paramount for the devil merchant from the card world to not only he present at venue but interact with Chaos Dwarf Ezra, aka Wyatt. Yes, the stage was set, but worried that he would fall short. He had his soul pupils record the card world's devil merchant's soul pathways arrangements, signature, and vibration. Though that would only help him identify the card world's devil merchant, he would not be able to find him in the card world with that unless the card world's devil merchant was stupid enough to enter the VR universe hosted in my personal realm network. Having the soul records of a person was not the same as having the name of a person. In a crowd, Wyatt could easily locate a person using their soul records, but to use the soul records to find the person on a large planet was simply impossible. Unless they happened to run into each other by mistake or because the card world's devil merchant was too cocky. For this one, Wyatt would have to rely on the devil merchant code. However, knowing the cautious nature of the card world's devil merchant, he must have already bought the highest level privacy policy from the devil merchant code. The only way for Wyatt to overcome that would be to have exclusive privileges that help him bypass the Devi merchant code's privacy security and read other demon merchants' private information stored in the devil merchant code, something similar to the one Belfegor used. This option also was starting to seem unreliable. However, Wyatt updated his privacy policy to the highest possible privacy policy available with Devil Merchant Code to guard his identity against the card world's devil, as he did not seem to be the type who would follow others like a sheep. Meaning, that once Wyatt reaches the agreed venue, card world's devil merchant will definitely try to verify his identity. The arrogant and prideful Chaos Dwarf Ezra Fuller can handle him. So Wyatt was not worried. After a long time, Wyatt was still unable to think of a way to find the true name of the card world's devil merchant without raising any suspicion. There were obvious ways like using curse and other tracking cards, but once Wyatt makes use of them he will be taking the risk of garnering the suspicion of the card world's devil merchant. If that happens, then he will be risking the plan he has been simultaneously working on to sabotage the devil Belphegor. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1674 Reconstructing True Appearance Using Soul Records. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 12:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt, the wide search on the soul repair and division is complete. I am sending you the list of books related to the topic and also the list of languages you need to learn to read those books. As always, you can now access those books for free on the Infinity Library's personal inter-realm network. Dredre informed Wyatt, who was contemplating various ways to learn the true name of the card world's devil merchant. Thank you, Dredre. Wyatt politely thanked Dredre for her service and then asked, Dredre, is there a way for a being to learn another being's true name? There are many rules and rule meanings that help you with this. For example, the fate, karma, etc. rules help beings find other beings past, present, and future based on different conditions. I can only think of these two rules off the top of my head. If you want, I can search for them on the Infinity Library. Draber replied to the best of her knowledge. No need. Is there any other way, without the target knowing? Wyatt stopped Dredre from searching for books on rules that would help him find a being's true name. Nope, now what you are asking is impossible, Dredre responded, knowing that there were countermeasures for every rule. After all, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So, Wyatt asking her for a way to spy on a being's true names without them knowing was just too magical even for the Myriad realm. The reason Wyatt made such an unreasonable demand was because, knowing the cautious nature of the card world's only devil merchant and his means, it would not be surprising that he has strong anti-spying abilities. After all, he was able to lie low in Clown Mosque's future vision, where the world underwent change twice. The first time was when the three mischiefs took it from the government and the royal families, and the second time was when Ada, with the help of freedom fighters, took it from the corpse of the three mischiefs. Despite all that, the card world's only devil merchant did not even show his face once. Wyatt knew there was no way the card world's only devil merchant did not participate in these two incidents in Clown Mosque's future vision. After all, by not doing so he would be giving up on lots of benefits. Yet, he managed to stay hidden and not reveal his existence. This can only mean that he had a lot of patience and strong hiding skills. Therefore Wyatt did not bother to learn any specific rules for it. Not to mention comprehending rules would take a lot of time. Even though Wyatt had a high synchronization rate, it was not like Wyatt could just learn the rules he wanted magically, especially when the rules that would help his situation were rare and special, like fate and karma. It seems the only way he could get what he wanted was by gaining the trust of the 7 princes of the hell, and the card world's only devil merchant's trust, as they were the only two entities that Wyatt knew of who knew the true name of the card world's only devil merchant, but for that he would have to put in a lot of time, work, and effort for it. All in all, it was not going to be easy for Wyatt to get the card world's only devil merchant's true name. Guess he should be happy with just getting the unaltered and true soul records of the card world's only devil merchant. However, Wyatt was not the one to give up until he achieved what he wanted. Wyatt was right not to give up, as he remembered paleontology back on Earth, where the archaeologists determined the appearance of the dinosaurs based on their bone structure using the incomplete fossils they found. This gave Wyatt the idea to reconstruct the card world's only devil merchant's true appearance based on his soul records. As long as Wyatt was able to come up with the real appearance of the card world's only devil merchant, then it would be easier for him to find him in the card world with the help of the Southern royal family. But was it possible to use the soul records of a person to reconstruct the original form? Wyatt had many soul records stored in his Hive AI. First, he would create the required program for it, and then he can have the Hive AI run the simulations using the available soul records to see how accurately he can reconstruct the true appearance of a person using their soul records. Wyatt did not doubt in his mind about his being able to reconstruct the true appearance of a person using their soul records. After all, he has been using the soul pathways of different beings to grant different cards their abilities and skills. But what he was concerned about was the accuracy, how accurate the reconstructed thing would be to the original thing. Now that he had an idea in his mind, Wyatt just ran with it and did not let his concern about the success stop him from trying it. Soon he developed a nifty program that Hive AI can use to run simulations on reconstructing a being's appearance based on their soul records. Wyatt had developed this program such that it would reconstruct the appearance of all beings, not just humans. Though as a human he was face-blind when it came to many species, the same was not true about the Hive AI. It could differentiate and recognize the facial features that his naked eyes overlooked. So Wyatt trusted that it would be able to run numerous simulations and optimize the program he developed to more accurately recreate the appearance of any being using their soul records. But for now, the top priority remains the humans. Wyatt did not overlook or deny the chances that the card world's only devil merchant could be of a different species like Jaya Keith, but he will be sure once he gets his hands on his soul records. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1675 Millions. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 12:45. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt, you busy? Dreadray suddenly spoke, seeing Wyatt suddenly go silent for a long time. Nope, I am not busy as of this movement, Wyatt replied. The Hive AI was now running at full throttle. It was even siphoning power from another version of it in his personal realm network that was supposed to be governing the VR universe and keeping his information network functioning. Due to the time constraints and a lot of workload, Wyatt had to resort to such desperate means even though he had prioritized tasks and only tended to those that were necessary. He still ended up like this. The Hive AI was busy doing 3 tasks simultaneously for Wyatt. Processing and compiling the books on Forging Demon and Title Demon Core, copying all the books recommended for soul repair and division along with language books that were needed to process them later, and lastly, running simulations to optimize the program he developed to reconstruct the appearance of any being using their soul records. Currently, all 3 of the tasks have high priority as Wyatt needed them a few minutes ago. First, Wyatt was planning to heal his soul and optimize his soul division power system before leaving to help Cuthdia forge his Title Demon Core on the card world. However, he underestimated the myriad realms. He was arrogant enough to think that he was the first person to think of a power system based on soul division in the card world, but he wasn't arrogant that he was the first person to think of it in the myriad realms. Which was why he had asked Dreadray to conduct a wide search on that topic. But when the results came in, he learned that he had not to be arrogant about. The list of books recommended by the Infinity Library had nearly 13.7 million books related to the topic of soul division in 6.8 million different languages, aside from the topic of soul repair. When Wyatt saw these numbers for the first time, he almost had a scare. However, he still decided to go through all of them even if it meant learning 6.8 million different languages, which he would never use just to go through all these books on soul division. The reason Wyatt was willing to go to such lengths to further optimize and develop his soul division-based power system was because it was one of the reasons he was to fit toe-to-toe with Devil Belphegor's World Hog incarnation despite being a card master. Wyatt felt that there was a lot of untapped potential in this power system. The results of the number of books on soul division alone were strong proof of this. Wyatt could focus on different methods to rise his realm to the demigod realm as fast as possible while keeping his foundation solid and all, but by now it was clear to him that the demigod realm was just a step to something even bigger which did not even qualify to glance at. Therefore, instead of trying to raise his realm was quickly possible at the expense of his overdevelopment, Wyatt decided to focus on his overdevelopment. After all, his fight with Belphegor's World Hog incarnation was an example of what he could achieve following this path. Once he had developed all round, it would not be too late for him to speed-run his realm to that of a demigod. Wyatt had not thought of this now, his plan had always been this. But before, he did not have the means to achieve it. After all, the free reading time of Infinity Library was limited before he became a VVIP member. Back then he needed to use them sparingly, but now he did not have to do so. As a VVIP member, all books in the library were free to read for him. So now, Wyatt could finally act in the direction he had foreseen for himself without worrying about not being able to afford the books in Infinity Library. Now the problem was with so many recommended books on soul repair, soul division, and languages, even for Hive AI it would not be easy, and then came the processing and compiling of these books. It would take a long time, and right now Wyatt did not have time. So, Wyatt decided to postpone repairing his soul and optimizing his soul division-based power system for later. After all, he could avoid any and all fights thanks to this exclusive privilege. So for now he was in no hurry to repair his soul at the expense of stunning his future development. Wyatt believes in this myriad realm even if there were at least one species that should have a soul division-based power system which would help him develop further. Then all the time and effort he has invested in this would be worth it. Wyatt was not wrong to think so because his gigamite physique was directly connected to his mutated soul. If he were able to somehow develop his mutated soul further, then he would also be developing his gigamite physique. Meaning by developing his soul and body at the price of developing just his soul. Now if that was not a good deal, then what was? Apart from the benefits to his physique and physical strength, the benefits to his soul energy were unthinkable. Because right now with his mutated soul 12 consciousness, all of his soul energy was being automatically refined 12 times and was 12 times purer than that of a regular card apprentice. The benefits that Wyatt would gain by focusing on developing his soul in his current direction were unimaginable. Therefore, despite having to live with the awful pain of a damaged soul with numerous tears, Wyatt was willing to wait and see what myriad realms had to offer to him as guidance in further developing his soul division-based power system. Chapter 1676, Creating a Flat Realm. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 2212. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Inside the Seed World, with Hive AI taking care of the world for him, Wyatt indulged in his curiosity. He explored Dreadray's forest with her. He followed her around as she tended to her forest and the wildlife in it. He sure to his soul pupils to record her every movement and action. Especially, when she used her pink pixie dust. Wyatt was curious as to why Dreadray kept using her pixie dust regularly while tending to her forest. To him, her actions looked similar to that of a farmer tending his farm and core with fertilizers, manure, pesticides, etc. Curious, Wyatt spiritually entered the One with World state and watched the effect of Dreadray using her pixie dust on the forest. Wyatt was not surprised to see what he learned. The small mass of soul energy in the spiritual plane that represented Dreadray's forest in the physical plane was highly unstable and slowly kept collapsing on itself. However, whenever Dreadray used her pixie dust in the physical plane in the affected area, the cluster of soul energy in the spiritual world would immediately become stable for a few hours. To maintain the continued stability of the forest, Dreadray had to use her pixie dust at regular intervals. It suddenly dawned upon Wyatt that the forest created by Dreadray was not completely self-sustainable. It was missing an integral part that would keep this stable, something like a dungeon core maybe. Wyatt felt this way because Dreadray's actions currently looked like she was serving as the replacement of the dungeon core. However, to be 100% certain of this, Wyatt exited the spiritual, One with the World state, and asked, "Dreadray, is this forest of yours not complete yet? It seems to be highly unstable." "No, it is complete. The reason it is unstable is because it is still young and also because this void is not actually the most ideal place to grow a forest. It needs a little assistance, that is all. Once it enters the adult stage, it will become independent," Dreadray explained. Wyatt had hard a time trying to understand what Dreadray meant by saying that forest was still young and would no longer need her assistance once it reached adulthood. As a human, Wyatt was unable to see through the eyes of Pixie, so he asked, "Dreadray, what are the conditions for the forest to reach adulthood?" "Well, the birth of the forest spirit can be considered as the forest entering adulthood, and when the forest spirit matures, the forest can be considered to have entered the adult stage." Dreadray thought for a moment and then answered Wyatt to the best of her knowledge. Shaking his head, Wyatt once again asked Dreadray, "What is a forest spirit?" Not that he had not heard of forest spirit, but he wondered if it meant the same in Dreadray's dictionary. "Well, the forest spirit can be considered as the will of the forest. Its role is basically to do what I am doing right now. That is to tend to itself, grow the forest." Dreadray had to wreck her brain in order to explain to Wyatt, as the general words she used to communicate with her tribe did not seem to be enough to help her convey her meaning to Wyatt. Holy fuck, Wyatt cussed, understanding what Dreadray meant by forest spirit, the will of the forest. Wyatt flew to the sky and looked down at the floating island and the forest on it with shock, understanding that what he was witnessing was actually the birth of a flat realm. Having been introduced to the myriad realms, Wyatt no longer believed that the realms should be round or flat. He has read about enough realms to know that they can be of any shape and size based on the realm's will. So a realm being flat instead of round was not surprising to Wyatt, despite what he had learned in his astrology degree. Right now Wyatt was seeing the birth of one such realm. What was surprising was that the person responsible for the birth of the flat realm was not aware of what she was doing. She naively believed that she was building a forest on a floating island in the void. But to her credit, the reason she did not know what she was doing was because she never created a forest in a void capable of sustaining life. Every chance she got to create a forest, it was on some other realm where whenever Dredre or fellow tribe members created a forest, its will would assimilate by that realm's will before it matures. What Dredre called a forest spirit was actually a world's will in the current setting. When Dredre creates a forest in another realm, its spirit gets assimilated by the realm's will, hence turning into the will of the forest instead of the will of a realm. But, right now in the void which was capable of sustaining life, Dredre was able to easily overcome the many problems and create a forest in the void. Which in turn was actually an unborn realm. Once the will of the forest was born, the realm will be born with a will. Once the forest's will matures, the celestial will be grown with a functioning will. Dredre, your innate ability can create realms, Wyatt exclaimed in excitement. Earlier Wyatt thought that Dredre's innate ability was similar to the formation of a field dungeon, but now Wyatt knew Dredre's innate ability was able to create realms and its effects vary depending on where she uses her ability. If she uses her ability in other realms, the forest she created will become a sentient forest or a field dungeon of sorts in that realm depending on its will's nature. But if she were to use her innate ability in the void far from the predatory realm wills, she could use her innate ability to create new realms. However, considering the nature of the pixies, it was impossible for them to venture out of their territory, let alone go to the void and use their innate abilities to create realms. One had to know the void was no place for life. It was devoid of it, as everything about it was meant to kill life. It was a place where only the strongest like demigods and demons could venture. Fortunately, for Dredre, she met Wyatt, whom she not only trusted enough to retain the Card Emperor realm power despite moving to a location, but he also happened to have the Seed World, a dimensional sandbox created to sustain life, where she could use her innate ability to the fullest for the first time in her ageless life. Eventually, seeing the development of the forest she built, Dredre realized what her innate ability was truly capable of, but because of Wyatt's keen eye and curious heart, she learned of it sooner. What do you mean? Dredre asked, not knowing what Wyatt meant. Didn't she just tell him that her ability allowed her to create a forest? Did forget already or did not understand her the first time? Dredre was beginning to realize the cultural difference between a human and the pixies was made it difficult to communicate with Wyatt properly. Quote. Seeing the glance with which Dredre asked him, Wyatt felt as if he could hear her inner monologue saying, I thought Wyatt was smart. The fuck? Wyatt cussed, understanding that Dredre was a few more conversations away from openly calling him dumb. Then he proceeded to explain to her about her innate ability based on what he had observed so far. Dredre, your innate ability when used in void allows you to create realms. The thing you call forest is actually the body of the realm in the physical plane, and the thing you call forest spirit is actually the realm's will. Wyatt went on to explain how her ability varied based on the location she chose to develop her forest. Dredre was having a hard time accepting what Wyatt was saying. After all, if Wyatt's friend suddenly popped up and said to him, if you pee on the earth you will help grow plants, but if pee in outer space you help will grow planets, would Wyatt believe him? Fortunately, Dredre had the patience to listen to Wyatt out of consideration that he was her friend, or maybe because she was his exclusive book guide pixie and had no choice but to maintain her professionalism and listen to his bullshit with a patient smile. Wyatt, I understand what you are saying, but I do not think pixies can survive in the void. Even if the said pixie had the devil realm strength, the darkness and loneliness of the void would get to them even before they were able to use their innate ability to create a forest there. Chapter 1677 Way to Transcendence. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 22:33. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Listening to Dredre explain how the possibility of a pixie going to outer space to create a forest was slim to nil, Wyatt nodded his head in understanding and believed that this might be the reason why the pixies themselves were not aware of what their innate ability was capable of. After all, the pixies never leave their territory, instead they use their pixie dust to grow more forest and expand their territory. Speaking of the territory of the pixies, the Forest Guide Pixie tribe was one of the few pixies capable of growing a forest that was similar to tropical forests using their pixie dust. However, other tribes of pixies could grow other types of forests such as temperature forests, mountain forests, rainforests, mangrove forests, oasis forests, winter forests, etc. This did not mean that a particular type of pixie tribe could only create a particular type of forest using their pixie dust, but they all were capable of creating any type of forest in any type of terrain. However, they only had expertise in a certain type of forest. With the required knowledge, they too could grow any type of forest they wanted to, as their ability was not to grow a forest but an entire realm itself. Let us leave it at this, Wyatt said, knowing that he did not have the strength to take Dreadray to the true void and have her use her innate ability to verify your observations. Then Wyatt wondered, knowing the vast knowledge collected by the librarian, there was no way he did not know what the pixie race's pixie dust was capable of. So Wyatt wondered it was reason why the librarian did everything in his power to enslave the entire pixie race and help them adapt to their new life as book guides for the Infinity Library. However, Wyatt did not understand why the library would have beings capable of creating realms serve as library help in his Infinity Library. However, understanding the true nature of Pix's innate ability, Wyatt understood why Zoltan wanted to grow more outgoing and adventurous. Though their overall strength varied with their connection to their surroundings, their innate ability allowed them to turn their surroundings into a realm. Who would not love their own creation, and which creation would love their creator? Therefore, Wyatt wondered if the true path for a pixie to become invincible was not to stay in its birth territory but to create its own realm as its territory. Only then they can achieve true invincibility, known as transcendence. As soon as this thought crossed Wyatt's mind, he could not help but cuss out loud, "Fuck." So, Wyatt felt that if his observation of Dreadray's ability were right, the librarian might be hatching something, considering that he has enslaved their entire race except for the Dark Pixie and the Pixie Dragon tribe. The only tribes of the pixie race that were known to not have the pixie dust, since their power system varied vastly from that of the regular pixies. Wyatt had a feeling that maybe Zoltan, who had been raised by the pixies, knew what they were capable of, since the power system he mastered was taught to him by the pixies. Wyatt had no idea how Zoltan managed to learn the pixie race's power system when some of their kind, such as dark pixies and pixie dragons, could not. However, this did not stop him from wondering how strong Zoltan was, if he too carried the weakness of the pixie tribe, and if he too was invincible like the pixie in a surrounding that he was comfortable with. Wyatt had too many doubts and questions about Zoltan's power, and wondered if these restrictions of his power were the reason why he recruited Wyatt's help at the cost of VVIP membership to the Infinity Library. This thought caused Wyatt to look forward to meeting Zoltan again. In the back of his mind, Wyatt wondered if the librarian had enslaved the entire pixie tribe just to teach Zoltan or one of his children the power system of the pixie race. Thinking of how the librarian was able to get the Devil Merchant Code to give copyrights for words of different languages, this seemed to be in line with what he would do, even though it was too wasteful to use an entire race gifted enough to create realms a caretaker of his child in the Infinity Library. Wyatt chose to stop wildly speculating about librarian and Zoltan's intentions with pixie race because he did not have solid proof to prove any of them. However, he strongly believed the pixies were capable of creating realms. If the librarian had not monopolized all the books on the pixies and banned them, then he would have been able to find evidence to support his observation in those books. Regardless, Wyatt will be able to get clarity soon anyway, because there was no world's will in the seed that would assimilate the will of the forest created by Dreadray in it. In the absence of a predatory realm's will, with time and Dreadray's undivided attention, the little floating island would soon mature into the flat realm within Wyatt's seed realm. That was if Wyatt's observation with the help of his soul pupils was correct. So far, the soul pupils have never let Wyatt down, so he was confident that his observations of Dreadray's innate ability were accurate. Listening to Wyatt ask her to no longer care about the matter that he just pointed out, Dreadray shook her head, wondering if Wyatt was feeling okay, but then she remembered hearing a story from her tribe's elder long ago. Since its story spoke about a topic close to what just talked about, Dreadray felt he would like to hear the story and decided to narrate it to Wyatt. "Wyatt, there is a story passed down my tribe. It's about the primordial pixies. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time." Chapter 1678 Primordial Pixies. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 22:56. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Primordial Pixies. Wyatt's curiosity spiked upon hearing these two words. "Yes, they are supposedly the original pixies and we are created in their image," Dreadray said. However, she was struggling to continue to speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." About the primordial pixies. After a lengthy pause, Dreadray finally spoke, it has been long since I heard this story. I don't know why the elders stopped telling this story. The last time I heard of this story was back in our old territory. You all right, Dredre? Take your time, do not force yourself, Wyatt said, seeing Dredre was having difficulty recalling about the primordial pixies. Listening to her say that the last time her elders talked about the primordial pixies was back when they were in their old territory. Wyatt immediately knew that the librarian was behind this. The librarian had the pixies forget about their old territory such that they could adapt to their new territory. Now it appears that the memory suppressing method used by the pixie race was also uprising the memories that the pixies that were even remotely related to the memories of their old territory. Nonetheless, it appears with little effort Dredre was able to recall those memories even though it put a little stress on her mentally. I am fine, Wyatt. It's only a slight headache but now I do not feel it, Dredre answered, showing that there weren't any harsh side effects to her trying to recall the memories that were remotely connected to her memories of her old territory. As long as you are okay, Wyatt said. He could get the answers he needed from somewhere else. The Devil Merchant Code was so huge Wyatt did not believe that the library had bought or owned the copyrights to all the books on pixies or their copies. Do not worry, I am fine, Dredre assured Wyatt again before returning to the topic. Now that I recall the story of the primordial pixies, I understand that it is more than a story being passed down among us pixies but more of a legend. Some tribes of our race even go as far as to worship the primordial pixies as gods of their tribe. This story is retold in our tribe to every newborn, but I wonder why tribe elders suddenly stopped telling this story. Seeing that Dredre has still not figured out that the librarian had a hand in this, Wyatt could only shake his head in pity, but he did not plan to tell the truth to Dredre until she figured it out herself, as currently, the pixie tribe appeared to have a lot of trust in the librarian and anything he said would only be counterproductive. Even Zoltan never actually openly said that his father was taking advantage of them, the pixies. He continued to stay on the fence even when he recruited Wyatt's help. So it can be seen that no good will come from Wyatt telling Dredre and the pixies that their new master was taking advantage of them unless Dredre and her race figure it out themselves. Because only then will they believe it. That was how much they trusted the librarian. The librarian was nothing special, the pixies were just a loyal and sentimental race. Dredre, what does the legend say? Wyatt asked. It said that the primordial pixies were one of the first beings born from the primordial energies, and they carried and spread the primordial energies through their wings across the boundless void, creating the myriad realms as we witness it today, Dredre narrated. Listening to the legend of the primordial pixies, Wyatt was blown away by it. Especially by the part about the primordial pixies carrying the primordial energies and spreading them across the boundless void using their wings, giving birth to the myriad realms that we see today. As it resembles the innate ability of the pixie race, them being able to create pixie dust with their wings that helps them grow forests. But Wyatt did not understand why the pixies believed that they were created in the image of the primordial pixie when they and their innate ability bore so much resembled that of the primordial pixies. Instead of claiming that they were descendants of the primordial pixies. Since his only source of information was Dredre thanks to the librarian, Wyatt could only ask her, Dredre, why do you say that you were created in the image of the primordial pixies instead of claiming that you were descendant of the primordial pixies? You do not know about pixies, do you? Dredre said, hearing Wyatt something obvious again. Well, everything I know about the pixies is about the dark pixies and the pixie dragon's tribe, but none of it applies to your tribe, Wyatt replied. Well, if that is the case, I can see why you would ask such a question. Unlike the pixie dragons lay eggs and dark pixies come together under the moonlight to grow their tribe, in our tribe the pixies are born from the world tree. The legend has it that the world tree was created by the primordial pixies to help the realm wills manage their realm until and after they mature. Once the realm will matures, the world tree bore flowers that formed fruits in the image of their creator, the primordial pixies, and we pixies are the fruits of the world tree. Dredre explained how the pixies of her tribe were born. Listening to the legend narrated by Dredre, Wyatt was more confident about his observations about Dredre's innate ability. Because if primordial pixies created the world trees and the world tree gave birth to pixies, then pixies were the descendants of the primordial pixies. After all, many amphibians create eggs and fertilize them outside of their bodies. The offspring born from these eggs were considered their children. The same was true for the pixies born from the world tree. The only difference was that primordial pixies laid their fertilized egg in the form of a world tree. Chapter 1679 Pixie Dust. Date the 14th of April 2321. Time 22:56. Location Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Central Tower, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. After listening to the legends of the pixie race from Dreadray, Wyatt had his thoughts and speculations that did not align with Dreadray and her elders' interpretation of these legends. However, he did not bother to discuss them with Dreadray as he did not want to come off as a Ken who told her that her tribe's interpretation of her race's legends was wrong and that he had a better interpretation. Now that would be crossing the line. So, Wyatt kept his thoughts to himself, believing it was not his place and the human race had many legends that have been interpreted out of proposition each of them. Everyone was free to have their own opinion, unless they forced it on others. But after listening to these legends, he strongly believed that in the right conditions, the pixies could create realms. He also had a feeling that only by building their realms could a pixie become transcendent. He will be able to convince Dreadray that once the floating island being nurtured by her grows into a flat realm. Until then he decided to keep his observations to himself while seeking Dreadray's assistance whenever he did not understand something or was stuck. Soon Wyatt turned his attention to the stone Viltronian, whose stone body was covered in green moss, fungi, and mushrooms while he was in a spiritual, one with the world state comprehending a new rule or a rule meaning. Not wanting to disturb the stone Viltronian's pence, Wyatt chose not to spy on him through Hive AI to see which new rule or rule meaning it was comprehending. It had gained a lot just by being influenced by a little of Dreadray's pixie dust at the beginning. Wyatt has also tried to touch or grab a handful of pixie dust to see if he could benefit from it, but as his hands near the pixie dust, it turns into an imaginary dust and phases through him, ultimately reaching its target. No matter how hard he tried, he could not come in contact with pixie dust, which visibly frustrated you. Seeing you like this, Dreadray offered, "Wyatt, do you want some of my pixie dust?" "Yeah, I would like some." Wyatt revealed his interest in her pixie dust to Dreadray, who happily fluttered around Wyatt atop of his head, showering pink pixie dust on him. "No, not like this, just pour some on my hand," Wyatt immediately yelled, but he inhaled some pixie dust through his nostrils, mouth, and skin. In response to the pixie dust, Wyatt's body greedily swallowed it, making him lightheaded and relaxed. He began to unwind with no sense of care and responsibility in his life. He felt detached from the mortal obsessions with life and seemed to have developed an extra sense. However, once Dreadray stopped showering her pixie dust on top of him following his yell, he began to return to normal. With no more pixie dust to influence his system, Wyatt immediately woke up from that detached state with a jolt. Because of his Viltronian physique and mutated soul, Wyatt went through a decent amount of pixie dust as if nothing and recovered in a second. "What just happened?" Wyatt asked, staring into the void. He just had the mind-bending experience of his life. He has used many substances to keep himself engaged in the Viltronian-infested earth, which was the product of his making. However, none of those experiences could be compared to this one. To think that the pixie dust would be responsible for this was appalling. Especially, considering that the pixie dust could be used to create realms. "Wyatt, you are awake." Dreadray, who was tending to her forest, rushed to Wyatt's side, seeing him walk up from a long slumber. When Dreadray showered Wyatt with her pixie dust, he entered a state similar to the one with the world. Even though Dreadray has stopped showering her pixie dust with Wyatt's yell, she has showered a lot of the pixie dust by that time. This pixie dust covered Wyatt for a while until all of it was absorbed by his body. But once there was no more pixie dust, Wyatt immediately recovered thanks to his special physique and traits. "What? How long was out of it?" Wyatt understood from Dreadray's words that he had been trapped in the mind-bending experience for a while in reality, even though it was only a few moments in his mind. "About 2 hours, Dreadray answered. However, she accepted him to be out of it for a day or two, but his body recovered from the influence of her pixie dust's effect incredibly fast. "How much pixie dust did you use on me?" Wyatt asked, learning that he had no sense last 2 hours. "I am sorry, I only used a little." From Wyatt's tone, Dreadray felt that she had done something bad, but it was Wyatt who asked her for some pixie dust. "No, don't apologize, you did nothing wrong. Besides, what the heck did I just go through?" Wyatt asked Dreadray to explain the experience he had just been through, though short it was mind-bending. At that moment, he felt detached from everything, not like apathy but something more fulfilling, unlike apathy which was just a lack of interest. "You are the first card apprentice I have used my pixie dust on, so I have no idea," Dreadray responded, shaking her head, then went on to add, "but based on my experience of having used my pixie dust on the beast, with an appropriate amount pixie dust even beast began to grow spirituality, and with continued dose over time their spirituality develops an individuality like any other sentient spices. I do not know if my pixie dust will have the same effect on the sentient spices. Can you explain to me your experience under the influence of my pixie dust for my future reference? Listening to Dredre, Wyatt finally understood what it felt like to be used as a guinea pig. Shaking his head, Wyatt answered, "Sure, but first can you collect some of your pixie dust in this beaker for me?" Wyatt said, taking out a glass beaker from his grimoire. "Okay." Dredre readily agreed. She did not mind sharing her pixie dust with Wyatt. As Dredre filled the glass beaker with her radiant pink pixie dust, Wyatt narrated his experience under the influence of her pixie dust in detail. Hoping she knew what the experience he went through was. However, Dredre had no idea. She was as clueless as he was about it. Here, Dredre passed the pixie dust-filled beaker to Wyatt and then asked, "Do you need anything else? I am guessing there is nothing about pixie dust in Infinity Library that has not been banned by the librarian." Wyatt said, hoping that his guess was wrong. "No, there is one book with mention of pixies and pixie dust that has not been banned by the librarian," Dredre said, igniting the hope in Wyatt into a blazing flame as he asked, "Which book is it?" "My Raid Realm Race Records," Dredre answered Wyatt with a straight face. She did not appear to be up to something. However, Wyatt, who thought that he had finally caught a break, after listening to her felt like he was lifted to the seven skies only to be mercilessly plunged into the depths of hell. So he could not help but at Dredre and said, "That's not funny, Dredre." "What is not funny?" Dredre, who was only doing her job, did not know what Wyatt was talking about and looked at him with a puzzled gaze. Having spent a significant amount of time with Wyatt in the physical plane, Dredre was starting to find Wyatt's actions odd. But she liked him, so she ignored his odd behavior. Quote. Wyatt stared at Dredre blankly and shook his head, but for some reason, his subconscious mind suddenly played the song, "Nobody knows the trouble I've seen, nobody knows my sorrow." Wyatt wondered if one of his mutated consciousnesses had grown rebellious. Wyatt did not mind nipping it from the bud by erasing what little individuality they had formed. However, he was thinking too much, as that was not the case. His subconscious just happened to think of this song. "Dredre, you can go back to tending to your forest, I will seek you if I need anything," Wyatt responded, shooing Dredre away. Then Wyatt looked at the radiant pink pixie dust in the beaker. With his soul pupils, all he could see was a very pure mass of soul energy. Even purer than the mass of soul energy that could be found in the card world's Will's womb. Wyatt felt that his realm was limiting the soul pupils from unveiling the true mysteries of the pixie dust. As such, all he could see as of now was a pure mass of soul energy and nothing beyond that. Knowing the applications of pixie dust, Wyatt knew that it could not just be pure soul energy regardless of how high its purity was.